So it'll be on watch, no doubt about that, and continues to move. Other important stuff, Brendo, CrowdStrike, GoDaddy, and KKR set to join the S&P 500. And an interesting downgrade today from Morgan Stanley on AMD, sending that one down 2.5%.
Yeah, a lot of interesting details on that note in relation to AI and some of the chip race that's going on between all of these companies. But we'll get into that. Yeah, CrowdStrike with a huge move after the close on Friday. It's not really doing a heck of a lot this morning, but holding that gap from Friday on that S&P announcement. Here's GME, meanwhile, 4.5%, as I mentioned. Back and forth we go, around $30 for GameStop to get things going this morning. Southwest, love with a big move to the upside here today as well, all ahead of Tim Cook taking to the spotlight and the microphone coming up at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Happy Monday, guys.
Happy Monday it is.
Happy Monday.
Yeah, and it's not a big earnings week per se. Like, you got a few that are going to be coming out this week, but you have a lot because Apple event, WWDC at 1 o'clock. That will always be exciting. Post-split Nvidia. Got to get used to seeing like different amounts of size in level 2. Like, someone's on the bid of 120 for 100,000 shares, which you just wouldn't see when it was at $1,200. But obviously, you make that adjustment. It's not the first party. For a little bit this morning, I couldn't figure out why Palantir was down a few points, and then CrowdStrike and GoDaddy and KKR getting the addition into the S&P 500 kind of means that Palantir has to wait his turn, so I guess that went down a couple of points and a little bit down on sympathy. But there's a lot to look at this morning. We'll actually be looking at some GameStop as well. Half of those gains overnight, I guess we'll call it, over the weekend, already starting to pare back. I don't necessarily understand the gist of the tweet that Roaring Kitty did on Friday, but it was up 10% at one point this morning on that. Just got to watch for the movement. Trade the price action. I think sometimes you get a little too excited about what could happen. Trade the price action, because when he was late, I'll look back to that on Friday. The second it didn't start on time, that live stream, it was probably an easy short. But if you were looking for the long and the big ramp job, you kind of get yourself wrapped up. If you just follow the price action, the second he was late, it was a pretty clear sell. So I just want to be following the path today. No anticipation on GameStop for me.
All right, just got the sticky note out right now. Welcome to the show, everybody. Yeah, it's already starting a little bit early right now. As we're long Apple, we're in the money 15 cents. Let's just see what happens. We're going to try to get some more out here at 1. Well, we don't have anything out yet. We're at 95. See if we get a nice little bump in. We sat down, we punched long. We know we like Apple here today, so it's going to be a name that I'm going to look out for. GameStop was fun to trade on Friday. We'll see if it can come back into $27. That's where we want to buy it today. So we'll be putting some bids down here. I mean, if that's the level that held throughout the morning, throughout yesterday or Friday while he was on, then I'm pretty fine with that kind of a level holding again. So let's see if we can get down into 30s. At 30 now, down $3 into 27 would be a spot. But for me here, hopefully we'll be able to get long Apple more if it does dip down. We've got a decent sized position now in the pre-market. Nvidia on our mind as well, post-split, of course, 120 today. So we'll see if that's going to be there. But again, this is also on the sticky note, Nvidia, post-split. Our charts won't react properly to it, so we'll have to be zoomed in here today to look at what's happening with Nvidia. But AMD also with a surprise downgrade.
Yeah, back to highs we go here. Now 0.5% for Apple. You and I were just saying, like, so much anticipation for this event coming up today. I mean, the keynote today, the start of the event today. There's a lot of different directions I think we can go with this, but they've waited so long. There's been so much talk as to when will they come to the plate. Here they come. Here we go. No pressure, Tim Cook, I guess, this afternoon.
Right? I mean, look, he inherited a lot of good stuff. Obviously, the phone was inherited from Steve Jobs. He added some his own stuff, the AirPods, the watch as well. But, those really haven't been the flagship devices. This is kind of his, I don't want to call it a make or break moment, but huge moment here for Apple in my humble opinion. Anyway, here's what they're going to talk about today. Widely anticipated that we're going to get a Siri upgrade. Let's hear about what other app stores possibly here, the AI app store that could be on the horizon. I want to hear about these partnerships because you'll recall Google pays Apple to be the default search Now, is it going to be Apple paying Google back for use of Gemini or for paying OpenAI for ChatGPT? So kind of a marked shift here, Brendo, and a lot of people talking about a huge upgrade boom for this iPhone 16 in the same way that we saw the upgrade for the iPhone 6 once they introduced the new screen. So we'll have to see how it all unfolds.
Yeah, if all of this new stuff, AI related, is only available on the new device, then that gives incentive, obviously, for that. But yeah, we'll see. 1 o'clock I mean, typically what happens if this is your first time going through a worldwide developer conference, you get everything up front. Like everything is announced right out of the gate, and then they take the next few hours and then days to go through each individual piece of an update or a new product or software or anything like that with a ton more detail. So we should know starting at 1 o'clock this afternoon what we're going to get, guys.
Yeah, it's always. I'm lucky because I have like one friend who's like just a gigantic. I mean, a lot of people are Apple fanboys, but he like lives and dies by it. Like one of those, like immediately he's into every single detail about the release, and he gives me like the great summary. So I never actually usually have to listen to it. It's just like, okay, well, give me the Coles notes for it. But I think for a lot of people, when you're looking at the trade, we always talk about buy the rumor, sell the news. In a situation with Apple here, like it's already run into its highs. Triple top on the daily. We talked about this, that $200 level, which, I think we get there, that 200. Obviously between them and Tesla, now it's really, really looking like Apple's going to do it possibly today. So at 1 o'clock, all bets are off. Like if there's a big, massive spike and a run, I'm probably looking for an afternoon fade at some point because I'm anticipating it's going to be up in that. But if that happens, that happens. If it's down, I will have to adjust in that situation. But I still think you're running into that 52-week high today. The trend was very strong on Friday. I don't think there's much of any chance that we'll see the big support levels. And if there's no support in there, I always look into previous resistance. So it gets pretty simple. There was a late push through 197 on Friday, but really most of the resistance was 96.5 and a 97. I think as long as it's above that number, looking trend long on Apple today. If it breaks down from there, you've got like 95.5, which will also support late in the afternoon. After 1 o'clock, different story, because after that, I'm probably looking for some kind of a sell the news fade event. But that, you just have to see a turn and then look for a trend in the afternoon. And you don't know if it'll be 1:30, 2 o'clock, 2:30, who knows. So you got to play it as like 2 separate days for me on Apple.
All right, I'm long Apple. I've already written it down on the sticky note. I like the long into this event. I don't think it's worth being long after the event. I just think into it. I really like the chart. Up into new highs here. I think we'll probably take out all-time highs. This is a buy for me today. It's Apple. It's the number one name on the sticky note.
We're just reading a couple things here on DraftKings. Gapping back to the upside this morning, we had an offering, or I guess they filed to, or proposed shelf offering of 7.5 million shares after the close on Friday. So we did see a bit of a sell-off on very light volume after 4 o'clock on Friday, but right back to essentially the highs from Friday here on, is it an upgrade or just a price target increase?
Yeah, it's a decent look here. DraftKings top pick being put in their top pick for Morgan Stanley, basically seeing them as the number one gaming website or service in the United States. We know that they overtook their competitor last year with about 33% market share. They see a positive catalyst with respect to some tax issues that they had that are going to be alleviated. They're also looking at lesser promotional, items there that eat into margins. So we'll keep eyes on that, Brenda.
All right, we'll get to Michael Noss here coming up in a few minutes. We're going to touch on a trade idea that he is watching for the week. Teaser, we talked about the setup going back a couple weeks ago with him, so he'll get back into that. But this is a pretty good level here, guys. 37.5, 38 coming into play here for DraftKings.
Yeah, it's also the 200 period on the SMA, simple moving average on the daily chart, I should say. So, it's not a stock which had been performing the best. Clearly, as you can see, it rolled over. You'd almost say the trend had broken. That's what happens. If you're underneath the 200 period moving average, you've kind of broken trend of sorts. So if you have a nice upward trend, it is broken to the downside. That said, let me just draw a quick little trend line in here so you can get an idea. Like if you draw from the bottom of the trend line, where this is intersecting right now would be the resistance. So like you had support all the way up, and this could potentially turn into the resistance line. It's roughly this 37, 38 area. So I think it's consolidating exactly where you'd expect to. If it breaks out today, I think 40 is a good level for resistance. Hard to look at this on a day where there's catalyst du jour. Like sometimes you'd say, hey, well, if you're gonna do that offering and then you're gonna be right back at a breakout price, room to 40, just take a breakout long. Low pre-market volume, probably a half a dozen other stocks that people are a little bit more interested in. I would say between GameStop, Apple with the event, Nvidia, AMD in a downgrade, throw in like Southwest is making a move, Moderna's back in the news this morning. There's a lot of other names that are doing pre-market volume that I think will lend themselves a little bit better to a potential breakout trade. But if it does, a late false move, a late flush off of like a 40 area, or just simply looking for shorts if we never break that would make some sense to me on DraftKings. When I see a trend break, I'm not usually excited about taking a breakout long. Even if it does set up, it's still a trend break to the downside. It's got to hold bids above 38 or something to excite me. So many things to look at today without meddling over in DraftKings. Are we ready for Mr. Nos? Is it time? Let's get to the desk. We've got the Nos boss.
All right, we teased it. It's Monday morning. We have a number of important events to come this week. Mr. Nos, good to see you as always, including starting today with Apple. We're going to go back to an idea that you teased on the show going back a week or so ago. Give us a couple of thoughts here and maybe a trade or two to look for with this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I teased this, I think, a couple weeks back for an indicator that we were working on called an EMA cloud. So essentially what this does is it shades the area between two moving averages. You can pick SMAs or EMAs, and it's a really good way for especially new traders or even kind of systematic traders like myself to use these areas to define trend and define a fair price in that trend. And it was really interesting. This is just the SPY chart I have up here and an arrow pointed to it. And you can see the pullbacks that have happened throughout the last little bit. And then the more significant pullback that happened just a couple weeks ago landed right inside this cloud. So the one that I choose, and users can pick their own settings, but I just choose the 8 EMA and the 20 EMA just because those are very commonly used and acceptable for my time frame. So like always, we built a scan for it. So what this scan is looking for, and you can hit me up on Twitter or you can go to trade-ideas.com and you can get access to the scan. I just have it in the next slide here, just showing that, hey, it's looking for stocks that are in uptrends. That's the beauty of this cloud. When the stock's in an uptrend, it turns green, and when it's in a downtrend, it turns red. And when there's really no trend going on, there's really no color there to be seen. So again, a very good way to identify trend. And it looks for stocks that are pulling back into this cloud. And the idea is that you talk about it all the time. You don't want to buy overextended stocks. You don't want to short stocks that are down too much. But how do you define this up too much and down too much in trend? And these clouds really help simplify that. So the scan is the cloud has to be green. So, it has to be in an uptrend, has to be pulling back into that cloud. So that's a good, fair kind of price to take a look at buying. And then you're looking for bounces out of that. So this is just an example that was on this on shoe stock that's been amazing. But speaking of shoe stocks, I went through this scan as always, and I want to make sure I leave you guys with an example. And we're going to take a look here at Crocs. Now, I've always joked every time I mention Crocs that I'm shocked that they still exist. But now that I have a child in daycare and I had my nephew over a little bit ago, I guess these things are thriving. All the kids are wearing Crocs, and then there's these little attachments that you put in them that I guess they're making money off now. So hey, I thought this was going to be a dead company, but it came up on the scan, so we're going to take a look at it here. As always, we're going to start really, really wide because I'm a swing trader. We're going to start here with the monthly chart, and this is also where we're going to look at fundamentals. So the monthly chart looks great. We're obviously in a very strong uptrend here. Days to cover is 4, earnings per share is 3. Everything's doing well there. So we're going to zoom into the weekly chart and notice that the cloud is still green. The cloud was green on the monthly chart. It's green on the weekly chart, and we're above this prior high that we've had for a couple days there. Now, if we go into the daily chart, this is where the scan picked it up. So that's just the next slide there. The daily chart, it is green cloud again. And you can see last time it pulled in, I just pointed an arrow at, it had a nice bounce out of it. The last 2 times, actually, it pulled into this green cloud. It bounced out. So again, fundamentals look good. Green on the monthly, green on the weekly, green on the daily. So we're seeing that pullback happen there. And not just inside the cloud, but it's also this prior high of about 146 or so as well, where it broke out of. It's pulling back to that level as well. And I really like stocks that break out of level and then pull back and test that level. So how are we going to do the trade? How are we going to manage the trade? So the next chart I have here is the 60-minute chart. And this is, again, we're going to zoom in, and this is where we're actually going to look about where we're going to enter or where I'm going to enter and potentially why. So blue line just represents the $150 area. Psychological numbers are very important. So I'm looking at that 150 area that will get us back above the cloud on the 60-minute chart, which you can see is red. So I want it back above that, and I want that potentially to turn green again. And then the stop loss is just, at yesterday's and today's low if I get that trigger, and that's around 147 or so. So last chart is just something that I should talk a little bit more when I talk about these trades is risk reward, right? Everyone talks about what's the probability that I think this trade will work. I have no idea, but the green line, which is going to represent, we're back to a daily chart, represent my entry point. The red line would be my stop loss. And I think a reasonable target would be these prior highs. So I look at that and I just do this math. So if I'm wrong, I'll lose $3 a share. And if I'm right, I'll probably make around $9 a share. So then I look at that and I say, well, that's 3 times reward to my risk, because everything here is just a probability, right? If I can be right half the time or even a little bit less half the time, but when I'm right, I can make 3 times as much as when I'm wrong, then that's a trade that I should take.
Is a time frame that would work best with something like this? I mean, this is an indicator obviously you can apply to any time frame across the board. If there was a time frame that you would maybe recommend for something like this, is it the higher time frames where you get less, obviously, occurrences of this type of move, or can people look at 5-minute charts, 10-minute, 15-minute charts as well?
Yeah, we have one of the people that we're actually developing this for is exclusively a day trader. So he looks at it on 1-minute and 10-minute charts. I would say anything that you apply a moving average to, because this is just the distance between 2 moving averages, you can apply it to. But I know people already at Trade Ideas that are playing with this on a 1-minute chart, and they're looking for that high flyer of the day, the stock that's in the news and just rips from the opening price. And then they're waiting for it to come back into that cloud, show them some sort of support on a 1-minute chart, and then bounce off for intraday trades as well. And again, me and Neil talk about this all the time, and I love it. Trading is fractal. So what I'm talking about on a daily chart, I think a 1-minute chart for this strategy would work just as well.
Great stuff. Mr. Noss, have a great Monday. We'll see you again in a few hours after the close.
Talk to you then.
Yeah, great point, Michael. And then I love the fact that the trading is like that. When you say fractal, it just means that you can apply the same kind of patterns, same kind of ideas across the horizon, and they just repeat themselves. The only thing I would add to that is you do have to always make that distinction for liquidity when it comes to day trading versus swing trading. So like the example, because Crocs was the example, I would simply say, and most people will get this, is that Crocs it's a $146 stock. Hey, now Nvidia is kind of adjacent to it, right? So Nvidia is $120. Those two aren't going to have the same amount of liquidity on them. Like there's pretty much no chance that you're going to be able to trade the same lot size and get in and out on Crocs as you would Nvidia. So that would be the somewhat limiting factor, I would say, between trading things like Crocs for a swing trade and trying to apply it to a day trade. But when you're looking at those lower flow, those high flyers, your small cap names that are going, they're doing tens of millions of shares. So there's always going to be plenty of liquidity there. So we love those patterns. I find it hilarious when Michael's like, yeah, I thought Crocs would be a dead company. And then he sees, like, now he's got a kid. You look in daycares and they have them everywhere. I feel like that's one of those realizations. I'm a Crocs guy. Like, I've always had a pair of Crocs. But it wasn't until I saw kids in them as much. And they start going to activities. On my daughter's baseball team, before the kids change into their cleats, half of them are wearing Crocs to the game, and then they're changing into the baseball spikes. It's like they're a good product, but it's also a great looking chart.
Yeah, Crocs is pretty good there. 8.5% short float. Yeah, not a bad name, not a bad name. Apple makes a little bit of a dip down there as well, into the 50s. I'm trying to buy some more 50s here. I'm on this bid all the way down in. So let's see what happens here with the market. It looks like it's trying to fade out just a little bit right now. Yeah, I want to definitely be buying any dips there in Apple today. And then, of course, we have the post-split of Nvidia coming into 120 and change. I was just talking with Wayne there. I like 118. Again, on the sticky note today for 118 down there on Nvidia. I like that price. And I think that today, already 6 million shares, now $120 name. I mean, stock split 10-1. So now you have some, now you don't. We'll wait to see if people come in today and start to sell some of the shares that they have. So again, Nvidia continues to work out here and looks like it wants to go higher. I'm buying this name at 118.
All right, a few other things moving around here. DSY, a couple of people just mentioning, popping up once again on a volume scanner here in front of me. We'll check into that. A few smaller names. There's this HOVR that's up significantly. That DSY, BNRG, RRPROK as well, another one moving around. Those are the highest on the volume scale of things. PROK, another small cap, just popping up here in front of me as well. But Apple on a downtick here again, 1 o'clock. Keep in mind, Wednesday, guys, going to be a monstrous day. CPI at 8:30, and then FOMC at 2 p.m. We'll obviously not get any move as far as the Fed is concerned, but lots of expectations on the potential for comments from Fed Chair Powell coming off, remember, not 1 but 2 central bank cuts in Canada and the EU last week.
Yeah, and well, there's actually, our markets are slightly down, like 0.16, but there's a heck of a lot going on in Europe if you're paying attention to it with the elections. And snap elections going to happen in a couple of countries. And then you had a big shift of power, I guess, over in Paris. But here, things are relatively quiet after what was a Jekyll and Hyde Friday. Like Friday was, if you looked at what happened into the NASDAQ on Friday, it was like, oh, well, let's break the highs, make some lows, and then go back to the highs. And well, let's check out those lows again because we don't want them to be lonely. It was just an absolute seesaw kind of day, which is great for day trading because you get these big, long trends of which there were essentially just the long in the morning and the short in the afternoon. If you're really fortunate in the pre-market to have caught a short, fantastic, and all well and good. That said, the pattern is a little bit bearish off of that 1911 and now testing the 19,000 level. So that's what I'd be concerned about. Apple's strong, Nvidia post-split, we'll see. That's actually trading to the downside right now. So there is some concern that we could lose this 19,000. So I don't want to be wrapped up in euphoria thinking, hey, Apple's up, so the market's going to go up at this moment. A lot of names are teetering on the precipice of, I'd say, pretty significant levels to break. One of them, like Meta, $490. Meta rejected $500 on Thursday, or was it Thursday? Yeah, it was Thursday, and then on Friday it was short underneath, like it was like $499. It couldn't break the 500 again. So Meta breaking 490 has a bit of a gap into the downside that you got to be able to watch out for. We talked about on Friday Microsoft, which it had a bit of a failed break as well. And a lot of stocks will look like this because we failed that high, but it got to 425, broke it several times, couldn't take that extra dollar higher, and you kind of have a head and shoulders there. So you want to keep an eye on some of these bigger names that did reject big highs on Friday. If they all start doing the same thing, well, there's going to be some short opportunities, specifically in the market, in the NASDAQ. We're not holding on to 19,000 if Meta loses that support level. If Microsoft breaks down into the 420, it doesn't really matter about WWDC if some of the other names are all looking weak.
Look, I think today what everyone's going to want to trade is going to be GameStop and AMC. And I just feel like there are going to be lots of opportunities in these names again. So, we saw this on Friday. It was a great opportunity. And as Brendan said, it was so exciting. And I was so hyped up once 12:30 hit and we started to see the sort of his pre-show sort of start to come in. I think that was so awesome. And then he came in there looking like a fool, all dressed up and beat up in the chair. I thought that was great as well. And then just basically said absolutely nothing, showed his position. So I don't know what we expect this guy to say, honestly. I mean, he actually talked about all the movie tweets, and then today he has that other one there. We talked about it a little bit. I can call it up here. Roaring Kitty. He actually comes up on my timeline now because I keep, looking for it. But here it is right here. And then there's what we're talking about from Dark Knight there. And there is that cat, not in a hat, but looks like the headless there. So, well, that's head. I don't know where the body is. But right there. So we'll have to see what exactly this is all meaning. I don't think it means anything. And I think the proper thing to do here is find my chart so I can show it to you again. There it is right here. Is it? No, my chart has disappeared, so that's not going to be good right now. But at the end of the day, I still think GameStop's a buy here. I think you got to be patient with it. We just paid for shorts. They're very, very cheap, very easy to borrow. GameStop down near $27. Let's be patient with it. Already 6 million shares. I like the stock. Remember, the expiry of these contracts, I believe, is last Friday in June, I believe. I'll find that out, but you guys in the chat would know. So still a couple weeks to go here, holding on to these calls for Keith Gill.
Yeah, it's going to be another wild week, I'm sure, for both of those. AMC, I just saw significant volume once again this morning as well. Not a lot in the way of price action. You and I were just talking Planet Fitness with a, I don't know why I was excited about that, but with a nice upgrade here this morning, $72. This thing kind of stuck in a range. This is a weekly chart, actually, so if you zoom way, 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 way out, it's been stuck in a range all the way back to 2021, 2020, but I think it was Truist this morning Jefferies raising to a buy here for PLNT.
And a significant premium, $62 was the previous price target, now 100, so almost a 40% premium there. I was just, joking with Brendo off camera that, it wasn't the cool gym, but now I'm starting to realize, as I see stuff online, that things are changing a little bit. They are trying to change their culture because it was very limiting. They only wanted a certain type of individual working out there, not others. Yeah. At least that's how it was viewed, in popular media, and so I think that's changing.
I mean, there's one literally right down the street here. That's every time I walk by it, it's always very busy. So, anyways, all right, let's have a look at the overall market here as we get going towards the open on a Monday.
53.56, guys. So we close above that 50-point technical resistance level. So to the high side, let's go ahead and say this consolidation top that we put in over the last few days, 53.75 as resistance. As support, if we can hold 53.50, we're below it right now. If we can't, this is the level right here, this 53.10. That is the base that we trended at for a few days.
All right, it's day number 1 for Nvidia post-split. If you haven't done so, go to the website, tradertv.live, enter your email address in the pop-up, and then you get the watch list sent right to your inbox every single day. Nvidia post-split for the first time this morning, trading down, however, for the 3rd day in a row, now below 120 here, coming back into this pre-market support.
Yeah, and basically analyst firm TD Cowen looking and saying, that their previous target or their current target now $140, reflecting the new adjusted price of it. There was a lot of research done by some of these companies, basically saying, Goldman Sachs saying of the analysis of 45 Russell 1000 stock splits since 2019 showed a typical increase of about 4% the week following, but no significant price moves subsequent to that week. So, just some data points to keep in mind because there's nothing really fundamentally has changed about the company.
Yeah, I was reading a note on the weekend that quoted Elon was congratulating Jensen on the 3 trillion milestone, but it was essentially saying there's 10x potential still in Nvidia at this point, regardless of the split. So. What are we looking at here, guys, as far as the trade setup potentially here for Nvidia?
Look, for me, it's pretty simple. We have it written down here on our sticky note today, and it's a pretty simple one. I like the long on a dip. I mean, I wrote down 118 right there, just in case it drops post-split. I think it's already been sort of juiced up here. We've talked about kind of the run that it's had already. So I like the stock, but I think it might be a little bit overheated. Our charts will need to get updated post-split, so you're not going to see the 119. I'm just loading up my e-signal, which will be able to have a little bit more details on this trade. But again, remember, I think there's so much of that run that has happened here in Nvidia was because of the split and the fact that we'd be able to come in here, see this thing around $100, get really excited to trade it. And then some of us that may be a little bit, here, I gotta get rid of this, that might be a little bit, uneducated about how stock splits work, might have thought that this was somehow changing, its price to earnings or anything like that. Well, I mean, this is 118. We were just here. This is that 180 level. Remember, we kept bouncing off 1180, 1184, 1185, things like that. So now these are the levels that I think we're going to try to get back into. So this is probably one of the best names to buy on any dips. I do feel the market's going to be coming back at some point, and it might be happening right now with Nvidia. Just broke 120, so let's see if it gets into this 118. I think it's a pretty good buy there. Whether or not it gets there quickly, I don't know how it's going to trade out off the open, but I know I want to be long Nvidia today. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look, we'll have AMD obviously talking about that later. We just bought some more Apple as well on that dip. Apple just dipped into the 50s. We said we want to get that down there. So we put some more on. We're long here at 66 on Apple. But yeah, Nvidia's a long for me down at 118. I think you gotta try to play that.
Yeah, the easiest thing about Nvidia is even with our charts that don't necessarily split adjust, well, it's 10 for 1, so the math becomes really easy to you can look at all the old levels, and I don't want to change any of that. It spent 2 days with a 120, so a 12.2 top and an 1180 bottom. So when we were trading above 120, my first thought was, hey, I still respect the 120, what I'm going to call the 122 level or 122.5 level, which was 12.25 last week. So if we cannot break that, I think you can still be in the sell the news phase for Nvidia. It was the way that this rejected 1250 and then that same lower high, that's a significant resistance level. So I'm anticipating a whole lot. And I remember this with, this is a bigger deal than when Amazon did, but I do remember this with Amazon, that it was a bit of an inside day. And I think a lot of people considered it boring the first day after the split. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that exact same thing. It had a couple of days where the big range was $40. That's 3.5%. If it does that today, if you consider that boring, I don't. I think you can trade that range today on Nvidia. AMD, like Sean said, we'll get to the AMD downgrade because I think that's in a totally different bucket as well. And I don't want to ignore the relationship the two have had recently, where especially early on, if one's going one way, oftentimes the other is going the other. So keep that in mind when you're trading Nvidia and AMD. I think you could see that again. But I am willing to short this one up here at that 122.5. But with the 120 break, clearly you're much closer to support than you are that resistance level, which is further and further away as we speak.
Apple green on the morning here to start things off. Bit of a downtick right now. It's 0.3% right now, just holding below 198. 1 o'clock this afternoon. There's a lot of software-related updates that are expected here on the iOS side of things across basically all devices, including I just saw already Vision OS 2. Yep. That didn't take too long to get one of those coming through. ChatGPT, we heard about this going back a week or so ago, the potential of a deal between OpenAI and Apple going on to these new devices as well. So we'll watch out for that. And then it's just AI, and more AI.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's all we've been waiting for. They've been so secretive about their AI plans, contrary to most of these other Mag 7 companies. All right, so I'll just look over what Daniel Ives of Wedbush said about this upcoming Apple event. He's been one of the most vocal proponents for Apple during a time where you didn't hear too much positivity coming up from these analysts. So WWDC will mark a turning point, ignite AI-driven growth for iPhones and Apple services. He says he believes the developer tools that are going to be announced today are mostly going to be focused on AI. He expects also an AI-based apps, maybe even an app store. He's predicting, again, like I mentioned this morning, an iPhone super upgrade cycle, much like the iPhone 6. And he's looking at an ambitious price target here, Brendo, $275. He's got a PT on this one.
1 o'clock, again, if you haven't been through one of these events before, 1 o'clock we'll get Tim Cook and the keynote address. It's long, typically at least a couple of hours, if not longer. So strap in this afternoon. Apple could get pretty volatile.
We've seen it before. Like, when you get that event, like the wicks that will happen almost immediately when the algos start having their fun with things. It can be wild. So like I said, I'm treating this as like almost 2 separate days for Apple. There's going into 1 o'clock, and then there's like during the event. You could almost call it 3, but it's after the event starts. I am looking for a sell the news moment in the event. So that'll generally be like you get like a run up, and then there's a big hammer down. Look for continuation late in the afternoon if that is the case. Just because we've seen it happen and it's been successful in the past. Until then, it's been trend up. It broke out late in the day on Friday. It actually took out the week's high. Very, very late, like right at the end of the day, and then closed up at that top. I just want to play support into resistance, or resistance into support in this particular case. So that 197 was technically the high. You had 196.5, which was that top before it. That's the zone I want to be long in front of on a dip buy. All bets are off at 1. Like if the stock is up 2%, like it could be up 2% at 1 o'clock, and even if it does a spike, I'll be looking for some kind of a curl after 1 o'clock. But until then, be looking to buy some dips here in Apple. That $200 mark is certainly in play. I want to respect the fact that it is very close to some all-time highs in there, at least fresh highs at the 200. So if it does get to that level, and there's like gigantic size on the 200 level, I've been unwilling to do anything but take breakouts at levels like that. But if Apple's got millions on the offer at 200, I think I'd be willing to scalp it. I think not shorting some of these big levels when they get there, at least the first time through, has been a missed opportunity. And I feel like Apple is one that, if it gets to like 99, 95, I think I'd be on the offer trying to short it.
All right, we're already long right now, Apple at 197.60. The market's coming down. This is always the problem when we took this trade, is that the market was starting to go downside. It's been down now for about an hour or so when we started to break here, about 45 minutes. So, that's sort of started this move down. So we'll have to wait to see if the NASDAQ wants to hold 19,000. I mean, that's right where we are right now. So look, I think Apple's a great long into here, but the good thing about this trade is, of course, is we have lots of opportunities to get out. We wrote down 197 as our area of support. We can clearly see that if this breaks this 196, 195.75 or so. I don't like to hold anything past a 50-period moving average. So right here on the 20, I'm not going to use it now on the 1 because we're way underneath it, so it doesn't really matter. But let's give this to the 20-period moving 20-minute chart. That's down here at 196. Feel like we should be able to hold that. So we have some more bids down here at 197. We'll get longer on Apple, and then hopefully we'll be able to ride it to the north side here for the rest of the day. So again, pretty risky heading it into 1 o'clock. But after that, we'll be out, and then we'll see what happens with Apple. I think it's one of the best longs out there. How's it going?
Let's go on to GameStop here. Back to the upside right now, trying to hold on to 29. Coming off what happened on Friday, we talked about it a couple times here, that live stream from Roaring Kitty. There's a whole bunch to do about nothing, really. A couple of positive notes this morning from analysts, including a price target increase today for GameStop.
It is, and it's a decent one, Brendo, from 7 to 13.5, almost doubling it. That comes vis-a-vis Wedbush. Look, on the stream that we covered live on the midday show on how to trade, Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, reiterated his view that GameStop has turnaround potential under CEO Ryan Cohen. He didn't give any specifics with respect to that. He did have the largest audience for his live stream. 924,000 people viewed this video.
Absolutely crazy.
Up from the 714,000 that he had max last time. So good look for him. We'll have to keep on watch on GameStop to see if it moves today.
It was insane. There was, at one point, it was 650,000 people waiting before it even started for that live stream. So unreal numbers anyways for YouTube. GME guys, is there a trade here today?
Well, it's going to move, so there's always a trade. So the good thing about a stock that halts as many times as it did and it had that live event is you really got to put in some pretty big levels. Like that 30, like when the stream started, or sorry, didn't start, I should say, was resisting 38.5. When it did start, you had the exact same top that it turned around. So that's a big one. And then this little bottom in here where it tried an up halt, it rejected 32.5, which was the previous support. If it's not breaking 32.5, the only level is that $26 bottom. Like if you're not breaking out, you're not squeezing. So without a break of 32.5, I think it can be faded underneath there. If it does break that level, you got plenty of room to the 38.5 level as well. So I think that gap to that gap was a fantastic opportunity But if you're not breaking 32.5, you've just got to be patient with it. We talked about the significance of 26. You know, with the fact that it dipped off that price and that also happened to be the last support level it had on the way up, makes some sense. So I think you got to be patient, wait for the key price levels. If it starts going into, there's no catalyst today that if it goes into an up halt, I'm just going to jump on the bid like I was trying to do at the open, like everybody was trying to do at the open on Friday. So I'm not doing any of that kind of a game. That was a one-shot deal. It would have been fantastic if we'd actually gotten the fill, but I'm not looking to get into any halt trades on GameStop. Like always, if it does make a big flush to the downside, I will look over at things like AMC and BlackBerry for potential fades. You can play it in both directions. Like if GameStop does go in an up halt unexpectedly, maybe there's an available breakout above 510 on AMC. It's just a matter of flipping there really quickly in case I've missed a trade in GameStop.
Look, I paid for shorts on GameStop here today, but I want to go long, obviously. We're going to be down here at $27. We talked about that. Thing is like, look, he could flip back on at any moment, go live, and then, next thing you know, the stock could start to go crazy again. So I think it's one of those things where you got to keep your ear to the ground on it. But let's not just focus on the fact that this guy's doing, thank you, Randy, more and more live streams. Thank you, Mr. Randy, for that. The thing about it is, too, they just diluted their stock with 75 million. Remember, we talked about that. So the balance sheet getting worse for GameStop. Plus, they did have a little bit of cash on hand, over $2 billion. So that could be something as well. But the stock was rocking, then they come out with the earnings, which were worse than expected, and the dilution of shares. So, I mean, if this stock didn't have Roaring Kitty behind it, I don't know where it would be, but it does, so we have to trade it like that. So $25 or so, Randy. I know you're probably holding long on some GameStop, so no, not at all. Okay, yeah, more of a value investor over here. But yeah, $27 I think is a decent bottom there for GME. But anyways, you had a good weekend? You were up north? Bugs were fine, or?
Bugs were fine. The rain
Okay. Yeah, I know. It kept raining and raining and raining. We had.
It could have been worse, actually.
Yeah, we had one game rained out, but a couple of practices got in there. So there we go. Randy to the moon, people are saying. So that's good. Yeah, let's go with GameStop. I mean, that's the plan of action. I'm already bidding 27, so let's get ready to rock and roll.
Just noting Love here, Southwest, just popping back up in front of me again. It's all the way back to, I guess, beginning of April, middle of April levels here. 29.80, 29.90 pre-market. Elliott disclosing a 1.8 billion or 1.9 billion stake in Southwest Airlines. So a nice gap for Love this morning. Yeah, let's talk some AMD to the downside today. And this comes back to this AI race at the end of the day. A couple of cautionary notes really last week as well, not necessarily on AMD specifically, but on the space itself, saying at some point, it's going to even itself out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. And Nvidia's market share, likely to get eaten into as more people come into the competition with them. And this one, AMD specifically looking to compete with Nvidia. They forecasted about $4 billion worth of revenue from AI-related chips, but their stock price really reflected more like $6 billion, which caused Morgan Stanley to kind of give them a bit of a downgrade, downgrading it to equal weight. And actually, they're actually championing a different horse. They're looking at Broadcom. They're saying Broadcom stands to make a bit better of a move than AMD, and it's not as aggressively priced. Look at the EPS of AMD, it's very high. So they're giving Broadcom the nod here and assigning a new price target for it at $16.58, Brenda.
Just seeing AMD going to present at a conference this week as well. It's nothing major, but if you zoom out a little bit on AMD, go out a couple of weeks or so, we're just back to the bottom end of the range here, really, guys, just chopping around.
And the thing to consider for volume, like now that they're similarly priced, you can look at AMD as being maybe at best like a quarter of the relative volume of Nvidia when you adjust for price. That notional number, it's a stark difference. That said, I mean AMD's movement has been spectacular from a volatility standpoint each and every day. And when I sat down, I felt like there was a better likelihood that you could have traded off of like 68 and 69, like you could have been breaking back out. It was slightly trending, getting through that 64 level, and I thought if we were holding that support level, this is going to be a fade up there in those high 60s. But when I see this very clear, there's your 69 to 60 bottom, there's your top up there, 69 to 70 top. Like there's your $10 range. and I want to play, it's like an over-under for me. I've used that term before. If we're underneath 64, weak market, all that good stuff, stock has $4 worth of downside into a short. So when that 10 o'clock, that opening range hits, if AMD is rejecting 164, it's a short. If AMD is holding 164, it's a long. And I almost don't care what Nvidia is doing when it comes to AMD. There's been a big mistake, well, at least I'd say for myself, it's been a mistake sometimes to be in that whole, these are going to follow each other mode, and that just has not been true recently. You got to let them move on their own. AMD's got some obvious levels where it's a turn. It just cannot seem to get out of this range. We can talk about Tesla like this too. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to quickly go to Tesla because it's basically the same story for Tesla. It's a very distinct bottom, this 72.5 to 73. It's a very distinct rejection of anything at or above the 180 level recently. So when this stock does this little heartbeat like this, I think you just got to trade it respecting the range until otherwise. So I think AMD's in this bucket. I think Tesla's in this bucket. And I don't think you have to overcomplicate it. It does mean a lot of patience while it's diddling in the middle, and maybe you don't have trades off these at 9:30 because of it. But if you just wait around, sometimes it's the middle of the day, sometimes it's the afternoon. Maybe it is at the open on a big dip or a rip. Just wait for those levels. Man, Tesla, 72.5, 73, up here at the 80 level. Don't be afraid to play that mean reversion trade because it worked all last week on Tesla, and it's been working on AMD as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down here on this, 165 for AMD. So I think that we're going to try to go short there on any kind of a pop-up for advanced micro devices. That 165 was sort of the breaker spot there. That held on Friday. It held in the morning off that number. So I just kind of want to look back, try to find like a past reference point and just be like, you know what, let's see if we can break back above there. Down 3% today into a market that's flat. That's never a good sign, right? And then 65 held there. It held the day before. So let's short it back up into 165. Let's be patient and wait for it. AMD on the sticky note, the short at 165. I feel like we can't miss that, but we've shorted AMD and got run over before. So let's just be super, super patient because if the big dog goes down, then obviously AMD will follow it. So there's going to be two things working against AMD here. One, Nvidia breaking through 120. And if Nvidia goes to the downside, I like the 118 buy better than any sort of a buy here on AMD. 160 losing for AMD is going to be a problem for that stock as well. But again, just watch out to see what happens down there. News, there's been one little period, like it goes down, drops down $1 and keeps on making it back. I just think today with the downgrade and possible moves with Nvidia, I'm not sure we make it back. So let's wait to see what happens at 160. I know that's a little ways away, so I'd rather fade pops if they're available early, 165 short on advanced micro devices.
Very nice looking chart here, daily chart and even intraday here for CrowdStrike to start the week here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days in a row here, straight upside for Crowd. 5.8% this morning on the back of this announcement after the close on Friday, going into the S&P 500 along with KKR and GoDaddy, website hosting site GoDaddy, going into the S&P. So pretty active as well this morning.
Yeah, definitely, especially after the earnings. All three of those go into the S&P on June 24th, so be on the lookout for that. Yeah, the reason for the inclusion here being touted as improved financials, including a focusing on balancing growth and efficiency. Their price stock is expected to rise about 5.6%. Obviously, that's just options analysis there. And as you said, KKR and GoDaddy going in there as well. So we'll keep an eye on these three.
Yeah, relative volume speaking, pretty high so far today, guys. Any ideas here?
Actually, I have some ideas on Palantir. And I've sort of prefaced that when we started the show by saying, I wasn't sure initially why Palantir was down, then it kind of makes sense with Crowd and GoDaddy and KKR going in, and a lot of expectation was that, hey, Palantir would be next. It just means they have to wait at least around, and we'll see. Like maybe it's a quarter from now, maybe it's the end of the year, maybe it's next year. You never really know how these things play out. Great for CrowdStrike, good relative volume, although a decent portion of that has happened on some dark pool dumps. So it's good volume, but it's not overwhelming. It's already starting to drift back in here. I think 360 would be the key dip by level. 60, if you look at the daily chart as well, looking like a decent spot to fill in that gap. But I just look at this move in Palantir, and it's down 3.5%. The market's down as well. We're underneath that 19,000, and there's been a level, if you've been watching Palantir the last little bit, that's been rock solid right around the 21. So if we do end up with a really big down day, that would be, it's a perfect setup because it would be down 10% at 21. That's unlikely, but that's a 100% I'd be long 21 if we got there. But I'm looking for dip buys in Palantir. If the reason this is down, I know it's a weak market, is because they're not getting included right now, then ultimately that's not that big of a deal in the long term. So I think there will be buyers of this stock today, and I look at 22 even, I look at all these key levels going back last week. I'll zoom in a little more so you can see. Like you had the 22, which was a good close, and then dip support. Then you have down here like 21.65, that support level. And then you have a key close here at 21.25 into the 21. So on dips, I'm looking for all of these support levels that came in, specifically on the 4th and then the 5th as dip buys for Palantir, just anticipating that they might oversell this on disappointment that they didn't get the ad and Crowd, GoDaddy, and KKR did.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting day for Palantir. Could drop into some of those levels for sure. Look, CrowdStrike again wins again. I mean, we talked about this live on the recap show when it was down here at 280, and then we had Brian Shannon on. I go, Brian, this is a buy down here at 280, 290. Now it's almost $100 higher than that, and that was 5 or 6 days ago. So join me this Tuesday in 2 days where we will have Brian back on the show, and I'm sure he'll mention that buy there on CrowdStrike. Congratulations, anybody that has this. A pullback into VWAP is what we want to trade. So it's coming in right now. Let's see if VWAP wants to hold this 366 for longs on CrowdStrike. But again, huge move. I still stay long. We were watching Uber. We were watching Tesla. All these names that kept getting added to different indexes, they just kept flying for a minute. So I still feel like that's something that's going to happen here to CrowdStrike. It's too bad it's so expensive. This will be one of the next names to split, CrowdStrike. I feel like there's a lot of catalysts here to buy. I'd be long CrowdStrike, and I think we'll try to do that today. Just got to wait for the price. So, it's going to be a fun one to go. Little less shares, bigger moves happening on CRWD. Feel like it's one of the best, if not the best now, name in the space, taking over PanW. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk with Sharif.
Guys, today we're talking about those lesser known continuation patterns on how to trade. Make sure to catch that at 11 with Obi and I today. Adair's still on vacation at 11, Brendo.
Yeah, enjoying weekend. Hope she is. Anyway, she'll be back with us tomorrow. There's actually a couple here. I was just noting Adobe downside pre-market as well. Melius analysts downgrading to a hold on quote-unquote tough competition for Adobe. And then there's also TD Cowen cutting their price target on Adobe as well. So gapping back to basically where it started on Friday here for Adobe.
I saw a lot of videos on my favorite social media platform, TikTok, the other day that people were really complaining about their updated terms of service. Apparently now they're going to be able to go into your saved documents, pictures, videos that are saved on their cloud and train their AI data set off it, Brendo. That's causing a lot of ire with some online creators.
Yeah, there's a lot more options out there for all of these products at this point as well.
Yeah, they were they were having to respond to a lot of criticism, Adobe out there. It's not like this stock feels like one that when it gets out of this little malaise, it's going to be good, but the trend has been doing the wrong thing. Like there's your 50. You've been hugging it and rejecting it since earnings, and every single tick of that 50, we just got some Apple at 925, probably has some bounces starting to come out there. But yeah, any tick into the 50 period just feels like a sell till it's not on Adobe, unfortunately. So not a very good look for them. It is what it is. I wanted to quickly mention Southwest here because CrowdStrike. Elliott Capital disclosing a stake in Southwest does look like it's rejected the 30 level, at least pre-market. You can see on the daily, any break and hold in the open market above 30, I think is going to be a good one. Certainly a good stock in terms of what it just did the last couple of weeks. There's a huge hold of like 25 and then trend up, consolidation, trying to break trend. So above 30 looks solid. Didn't really think you'd have a chance to get resistance into support at that 28.5 and that 200 period moving average on the daily, but that would be a good spot for a dip buy in Southwest. So Elliott Management declaring a stake or disclosing a stake in SUV or LEV. It was up 10%, starting to fill the gap back in. Here is Southwest. So that's very, very much in play. Good volume, 1.5 million pre-market already.
All right, so yeah, Apple came in. That's good. We got with some more 197s. We'll see what happens here on those imbalances. So let's have a quick little look to see. So Nvidia comes huge with a buy, and that thing just rips straight up to the upside there. So here's Nvidia. Zoom in a little bit. So it was down to that 119 level. We called 118. It looks like 119 is what wants to hold for Nvidia right now. Palantir with a sell, but really pretty lame right now off the open. There isn't too many stocks that are on here as well. ZM, Zoom is going to be there. There's Palantir. We talked about that. FFIE, a name to watch if and when these names start to go a little bit crazy. GameStop and AMC here. There's AMC with a bid. I said GameStop, but I don't see it. It's just AMC right here. So, oh, there's GameStop. My bad. There it is. 400,000 to buy. So, nice little bid there happening for GME. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited heading into the open. We'll see what winds up happening with some of these stocks, both AMC and GME, both with buys to start the day. And then the only position that we have is Apple coming in a little bit right now. So we'll see. Downside there. There's always a risk when you take, obviously, positions in the pre-market. I don't know if we actually flushed into the 70s there or not. We may have done that. So we'll wait to see what happens now with Apple trying to breaking through 197.
That was fugazi.
Yeah, okay, that didn't happen. That's okay. That doesn't really matter anyway. It's probably going to get down there now. So here it comes. There it is. So there's the break, and here's the move lower on Apple to start your day. And Apple a day does not keep WWDC away because that is happening today.
You need to have a banana as well.
We'll wait to see. I already had my banana
apple
today.
and
yeah,
a banana.
Yeah, the banana's already
Actually, I stole the banana.
There. 196, 195 for Apple. Yeah, that's what we're waiting for. 196 flat.
Yeah, 196 halves might get taken out at the open. That's the level that I liked it into. So I don't like punching up pre-market. But if it breaks like 40s, I'm going to jump out. I did want to mention, we talked about 70,000 last week a lot on Bitcoin. So we're underneath there. Could press back into that 70,000. If we get a break of 70, I want to look for a Coinbase long. This is like one of those, I'm not really that interested unless we're trending back in to the upside. So if we do break 70, I would anticipate we've held 240 on Coinbase, which is key support, as you can see. And if that happens, I'd just be looking for longs. Back in, either break in 250 or back up to the top. So Coinbase pulled back 10%. It's actually a 10% pullback from the highs on Thursday and Friday already. So if we can bounce through 70,000, I'd be looking for Coinbase long specifically. If we never do, the stock actually might end up being short, but it's not the first place I'm going to be going to. Nvidia on that big shot to the upside, 120 half, I think it got to. Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, went to the downside. So remember what we said. These stocks have this weird tendency to not follow each other recently. So AMD goes down, Nvidia goes up. If Nvidia starts flying, I think you get a chance for that move into 160 on AMD, which has been a good support level for the last couple of weeks. We mentioned Tesla, just want to play the inside of the range there. Apple, if it can hold 196 half, great. I don't mind getting out and getting back into that name specifically. And then do not forget about GameStop. I'm not anticipating any kind of a halt off the open. If it does, I might react in AMC or something, but 26, the big key level for me on the dip. As we're about to get that bell ring in less than 10 seconds, I have no idea who's gonna ring it. Oh, the man himself is running to ring the opening bell. That'll be Brendan. Let's get this Monday started. WWDC day in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Brendo.
All right, here we go. Yeah, WWDC day starts Apple with a nice little move back to the upside right here, but it's still just flying around. Apple goes downside. It just touched 197.30. We could have got out for flat plus
that was insane.
On that one, but here it comes. Pulling back in for Apple. Let's see what winds up happening now. 196.50 level now for AAPL. Little bit of a dip down. We're still waiting for a little bit lower than this, but hey, if it wants to move back up, we're all here for that. A quick little look on Nvidia, 120 and change, sort of as expected. GameStop just doing its dance around here as well at $29. So GameStop dips down into 28 and change. Now we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with GME. obviously on our mind here today. But Apple's a big trade, the biggest one here. Let's wait to see what happens with AAPL.
Yeah, that Nvidia is just flashing all over the place. Jimmy not really doing a heck of a lot. We said crowd could be an interesting dip buy. No, it can't. Want to know why it's not dip buy? Because it's already through the top. 7% to the upside on CrowdStrike. So I think you can stick a fork in that. Palantir not reacting with a sell. So if I go dip buy hunting, it might not be at that $22 level. Apple's still... I actually haven't seen Apple fly around like this. It went all the way down to 40s, right back up to 97s, and then right back into the bottom. I haven't gotten a refill at 196.5 just yet, but Apple now starting to catch a solid bid. GameStop's coming down, and Nvidia now actually starting to accelerate to the downside.
Yeah, we've got a big trade again here on Nvidia. We punched a 120 short, so there it is right there, man. We're just flying again here today. Nvidia short, Apple long. There's the short on Nvidia. There's some covers down into the 50s. So again, I don't necessarily want to be super short this name. We're out of half already. Let's put something else on the bid here at 65s. Or in the 60s, I think we went to 65, and see what winds up happening. Again, that was just an early flush there on Nvidia through $20. So take advantage of that move down. Here it comes flying back up. I think the out could be 121. I mean, we haven't really gotten up to that level yet. So if that's an L there at 121, that's fine. I mean, I think Nvidia is not a name we want to be short for very long. Just trying to play some of that momentum back down, of course. And then Apple still can't get going either. We just took some more bids down there at 196.50. This could be a disaster one there for Apple. There goes Nvidia flying to the high side again. So yeah, just very dangerous here early on Nvidia.
Is that a real? Oh my goodness! I was just getting a reload into Apple. That is a real wick. A 121.25.
Oh, yeah.
So remember, you can just do the divisions for the key levels. Like if you know 121.15 was or 12.15 was a big level, you just do that simple like get rid of a zero kind of math, which does make sense. I wanted to look to short some pops in here. There's a refresher at 121 even. If it fails this level, I'm looking for a curl. Brendo?
Early strength in retail, guys. Walmart did gap higher. It did test 67.40, straight back downside though. JP Morgan with an upgrade this morning for Walmart.
All right, cool. We'll watch out for Walmart. Here comes Nvidia right back downside. We did average into the short, but again, it's just a flat trade right now for us on Nvidia as it does go up to 121 and we take some more short there. So it's a 50-cent winner off the reload right now for Nvidia. And again, just trying to wait to see what happens with Apple. I mean, I still like the story here. We talked about WWDC coming through today. So yeah, man, I like the stock. I like the story. Let's see if it wants to work. We did get a nice little bid down there. But again, we're trying to see if we can hold on for a bigger move. I mean, these futures got to hold 19. You know, if they don't hold 19, that's a problem. It's a nice move all the way back, but we're still waiting to see, you know, is there more news coming? Is there something happening here with Apple today? All right, come on, Nvidia, you can do it, man. Let's bring the pain. All right, back. There we go. That's a nice trade. That's for, honestly, we just shorted that up there on that 121. So let's just try to take advantage of it. And the reason why I'm saying like it's a nice trade is that it's moving $1.50 at a time. We have the top. We'll take $1 on that top piece and even a little bit more than that. So there it comes. Look, right back out again. So you got to take advantage, man. The best price we got there was only 120.13. Let's put some more at the 50 period.
Yeah, 121 is definitely resistance on this, and as long as it plays that range, we're going to go back and forth. AMD is about to get to us. We'll get from that. Sean's in the same trade, so I'm not going to go over it too much there. But AMD... might have been too late. It didn't quite break 161 to get a long off 160. It tagged 161 exactly, it looks like. So a big bounce there, both in the market and in AMD. We might have missed an opportunity there. I'm just going to go over to Tesla. That's still trading inside the range. Do not want to fight and test around with Tesla. GameStop, turns out the open was a sell, so that $26 level incoming. We're at 27.5. We're a stone's throw away. 26 was the bottom multiple times. Not just Friday, but go back to the 5th, or I think it was. Just go back to last week. 26, big level. I think you're about to test it on GameStop any minute now. Looks like it's going to be a big one.
All right, so as of right now, we talked about this. Congratulations on CrowdStrike. I mean, we talked about this one having the legs, the chance to just continue to go for days. So there it goes, man. CrowdStrike with the inclusion. Great trade, breaking that top. That was a great top level break there of 372 and change. So, you know, we've seen it happen, and there it goes again. It's CrowdStrike, and it's fantastic. Nice move to the upside. All right, so we're now just again refused to break. This time we got a 120 flat fill, 120.06 there on Nvidia, and as it goes right back up to the upside, we're going to get stopped out at that day's high. So we'll see what winds up happening there on Nvidia, and then unfortunately Apple just keeps on doing absolutely nothing. So we'll have to wait on that one. All right, let's go back over to GameStop right now. I mean, that's what people are looking for. So let's go over to it and see. All right, we're down to 27,
almost there.
27.50. So yeah, I mean, we could take a little bit of a shot here on GameStop if we wanted to. We are already bidding 27.25. So if we can get back into that area, I think that would be worth it for a little bit of a trade there on GME. I mean, it hasn't halted yet. It could halt if it really gets going right now, because it has been a straight downside move for GameStop. Now down. It was up, what, 7 or 8% at one point. Now down 2%. Looking to hold this level on Friday. That monster wick down there that happened at about 2:30 was 26 flat. I think it could probably hold until a 26 or so break on that one. Apple's getting spicy down to 196 again.
It just bounced off the quarters, Apple, anyways. So it looks like it's going deeper into that dip. You got 195.5 as well. That's going to be a support level, but it just saw the even dollar and made a bit of a bounce. If we get back to previous close, that's 196.80. I think that's a scalpable level, and we'll take a little bit out there. But it is starting to get a little bit heavy. GME isn't at that 26 yet, so I'm not jumping on the bid, but I think we're getting pretty darn close to wanting to exercise that long. Nvidia as well, starting to show a little bit of pep above that 120 level. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to zoom in the charts, so you guys, sorry about that. It's just our charts, that's how they are. So bouncing off VWAP and showing some pep. I'm on the offer trying to get more at 90. I'm going to cancel that. If we get back to the top, I think we want to look for that 120.90, 121 even level. Just give it a little bit more to that high. AMD still trend down. I want to give it a chance to get into 160 and not jump too far out in front of this. When Nvidia is going up, AMD tends to be going to the downside, so I want to wait for that 160. Don't want to get in too early on AMD. It is falling, down 3.5%. Palantir, a bit of a nothing burger. You know, I thought maybe we'd head to the downside, and then they get exuberant selling that one off. And they are not selling Palantir. So I guess they were pretty smart about it, the market.
Yep, exactly. All right, so what's up, Chef Joe? Yeah, look, we're trying to capture some of this profit here on Nvidia, but I don't know if it gets to that 118 you mentioned about that. MLGO halted right now. All right, 119.80. I mean, that's been the bottom. We just got out there again. So far, so good on this one. There's GameStop. We are now long on GameStop into this level. So here we go. Let's see what happens now. 27.25 long right now on GameStop. We'll see. Our out's going to be in and around that 26 area. Let's just hope it doesn't halt before we get down to there. It looks like we may do that, though, as here goes GameStop trying to pull rank and break down through this 27 area. So again, we'll put a stop. Breaking through 26 is the quits level for me on GME.
Speaking of quits, that move to the upside in Bitcoin is already happening. They did not go quits. There's your reverse at 240. Bitcoin's not at 70,000, but that's like a yet thing. It's like $400 away. So looking for a move. We said long off 240 if we did get that bounce in Bitcoin. So, you know, already happened on Coinbase. Going to look for some lower highs in here. VWAP stands at 244. Apple's got to be the concern now because your 196 is incoming. So we'll look for Coinbase on dips. If 70,000 goes, we might have to take a breakout trade on Coinbase as we are getting very close. But there goes 196 on Apple. I'm slapping the fail. But we've still got hours until the event. So if it makes a bounce, there's a couple of levels left. 195.5 afternoon support on Friday. Brendo?
Little one, OPR. I mean, it's not terribly small, but 80 million market cap here. OPRA, Opera moving significantly higher to 17. I just went back to May. They actually announced a deal with Google Cloud back in May for this company, but some speculation floating around suggesting this company will have something to do with Apple's WWDC coming up later today.
Okay, that'll be interesting. Yeah, I think that's going to be another couple of plays that you can make on that, right? Is try to figure out what companies are involved. Like, is there going to be an Adobe story there? Is there going to be something else involved at all? And that's the thing about them changing over some of their photoshopping and whatnot, you know, to make it so much easier to crop and to do AI and to do all these things. Like, that's, to me, is really something that Apple's going to have to show about, right? So we're still long Apple here. Let's see what winds up happening. You know, we like this 196 level, so we're long at too early, 196.70. You know, we started the bidding early on Apple. We actually weren't able to get anything out except for the very beginning of the day. So, you know, trying to play long into WWDC has not worked out for us. And as we said, if it breaks lower, we can get out of this trade. I'm still trying to think about a longer take on this. But again, if we can get back up to 30 where we just stopped out of, we didn't stop out, but that's where the move stopped, then I feel like that would be something to get rid of a little bit of shares and then just see what winds up happening. I mean, if it moons from here, great, but I don't really see the catalyst for it to do that right now. I thought it would have gone going earlier than this. All right, GameStop, it was kind of like a starter position there. I mean, we learned our lesson on Friday not to like hammer into a lot of shares just on some sort of random prices, but 27 was the bottom for a minute. So now we'll wait to see. I mean, we sort of did this math there, and it's like, I'm using shares enough that if we break this 26 area, I'm just gonna punch out and it would be a hit, but something that's reasonable. So that's gonna be a level right there. If it breaks, then we'll get out. I mean, you could have your diamond hands and hold it forever, but until it halts, I don't really know the direction. I mean, the next sort of bottom area there, and if you zoom this in, you can see there is a lot of support down here. I mean, it's not like there's nothing from the other day. But then if you go back into the 4th, 5th, 6th earlier on last week, you do have 26 again holding, so that looks pretty good. So those are multiple levels and reasons why. And then after that gap, then you kind of go into like 24 and change, which is not nice. So like then you're like, okay, these are the areas that people potentially might throw in the towel. And then I wonder if it gets down even lower. But again, those of you that are all on the boards and all that kind of stuff will be able to know a little bit probably more about GameStop and what these posts and all that are going through. And then we'll wait ear to ground if there's another live stream or if something winds up happening there as well. So
there was rumors. I mean, I don't know. I'm like you said, other people have their ear to the ground better, but lots of people were expecting that there'd be another one in the future. He hinted at that, but I don't think it's imminent necessarily. I say him. You guys know we're talking about Roaring Kitty. So it's at 26.75. It's getting pretty close to the level I like. AMD just bounced off 61. I had a scalp long from one low to, it'll probably come out in a second here as script order is, okay, you know what? I'm punching out. Because to me, it already ran the stop. I had it at 80. I looked over. I'm like, oh, no, that was mispriced. So I see 75s. I'm just going to punch out. We had a dip by 161 into 161.40, scalped some, and then now you're breaking back down. I don't know why I still have a small amount of shares. Just punch out the rest. Apple regained 196. I'm going to get to AMD. I'm going to get to GameStop in just a quick second. So AMD continuing its hammer to the downside. It's a huge mistake on my part, and I'm going to use this possibly as a lesson of the day. I knew I liked the long in Palantir. I was only thinking about the fact that they were selling it on that CrowdStrike thing, and I wasn't willing to just look for different types of longs. That was a mistake. We'll correct that next time. If it's going to trend up, the breakout of the pre-market high was 22.70. A dip into VWAP looks pretty good there on Palantir. So I think I was very inflexible with how I wanted to get the long in Palantir off that CrowdStrike news. So here comes VWAP in. Want to see it bounce first and get it on the other end. Apple, I got out when it lost the 96 level, and then it wicked the bottom, jumped back in when it held 196 the second time through. Nvidia is getting pretty close to that pre-market low, so it's about to break down 119.20. If it gets to support, I'm jumping out. That's 18.5.
All right, here we go, man. It's Nvidia, and we are in this one, man. 121 short. We're just capturing more and more profits on this name. It's going to be obviously the biggest name here today, but I mean, we also have Apple on, which isn't working out for us too well. Let's put some more bids down there. There it is, man. Take some more out. Take some more out. I mean, the market is coming in a little bit to 19,000. Take advantage of this crash there on Nvidia, and that's exactly what we did. Now, calling it a crash, it's definitely not a crash, but this is a big move for me. with the share sizes that we have on. So we'll definitely take this, put Nvidia in the pocket, and see what winds up happening. All right, I didn't get that many shares long here on GameStop. I was waiting for 2740s for some reason. Sorry, 2640. Went down to 2650 and stopped. I thought I was at 2650, but doesn't matter. I just didn't get the shares there. I could have punched even longer there on GameStop. I mean, anybody could have. You had an unlimited amount of shares pretty much at any level for GameStop, especially when it's coming against you. So there's the reload there. It just goes up to 2730s. We're trying to hold on to this one just to see where it goes. But so far, so good there on GME, on the hold of 26 as we talked about it. So let's see if it goes. We're now in the money on GME as it continues to go upside. Big trades, obviously, as we talked about that on Nvidia, as it comes right into the close of the day again. So here we go. Let's see if GameStop wants to rock and roll just a little bit now, breaking back above 27. It just got going there on that candle. Let's see if 28 can hold for GME. Apple's about to come out because it's breaking below now. Like 195.50 is kind of where we thought we would get out. We just talked about getting some out on the top side, which we did when it came back to 30s. So we save a little bit of money there, make good money on Nvidia, but lose even better money on Apple. So watch out for that one, and we'll see if GameStop wants to hold above 27, getting close to getting punched out of Apple, breaking 195.50s.
Yeah, that last line in the sand is getting
yes,
awfully
Nvidia.
close. Nvidia is now
Here
down
we
through that
go.
119. I'm on the bid to take this 118 and a half. Into Palantir on the dip off of VWAP. We said we had to adjust our plan of action on Palantir because, you know, quite frankly, Palantir didn't want to get to the price that we wanted. So we're looking for a dip buy in Palantir. Instead, we are buying this one off of VWAP. Nvidia continues its tank. Hit enter like 3 times. There you go. Oh, we might have just missed it. I keep realizing I cannot zoom out. Sorry, guys. You guys know the prices that you can just adjust by taking out a 0. But 118 and a half is my target zone on Nvidia. If we get a bounce from here, I'll probably get it out through that 19 even. So Nvidia, been a good one. I'm just going to take the 19 even. That was the level that we liked anyways. Apple's doing its best to bounce. So far, it's been pretty unsuccessful. We've tried it at multiple key levels. When it didn't hold 196.5, we had to get out. It then did not hold 196. Now we're in off the 195.5. So 3 separate stops. This is the big one because it was the big support in the afternoon for Apple. Brendo?
There was a note on Virtu this morning, VIRT, straight to the upside here. 23, I guess, 23 and change. 500 million in a private offering coming through for Virtu this morning, straight higher so far.
Okay. I mean, we just got 118.60 right there on Nvidia. So, I mean, here it comes in. This is exactly what dreams are made of today on NVDA with $3 now in the money and going lower. I mean, it's funny because I said this. We talked about this with Wayne earlier on in the play that we liked on Nvidia. They're coming back into 118. I mean, if we thought the 118 had a chance of hitting, then yeah, the short 121 ain't so bad after all. Here comes 118 again. Good call by Chef Joe there. I know you're riding it with me, so that was a good one. And there we go. We got it. So we got it. Everybody, we got it. There is another one for Nvidia. We told you this would be, I mean, again, trying to predict the future, not really, but we knew that AMD and Nvidia, especially Nvidia, would ramp up and be on your boys list. So there it is right there. It's going to be P&L number 1, obviously, as the only other trade we have is GameStop, which isn't moving, and then Apple, which is moving.
GameStop just got to 50 again.
Yep, against us. So we'll have to wait to see. Yeah, I'm bidding GameStop 27.50 exact, or sorry, 26.58 and didn't get filled. But right now, there it is, GameStop. Let's see what winds up happening with this move, hopefully back to the upside.
Yeah, I got to fill there at 33s. I said 50s, 27.50. It's not quite getting to the level, and it just rejected it. But it bounced off of 26.5. I like 26 even, but we didn't get 26 even. So the first bounce was right here at 26.8. We just took some out, and we're going to try to rinse and repeat this. As long as we're over that 26 level, going to be looking for the dip 5s. This is the level that we wanted on GME, but you know we'll slap the fail on Apple. another level down. It's like multiple shots and only at the key levels. I've been getting flat multiple times. This is my worst stock this morning. Thankfully, we've been taking the outs on the way in. Otherwise, it'd be a heck of a lot.
There it
here.
is.
AMD also trying to make a bounce. Now 160 just hit. So 160 just bounced on AMD. We had the 61 bounce. It was a decent scalp trade. Then it broke the low. So we're looking for 160 now on Advanced Micro Devices. Remember, with them, they got a downgrade from it was Morgan Stanley was the catalyst, taking it down 4%.
$3 right now. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, in the chat there for bringing up this Nvidia trade. We just got a 118 flat fill down there, so that's going to be a good one for us to watch out. I did not go long. I'm still holding a small piece short of this. It came in pretty quick there. I mean, maybe now we can look at a 117 area for Nvidia, but this name came in pretty quick there to the downside, and as did Apple. So we will slap, obviously, a huge fail there on that one for Apple. GameStop, so far so good here. Let's see if we can really get going. We're waiting for 27.50, I believe. Yeah, 27.50. So that's sort of where we've stopped the last couple times. Maybe we could put something. I mean, we could put something at 27.25. No, that's not enough. I mean, we're not going to scalp GameStop for that. All right, let's see if it goes up now here. GME trying to get a move back in now on this one. So hopefully that will start to rip up. We'll be able to make back what we gave up in Apple there. But Nvidia really is the belle of the ball today as we go a little diamond handing right there. Now $3 in the money on this last piece of Nvidia, and it's going pretty good for your boy right now, as Apple is not. The other name to look at there for us would have been CrowdStrike, Apple, GameStop, AMD, but there goes Nvidia. Yeah, pounded alarm right now for that one. This is a big, big trade. What's up, Brando?
A small cap here. I'm not seeing too much in the way of news on this. There was a couple of cancer-related headlines last week, but biotech, RENB. Yeah, no red candles yet on a 3-minute chart for B, up 81% here.
No, right. Bye to RenB, whatever that might be. There was a couple of other ones on our list that I didn't even see do much at the open, but that's the only one that's actually hit my halt stand, although there's this KWE thing, which is not a big deal. So a bit of a bounce off of Palantir's VWAP. 23 even was a rejected break right at the open, so scalping some out into the 23 even. We're going to hold through a break on Palantir. If GameStop, all right, if we get a higher low on GameStop off this 26, 30, or 50 level that's held, I want to look for an ad there. We're still thinking we can get down to 26. It is big time trend down for GME. So as long as it's trending down, I want to wait for 26. But the second we can start holding a higher low, I think the play's back into VWAP, at least for myself, but I have not gotten any kind of a reload in GME. Wow, Apple's about to get to 195 even, it looks like. And we mentioned Coinbase looking pretty strong with Bitcoin trying to track to 70,000. No 70,000 yet. We actually just rejected 69.5. So I'm going to back off until we test that level on Coinbase. So just Palantir that's holding out. GameStop still looking pretty good. And if GameStop does falter here, I think it's set up pretty well for a short on AMC. AMC's VWAP is exactly Friday's lows. So if GameStop were to falter here, I think you've got a nice little level at about 480 where you could take a short in AMC in sympathy. But not yet. As long as 26 is holding, I'm not going to take that short.
All right. Okay. Just posting this up because we're almost now $4 in the money on Nvidia. So $4 in the money. This is like a $40 winner if we had this the other day, right? So $40 now in the money on Nvidia. Obviously, it's $4, so we will wait to see now where we're going with this name. But again, man, I like the short. We talked about that, but we thought maybe it would hold at 118. But with the way this came in, we're still holding the short down here into 117 and change. You know, could be a level, pre-adjusted level here on Nvidia. You know, 117 is held in the past. This could be a bouncing spot here for NVDA. It might be worth trying to take some of it off right now. Let's just do that, 117.50, 117.60. If we can end the trade down there, we just sort of saw potentially a bouncing spot there in and around 117. So let's just put it breaking through 180, 118, sorry, if it gets back up there. Let's just get out of it. 118 break higher, and we will exit out of NVDA. Good trade alert on that one. GameStop just keeps on failing at this exact same level again. So, you know, in spirit of getting some out at some point, you could if you wanted to. I'm going to wait to see what winds up happening here to the end of this day with GME. But for right now, 27 seems to be holding no halts. Decent volume going through, obviously, with 21 million shares. I'm still sitting here at 27.50 to try to take 40 cents or 35 cents. And then that's just on like 10% of it. Hopefully we can get back up into 28, and then we'll see. Honestly, if we can get 28, 28.50, I think that's a pretty decent move considering the price of the stock. So there goes Nvidia breaking now back above 118. We'll end that trade with a monster. So that was a good one there. Let's now see if we can get a little bit long. We'll go long now on Nvidia because we do like the 118 level against that 117 bottom. So that's what we'll try now with Nvidia by going long. Let's see if we can bank on both sides of this trade.
Yeah, great look there. I got my GameStop locates, and I just realized I had to get my AMC ones as well. So I just went and paid for those. AMC's starting to test that 480 while GameStop's still trending lower. AMD, on the other hand, this 160 bounce is starting to look very, very juicy down here. Still only in the two longs, one of them being GameStop, and then, of course, Palantir trying to hold on to VWAP. It's testing back and forth off VWAP. I might reload it at another time, but if the market bounces without Palantir, we're at 19,000. Now would be the time to go. So if you're not going to go now, then you're not going to go. So that 120, that 23 level, that's where we're looking for next. We've got 79s long in here. It's trying to break higher. It is a sympathy play. CrowdStrike went into the 50, into the S&P 500. They didn't. So that's why everyone sold them off. So it seems like that was a bit of an overreaction in my estimation. Couldn't buy the dip, so we had to buy the dip into VWAP.
I mean, look what we just did. I mean, now we're long 118. We just got out at 118.50 right there for 20%. So we flip the long right there and get out at 50s on Nvidia, and here it goes again. Let's go. Like, what exactly? You want to talk about real trading, guys? Let's put that through right there, going short for $4, then flipping back into the long for another 75 cents and just racking it up. Like, the whole move right here was $4 to the downside, and we'll just take another 75 cents right. Actually, did we get 80s? I don't even know what we got right there. 75. So nice little move back in on that one. Let's see if we can't keep the momentum going now on NVDA. Hopefully still climbing higher on NVIDIA. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if it does fail out here. We've looked at 118. We've looked at the futures. The futures trying to hold out hope right now at 19,000. And again, that may not come in as well. So we'll wait to see here on NVIDIA. It's obviously a huge move up. That's 119, 119.50. Let's just stay at 119 right now. If we could take $1 on this one back in again, I mean, all it's really doing is doing this. So we'll take that over and over and over again here on the day. So far, so good. You know, we'd like to have a little bit more movement here. But for now, it is a pretty good trade there with NVIDIA back and forth. So thank you so much, Adam. Thank you so much, Chef Joe. Thank you so much, Greg R. Everybody on there, all in the chat. And again, I know you guys can see sort of what we're doing there. Thank you so much for Timon as well on there. Everybody that's loving those trades. I mean, I like that trade, and I hope you guys have it, and hopefully you like it as well. And then GameStop right now, this is the one that just keeps on doing GameStop-y things. Like, that's 27.40 bouncing around. And I kind of say that tongue-in-cheek because it's not doing GameStop things at all. I mean, this is trading like a normal stock where it's just trying to figure itself out. It's going to break one way or the other. My bet is the long, but the long hasn't been right the last couple days. Let's see if it can get right today as we are just chilling. And there goes NVIDIA, another 50-cent winner. John Travolta's like, huh? What exactly is going on over here with NVDA today? Well, it's split, and it's a banger. It's NVIDIA 118 and change, so we'll see.
I love the fact that GameStop's trading like a normal stock. No halts, no garbage. You don't have to worry about the time when in the middle of the day we get a random call. But we said let's look for a higher low, either 26 or higher low. right at 27 even. You get a wick at 27 even. It regains at 27 even, so we reload it right at that price. That's where we wanted it. Grab some out in front of the resistance level, and now let's see how far this thing can go. So it's made that higher low. You wanted the reversal off 26. It doesn't get to exactly $26. Sometimes you've got to be able to play the pattern. I think you've got a decent bottom here, at least temporarily. If it rolls over, the short I'd want to be in like AMC. So I do have AMC locked and loaded, paid for those locates, but let's get to the desk. It's already 10 o'clock. What's happening now, Brendo?
Yeah, markets overall back to the downside here ever so slightly. We're trying to hold on to pre-market support. Could be, I zoomed out a little bit here. This is the Qs. Could be a bit of a wait and see type of a situation ahead of what is to come later in the week. Remember, Wednesday, the big day, we get CPI in the morning, we get Fed Chair Powell coming through in the afternoon on Wednesday. So could be a bit of a wait and see. Remember, both Canada and the EU coming through with rate cuts last week. No one expecting that Fed Chair Powell will follow suit, but it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. CSSEL, little penny stock, just ripping up here on a scanner in front of me. 420% right now. Just went from 1 cent to 4 cents on huge volume. Still haven't found the reason why. Walmart, as I mentioned, up on a JP Morgan upgrade this morning. It did fade that, but holding on to the gap right now. Retail stocks across the board, one of the strongest areas of the market overall. I noticed Tesla going red to green and then green to red, all in the same 5 minutes or so. So it did try to get positive there, but back downside right now. That's the 10-year. It's worth noting. Yields back higher, the dollar back higher 2 days in a row here. This is a daily chart, so huge move up on the jobs data last week to end the week, and then second day in a row here potentially for the 10-year, guys. So yields, the dollar, both higher to start.
Yes, sir. And right back to the top end of the range for PLTR. It is down into this. It's got a nice little pattern. There's your breakout. There's your hold of higher lows. How many times it's going to get VWAP is always up in the air. So 23 evens about to come in. I'm getting on the offer at 99. Palantir usually has size on the offer at an even dollar level. I'd say today, not much, a few thousand shares. Like there's no 250,000 share orders or anything like that on 23 even, and it did already break once, but I'm still going to take another leg out here at that 99. GameStop did make a push through 27.50, then immediately rejected it. So that's not a very bullish sign. That kind of a rejection, let me just get on over to AMC, show you what I'm thinking here, because of rejection at VWAP on AMC, and I'm going to take a shot underneath VWAP on this. I think if you can short this one, give it to VWAP, just a sympathy play on AMC. So still just in Palantir. GameStop has size on the bid at 27. For now, it is holding that level, but I don't think it's going to last very long.
All right, yeah, we actually took some profit there on GameStop, obviously, as we talked about that we were waiting at 27.50, and we're taking some nice profit as well here on Nvidia, but it just went up to 119, and we were at 119 flat. It went to 118.85 or so there. So a little bit of a dangerous spot, definitely for Nvidia shareholders, as we just bounced off of that 119. So I would have rather seen that one hold and then hit higher through there as we're trying to get back through VWAP. So just something to look for there on NVDA, hopefully coming back in just a little bit. And then GameStop, this is what we dealt with. I mean, we waited at 50. My next out was at 28 flat. The best we got to was 85s there. So we'll take advantage of that for now, but not enough, right? I mean, you never ever get enough shares. So we'll have to wait to see now what happens with GameStop breaking back below 27 right now. And then Nvidia, okay, hovering around again. Why don't we just take another piece here and let's just do it at 75 instead of waiting for 119. So we'll take a 25-cent haircut or so on the last piece there just to make sure that we get some out. The market is doing absolutely nothing here right now at 19,000. So for me, that's a little bit of a pause for concern, right? I mean, I'd rather have the market ripping up if we're going to be longs. GameStop, so far, let's go. Still a good trade here for GME. We just bounced off 26.50 again. Let's see if it gets through 28 this time. That's where we're sitting with the offer on GameStop.
Oh my goodness, AMD's just bounced through VWAP already. So it's at 62s. We're not going to get that dip by. You can pretty much put a fork in it. If it holds VWAP in here, we maybe join it off of this higher low. GME's still trying to go here. I just want to get over to Apple. I don't want to ignore them. This is now 2 times break of 195 with a reclaim. So it got down to 194.92 twice. The second time, technically like a couple of cents off of the low, and trying to hold on to 195 even. So this is looking a little bit better. I know it's a weak stock going into the event. Still want to be the dip buy. I think it's a sell the event maybe later on. Clearly it happened here, so I'll slap the fail on trying to dip buy. But if 95 can hold, it's obviously a big psychological level as well on Apple. Rivian Millionaire, you're right, ARM is flying. I wanted to get to that and Micron in a quick little second, but this 195 on Apple first.
Yeah, we're long on Apple, so yeah, we'll see if that works out. All right, so we are long at 27.15 here on GameStop, trying to see about that, right? I mean, let's go. We're long at 27. Let's go. Just now touching 27.50. Hopefully this name can fly upside. Would love some kind of an upside halt, but again, barring any real catalyst here for GameStop, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's trying to hold these bottoms. We've done well by buying the dip here. It's going to be a well up name for us at these levels. But maybe we just take another piece here at 44.48. Why don't we just try to do that in and around 50 and see if somehow that one will pay out for us. Well, now there's a decent, not decent, that's somewhat sized, 30,000. There it goes, upside there. We'll take another fill right there. It's not really a face slapper, but it's a money maker. So we'll wait to see what happens there for GameStop now as it's trying to go back up. I might just cancel my 28 and see if we can really get going. Here it is. It's GameStop, and it's trying to lift up spirits. Let's go what happens right now with GameStop. 27.60 and change. Again, nowhere near a halt. It's going to have to move 10%. We're not anywhere near doing anything
it's been doing on 5%.
Yeah, we're not doing anything like that right now. It halts at 5%?
I was looking back at the halts from early last week, and it was halting on 5% move.
Is that what it's supposed to do?
I had to double check because I don't think it's supposed to. But that one that we were all confused about at the open on Thursday, I want to say it was.
Right.
It might have been Wednesday. It doesn't really matter.
Look at that video.
It was a 5% move. I just got out of 28, so it was a long way of saying I'm taking that out. It just hasn't been necessarily strong enough. And if it breaks that 28,
boom,
I think that's a pretty big level. We kind of talked about these big, like it closed at $28. It's resisting 28. There's room to 32. If we get a higher low or something like that, we'll find our way back into it. GameStop is trading like a normal stock. It's not halting. There's going to be opportunities to buy dips. Higher lows, that'll put 27 right back into play for me. Palantir did make the break of 23. As I said, I'm going to have to re-examine why I didn't want to just go long Palantir right away. I didn't think that being down just because they didn't get added to the S&P 500 was necessarily a good enough thing. But I was looking for a deep dip buy on Palantir. Instead of maybe just I could have taken this breakout in hindsight. That being 2020, join the trend. You miss the first trade, make the second trade. Because if you sit there crying about it because you don't have the long that you want, you're not going to get a long at all in the stock. If it goes green, I'd be somewhat surprised because the market's doing nothing. So 23, 30 in here would be the out. Next stop, got to get to like 15s, get some out in the teens, and we'll get all out in front of yesterday's close, or Friday's close.
All right, I mean, we're putting some damage on the board here. There's GameStop again. We'll take another fill here at 28. So we're long. I mean, that's going to be, you know, $1 on GameStop. I mean, we're at 28 bucks. As long as it breaks through that, we're long at 27.08 right now. So far so good there on GME. And again, you guys saw me trading this on Friday, and there was many traders out there that were like, let's stay away from it today on the chat. But, you know, you got to get back in there and play off some levels that you like. And I like that level for GameStop. So I played off of it, right? So let's wait to see if there's any sort of profitability in doing that. I hope so. So that's going to be GameStop for me here today, starting to run. All right, Apple, I don't know. I'm going to take a little piece out here at 09s if we can. We're long right here at 09. We had to play the dip buy opportunities here in Apple. I don't need, what am I doing? I'm not getting out at 09. We're at 20s right now for Apple. So let's see if it goes. I don't know. We're trying to play off that bottom. It's one good story here, one good good leak or one good someone wanting to buy something ahead of WWDC, and maybe it starts to go back up, but we've been dead wrong today on Apple, so don't take my word for it on this one. That is for sure. We'll rock GameStop, we'll rock Nvidia, but Apple will rock us. So we will wait to see what happens here now with AAPL, and I'm hoping it's quite simple, an upside move against that most recent bottom, but it's not really hitting with volume, and honestly, I just trying to play it one last time. There's the wick. I mean, realistically, the 20 period, like 194, 194.50, 193. And I even said this on Friday, which I hate going against like stuff that ideas that I've had in the past. By the way, right now, we have Dollar Club right now on Nvidia, reverse Dollar Club. So that's now $6 on this name, short to top, top to bottom there. Okay, Apple's going. What I was going to say about GameStop or whatever I was talking about there is you got to leave a little bit of room to breathe here. So just like that Apple trade, 193.50 is way too far down. We're going to get out if it breaks the low of the day, and there's our fill here. Up at 20s, we'll cancel the 20s because we took 16s. So now let's wait to see. Maybe Apple goes higher. We won't make back what we lost, but we're making back a little bit here on AAPL.
Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. Guess what just happened on the NASDAQ? Not only did we hold 19,000, you've just gotten back to the opening range top. Like right at the open, we got to 190, so 19,025. A chance to break that off the top. I think the longs are going to start to look a heck of a lot better across the board with the entire market bouncing off that big 19,000 level. Just tracking back into some names. I'm only in Palantir at this point, holding on to this long. Meta's breaking it out. That's a big, strong one. Up, it was never really down, so it's been one of the stronger names. Just remember, rejected 500 twice Friday and then again on Thursday, so I think that can be a fade zone at that 500 level. And then one we forgot about, shout out to you, Luke Doyle, in the chat. It's still looking good in the hood for Robinhood, bouncing nicely off that $22 level. This looks exactly like the Palantir chart that we're watching, so I want to get back over to this long. I looked at this. I had 2240 marked off. We like Palantir a little bit better, and it's holding that bid. If it gifts us with VWAP again, I want to join this trend. It was great last week. You know, ultimately, Apple, I'm not going to be mad trading on WWDC, but if you went with some of the levels from last week and the stocks we liked last week, you just go right back to the well.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what we did. So, yeah, thanks for that, Neil. Nice move there, 195 long. So that's exactly what we did. We stuck with, you know, sort of Apple. We knew we liked the stock. We obviously got it a little bit early. So there's 50 cents back in on Apple. There's $1.50 right now on Nvidia and 70 cents so far on GameStop. So now we're really cooking here with gas. So let's go, man. Maybe we can get this upside move that we've been waiting for. We just took some more out of Apple right here. Nvidia, I mean, we could take another 119. We got as high right there as the 50-period moving average. So again, just like, I just hope that you guys could see, and you already know about Real Trading. We've talked about that. It's the prop floor that we are on, our #1 sponsor. But what else is this? I mean, this is short boom, long boom, exactly as written down here on the note. I can barely feel my hands in here today. There we go. That's a nice move right there back up. And we get more water. So shout out to Hydration Nation and Shakib and all of that. We've made back more than half easily of what we've lost here on Apple right there with the rest of the stocks. But Apple's trying to go back up, 195, 196, I mean, would be a great level. We were unable to get out of our long. We got some out at 196.30s and maybe a little bit higher than that. But after that, it was a drop zone right into 195.50 for the big L right there on that. We did get that Nvidia cover, some more at 119. This name is very, very violent, moving around there. That is NVDA, and GameStop's just chilling. So yeah, man, we are we're putting some stuff on the board here this morning, and hopefully we'll be able to continue to do that as we await. I'm excited for WWDC, just for anything to see, you know, what kind of products are going to come from that. I think it's going to be super, super exciting, and that's going to be good. So we'll wait to see here. We do have our stop on Apple, and we are starting to get more out. We're out of about 40% here as we tick for 50 cents.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid up there for Apple. It's a long way away from the event, so I'm not worried too much about any kind of sell-off into it until we get to like noon, and then you might want to be careful about positions. Nvidia is getting to VWAP and starting a little bit of a curl. I promised we'd talk about ARM, so I want to get to what has been just as strong of a move. Now, try to keep in mind here, positivity for Apple is good for Qualcomm, and anything good in handsets is good for ARM. It's that simple. Their technology is in every single smartphone, okay, like 98 point whatever %. So So they are strong to the upside, regardless of what's happening with Apple. It was a huge reject at 140 and then the 139 levels on Friday. So I think you can probably ride that at least into that 140. I'd be looking for some kind of a curl. ARM tends to do on these big rallies pullbacks after 10:30, 11 o'clock into the lunchtime for ARM. So I did not get any Robinhood yet. I'm on the bid trying to grab some. Palantir is starting to come back after getting through that 23 level. So maybe we get VWAP, maybe we get a higher low. I want to look to get the dip buy. I did miss the second shot off VWAP. If it does a third, I want to be able to grab that as well. AMD, yeah, I can slap the fit. We had one scalp trade off 161, then we didn't get the 160 when it eventually came in. It's still trending into the upside. If we hold 19,000, I think you got to look at VWAP for AMD. Bit of a missed opportunity down at that 196, and then you just want to adjust. Always adjust to the market. Don't necessarily get married to the prices that you wanted. We'd never get Palantir if that was the case, so you've got to be able to do it. GME, still not back in. I took the out in front of that high at 28 even. It's holding consolidation here at 28. So there was no pullback into 27 again. I think a higher low is still being tested here at 27.5. I'm not in any shorts in AMC yet. I want to see this breaking down before I take a shot at something like an AMC short. But it's holding VWAP. The longer it does that, I might have to do some scalp trading in AMC. Because if you were just scalp trading AMC, it hasn't been good. It just put a wick, failing pre-market highs. So a bit of resistance coming into AMC, which is oddly stronger than GameStop right now. That's the only reason I'm not short it. For some reason, it's still trending up.
All right. Just looking around here, we do have
That's interesting.
GameStop. Again, we're still looking at it. We're waiting for it to do something a little bit bigger. We only have now 20% of Nvidia left. So, oops, that chart looks funny because, again, of the split. So it comes right back up. So I think like now, we could probably get out if it breaks 118. That's 117.80. Let's just put a stop there. Actually, we don't have very many shares. All right, if it falls back in, let's just, well, you know what? Whoopsies, we're not going to be silly about it. We'll just cancel our other stop because our stop is a little bit lower than where we are right now on Nvidia. So let's just put this out right now so you guys can see 117.84 as a stop there for Nvidia. We won't be buying much back here at 118. If it drops lower, that's where I want it. That is Nvidia. All right, what's up, Brendo?
Very light on the volume side of things, but shout out to Michael Moss. He mentioned it in the pre-market. If anyone was with us, 8:30 to 9:30 now. 4%, guys, straight to the upside here for Crocs today.
Yeah, good look on Crocs there. Okay, so I'll quickly show you now into the short on AMC. There was just a pullback on GameStop. It's going to be easier to just pull over the black chart for you guys and show them side by side. So there you go. This is that 28 resistance, which is just continuously being put in. I jumped out of the long there. You just made another test of the high as that ticked down. So simple play. If we break a fresh high, I'm out. It's literally like 3 cents worth of risk. But when that big candle just happened into the downside on GameStop, I took the opportunity to jump into the short. On AMC, I'll get to AMC. Just going to get my stop in there, and we'll get to AMD in a quick little second. I still think AMD is going to go in different directions from what's been happening in Nvidia. But Nvidia and AMD both made bounces. Want to look for Nvidia to start breaking down a little bit more before looking for a long on AMD. I like it better when you can play them off one another. I don't care which direction. I mean, when they work together, they work together. And if they want to work apart, then I want to look for entries that way. So I'm going to get a bid on VWAP or in and around VWAP to take some scalp trades out. And if we break the bottom on GameStop, I'll try to hold a piece of AMC, which has been pretty strong to this point. Down 1%, but that's because it was down overnight.
All right, so we've been able to be pretty lucky here and get out of the Apple when it was ripping. And right now, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Oh, wow. Thank you, Randy. With Apple. So we'll go buy this 195 dip again. Get some out here at 195.10, 195.09. But this is GameStop right here, Randy, that we're talking about right there. A nice move down into 27 and some outs there at 28 or so. But this is what's making the money right now. And it's a hot dog cannon kind of a day right there. As there goes Apple right back into 195. 195. We got killed on it early, Randy, but we bought it a couple more times down here at 195. So there it is again. Let's put some more out. As it comes back up, it comes back down. We have WWDC today, where they'll announce iOS 18 and figure out what is good with that. So we're excited to play off some longs here, but hey, the long may not be right. Nvidia was a hell of a day today, Randy, because we split 10-1. So we're tired of talking about Nvidia at 1200. We can now talk about it right here at 118. And Randy, we had the 121 short covered there at 118 for $3 right there. So that was a good trade. And then we bought 118 back to the upside and took $1 on that because Randy, as you know, and I know you're one of the biggest fans of this, the sticky note has it written down right here at 118 for Nvidia long. So we absolutely nail that to the wall. Back and forth. What is that, Randy?
That's a brisket trade.
That could be a brisket. That's a very briskety trade right there. Yeah,
Brisket's like the pokeroo around here for me.
And it's getting a lot more briskety right now because there goes Nvidia even more, Randy. So yes, it is a brisket kind of trade as Nvidia now going $1.30 in the money over here right now. Neil, you got any brisket trades over there?
Oh, we've had a few. Like the only thing that stunk is Apple. AMC already starting to work. AMD were up. GameStop was good. Nvidia was positive. Palantir's been positive. It's just Apple, but I feel like Apple I feel like, GameStop on Friday. I feel the same way about Apple. It's WWDC day today. I mean, you're going to take your shot on it. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's not as if it's not going to be a big volume name. So the opportunity was always going to be there. So I'll slap to fail on Apple. We just gave the logic and what we're looking for in this AMC trade. When we saw GameStop, just to go back over, GameStop did this candle off of 28, bit of a return. So we short this off of this high. That's a short at 88. That high is 90. So we're literally risking to 91. And it's right down in here to 480. So pretty simplistic idea there with AMC. If it bounces back higher, it's a limited amount of risk. And we're able to just watch GameStop to take that trade. We haven't traded a lot of small cap names. These are the only two. AMC and GameStop. But let's see what others might be moving at the desk with the small cap recap. Brendo.
That's good. I can barely.
Yeah, pretty quiet so far. As far as small caps are concerned, there are a few moving around. You saw that HOVR moved back on Friday. A couple of announcements that this company made, but this is a electric eVTOL vertical takeoff and landing. It's tough to see, but this is a crazy looking airplane with all kinds of drone-esque capabilities that I was just reading about. So that was a part of the announcement for this thing back on Friday. It's faded this gap, but heading back towards $1 here, trying to hold for support, still up huge. For that one, MLGO, we mentioned, halted a couple of times on the way to 650, coming off in a hurry here, volume dying, still up 20%. DSY, another one. Not finding too much on this as to why, but a huge move for this one initially this morning, trying to hold $4 right now for DSY, guys.
Much, Brendan, and right now we come back to another $2 winner on Nvidia. I mean, honestly, guys, $40 winner post-split to the downside, pre-split. We had 121 down to 117.50, so I guess that was about 250 there. And then right here, back upside on the 118 long, now $2 back into the money on that one. So Kathy, look, I'd love to be employed and everything like that, but if you're compensation involves stock, we'll pass. But right there, nice move back up to the upside. I got you, Kathy. Don't worry, we'll talk. And we also bought Apple as well down there again. We'll just keep on getting a little bit out here if we can. I mean, I want to wait for a much bigger move in Apple, but it doesn't seem like it wants to give it to us. We'll bleed back some of that money that we lost early and get that back in. So right now, we're just holding GameStop long, $2 winner in Nvidia after already taking $4 this way downside. Well, we only took $3, but nice move downside. And then this move right now back up. We'll see if it can take out 121. No reloads, no nothing. We're completely fine, man. We're just, Nvidia is so free money right now, says the chat. So yeah, I mean, Nvidia is by far the number one stock P&L wise of the day. It's not even close. And as Neil's mentioned as well, the number one red name on the day, not even close, is Apple. So we'll go 2 for 3 here with GameStop and Nvidia, but Apple has been the damper for me there. But we still got a position now, trying to get this back into 196. If that can happen, then our day will turn itself around on the name. But for now, Apple has been a POS.
Well, I mean, Apple's still Apple. It's been a frustrating stock today, but you know what? We know these events always give trading opportunities. So regardless of whatever your day has been on Apple, at 1 o'clock, all things can change, maybe 1:30, 2 o'clock, who knows, depending on your reaction. I like trading it not into the event. I like trading it after it's made some moves. So I'll probably be more interested in like 1:30, 2 o'clock. That hover stock, I see people joking around in the chat. I'd never get in one of those. Those don't look safe. Regardless of what you think of them, you know, they're all these. It's a future. I tend to think there's way better. It's more like helicopters. I see these as like replacing helicopters for like rich people to get around. I just don't see like everyone having one of these in their house and then flying. I just see it as like if you're rich, you can commute, and they'll like air taxis for the rich, kind of like helicopters are. But the $1 level here on hover, I mean, it's held 5-6 times down here, like right at $1. So I love these levels when they hold. It's got a lot of pressure underneath it, maybe a bit of a scalp trade in a 110 to 115. I haven't paid for locates. I tend to like to be able to, have the flexibility to flip on a level like this. I'm going to probably pay for locates on hover, but it bounces one more time off $1, and I'll probably have 2s or maybe like some 3s long with a stop out underneath that. So I haven't really looked at any of these yet today. And then we just saw that with Brendan, this one bouncing off $1. Maybe we get a fill, maybe we don't. But I do want to have locates just so I can take the back end of the trade, if it does happen. Still getting a bit of a bounce off AMC and VWAP here, and that's with GameStop starting to go back up. So if GameStop makes another push higher, I should be out on the bid again in front of VWAP just to take some out here on AMC. So we did get that top when GameStop curled, but now you're holding higher lows, and GameStop's hunting for that 28 top. If we break the top on GME, I might just punch out of AMC altogether. Easy out there. We can be in the money with GameStop breaking out and using that as the futures. As far as Palantir goes, it's been a good one, but this just happened. I tried to grab the dip into VWAP, just barely missed it. Cancel that. Like, we didn't get it on the way back up. Still waiting around for VWAP. It is trending to the upside. Maybe it goes green today. I'd like to hopefully get one more dip buy in there before it is able to go green. And if you're wondering why we're trading this, it's just everybody's disappointment that they didn't go in and CrowdStrike did. Crowd up 8.5%. I think it got to 10% and then just stopped. It seems to look like.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, maybe actually might have been even more than that. It was more than 10%. I think it was like 11% to the upside, and it just kind of stopped. Great upward trend. Maybe this is a breakout through 380, but I'm trading Palantir. I just like Palantir a little bit better. And an oldie, and hopefully going to be a goodie. The market's looking strong. Intel is right at pre-market or opening range tops. If we fail this high, I do like the shorts in front of 31 on Intel. Generally speaking, that's been the level to wait for. But if we curl right here off the opening range, I'd look for a fade trade on this. Just not nearly as strong as some of the other names that I'm sort of seeing. And when I look at it on the daily chart, this is the range on Intel. And if a stock is doing this and you get a chance to short it off the highs, look at how tight the range is. Range-bound trade, short the top, long the bottom. You're not getting along the bottom unless drastic things happen. So I'm popping on the offer here of INTC for the first time.
All right. My daughter's at Microsoft head office today, downtown Toronto, so that's pretty exciting for her. She's really excited to do that. For 9 years old, going to that. She's in a club that's called Girls Who Game. So they do all this stuff, and they're going to Microsoft head office today. And it's too bad about we're not trading Microsoft, but we'll trade Apple and get that money right back into it again. I mean, the positions that we have on right now, GameStop, 40 cents of the money, Nvidia, $3, almost $3, now $2.50, as we just touched 120.50 right there for Nvidia, which is an absolute monster of a name right there today. Like I said to you guys, I mean, in predicting the future, let's be honest, I said Nvidia will be my #1 name probably the rest of the year. And right there, it starts off today with the #1 P&L name. I think it might be on the whole floor. I can double check to see if there's a name bigger than this one so far. There might have been CrowdStrike, as we mentioned. Yeah, CrowdStrike. So CrowdStrike is going to be the #1 name on the floor today, P&L-wise. But Nvidia is number 2, of course, as it's just hovering there. And then the number 1 losing stock, and I'll have to double check this as well. But if I lose on it, then it's pretty much game over for P&L wise. There it goes up to the upside right now. We're taking more out right here, but it has not been a fantastic stock. We've made back more than half of the loss now on Apple across the board. So we'll see if Nvidia can hold, if GameStop can hold. And then honestly, I don't think the Apple story is done. We're still long this one and looking for some more opportunities. I wanted to also look at Amazon, but before we do that, let's figure this out. All right, what's for lunch? Amazon just continues to go, by the way. I mean, you could probably order your lunch on Amazon. I don't know if they have exactly fresh food here in Canada, but I knew they do there in the United States. But there goes Amazon straight up through 186, looking to break higher. But what's for lunch right now? If you said chicken breast, guess what? You are going to be accurate. Not only did you get the cut of meat right, but you also got the meat. It is chicken breast, and today it is herbed with lemon, so that's nice, along with steamed rice and mixed vegetables. So it's okay, more of a dinner than a lunch, but that is what's for lunch today, barbecued up, not by myself, but by the caterers. And then right here, right now, there goes Apple again. Let's go. I mean, a nice little move to the upside. I called DraftKings a generational buy down there, and we did buy some when DraftKings was back in here at these lows, not even these lows. It was $10, $11, $12. I got out early on DraftKings in and around this area, right where it is right now, $35, $36. When it busted up to here, fell back, then took that level the second time. This is where I wound up getting out of DraftKings, so I did not take this name completely northbound up to 50, wondering if this is a better opportunity right now to put some more money to work in DKNG on an upgrade today. Again, I don't take what Morgan Stanley says at all even seriously, but DraftKings, ever since that Carvana, but DraftKings, I like the name, and I feel that this is something here that we could take advantage of, obviously, for many, many decades.
You didn't short Carvana to $1?
No, DKNG, no. No, I did not, unfortunately. I wish I would have, of course. Yeah, but DraftKings right there, holding out at 37, needs to get back down to 37.20. But a trade idea nonetheless, DKNG. And there's 70 cents on Apple. Let's just take another piece out. The fact that we've made this money back off that 195 bottom there has been pretty good. So let's just wait for it. There we go. We just got a piece out there at 68. We'll keep going higher, just piecing it out on the way back up as we hope for higher highs.
Which it's trying to do. The market's breaking out the top here pretty decently. GameStop, I still think we can maybe get a couple more shots at this to the long side, but suddenly not looking nearly as strong. I have one more bid to try to get that's not low of the day on GameStop or on AMC. The newest position was Intel. The market breaking higher, that's actually holding the high. But I'm going to back off. I don't think I'm buying this 27. We're going to wait for 26. This is still trend down here on GME. And as long as it's going to trend down, I think you got to be patient. Maybe there's a break through 28 that we can try to join. But this feels like it's a little bit heavy. Down 3.5%, a little bit disappointing action here on GameStop. I had mentioned ARM being a strong one. There's the next move up. I said late in the day or later in the morning, you look for the fades on ARM. So there's the final press, maybe the final press into the 140 level for ARM. This is where it rejected on Friday. So I'm going to go ahead and pay for some locates. Looks like it just failed the $140 level. I don't want to say fail. Fail's probably the wrong term. Just wicked the $140 level. I'm going to try and get short on the way back through. We pay next to nothing for ARM shorts. They're like a fraction of 1 cent. But we still have to pay for them here at Real Trading. Just about everything we can short. Sometimes it's like kind of a marginal fee that you will pay.
Yep, exactly. It was very, very cheap for GameStop and very cheap for AMC and very cheap for everything. Pretty much here. We are, as Neil said, pretty lucky, definitely, to be able to get some of those available shorts. All right, so anything else you guys want us to talk about? Because honestly, man, Nvidia's $2. GameStop is hot right now. We can look at ARM for a minute if you guys want to do that. Let's have a quick look at ARM. Some people in the chat looking at it. Again, a big name. I mean, I really like this name moving forward. Wow, we are honestly, we've been putting up some damage here, man. Like if you again, that first trade on Apple, we've talked about it, but being able to buy 3 times down here at 195 has eased the pain right here today. And then doing this on Nvidia has eased the pain there today. And being able to trade GameStop properly is definitely a little bit of a better move here in for today. We said we look at ARM, so let's just do that real quick. Sorry, the net just jumped there on Apple, and I was like, okay, we're doing better than I thought there today. But look at ARM. I mean, off of that earnings report, basically, other than Lululemon, if you bought pretty much most of the disappointing earnings, they on quality companies, they've bounced back. We called that $100 move. I mean, it's $100 now. There's no way I thought CrowdStrike was going to be up where it is now. But again, buy them on bad earnings. We talked about that. We talked about Salesforce down to the downside on earnings as well coming through. So I thought Salesforce was a New York name. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Yes, it is. So right there on Salesforce, right? There's the move down 215. There's the bump back. I should watch what I say on Lulu because they could, oopsies, I was more talking about that quarter,
It has bounced
2 quarters ago.
2 quarters ago.
Yeah, so let's see what Lulu's bouncing action is. It did give some back. That's. Oh yeah, it didn't really bounce at all right now. So again, 300 to 315 right now. Huge bounce on that day of earnings. And then since then, man, just absolutely wrecked back down to the downside. So some earnings plays are breathing a little life into themselves after earnings, but most of them, like guys mentioned, is you bought a high quality company, it's tried to hold some of those bids, right? And it's like, here's another one, Foot Locker, completely beat up. We know we don't absolutely love this name. Huge move up on earnings, and since then, 5 or 6 straight negative days back down to the downside. So yeah, just you know, make sure that if you're looking in and around trying to pick up some good value names, especially on bad reports, make sure you go over to the names that we like. I mean, the minute we sold Meta and it went down to that price, we were like, oh my God, we should probably be buying this back up. And now all of a sudden Meta, which I love, I think is one of the best mega cap tech names out there, just makes its way all the way back from 420 all the way back into $5 in like a month. Like, that's a huge move, man. April 25th, earnings report all the way back up. And obviously, it's early June right now. So May, June, and a bit, give it 5 or 6 weeks to make it all the way back and now starting to go higher, let alone what Apple's been doing, let alone Nvidia and all these major tech names, sans Apple, sans AMD, and then like we mentioned there, Lululemon, and unfortunately, CRM. So, yeah, you know, Uber as well. I mean, I think that's another name that we could probably buy on some dips.
Yeah, we had that lift, uplift and lift, which got sold off right away when they gave a little bit of an update. And I like on that day, I'm like, this doesn't look any better than Uber.
Right.
I just don't see it, and then Lyft went up anyways. SMC, look, there's a lot of big chip names that are going up, so appreciate everybody in the chat bringing them all up. So you can, whether it's ARM or Micron's having a strong day today, AMD's having a strong day today, Nvidia getting back into the upside, SMCI's up 4% and hunting for 800 even. So 800 even, psychologically, it's a big one on this name. Just I always zoom out for everybody. Just when you see this 800, it hasn't actually been that big of a level. That said, when it broke 800 downside, it was a huge flush. That was the Thursday level that died, and then will support on the day before. So this actually feels significant on this name. I'm just, like, Intel's going sideways, which I suppose is a good thing when the market's going up, but it's not doing anything. Like, I feel like it should be, when it's weak, like I get this high in here, like it should be testing back into VWAP, so there's not gonna be any ads, and I'm tightening up the stop in here to this 69. It's just not moving at all. Like, it's giving you a little bit of a dip, but not enough for me. So I might take some out the first 5 cents. ARM, the second it made that push down underneath the 140, I'm like, okay, this is the time of day when I want to take the short, but looking pretty strong. I actually just took it out through the 140. I was about to explain that I'm not giving it to the high of the day. I'm only going to give it to the 140 level. Just a little bit too strong, and I'm not sure this is the time. So Intel not weak enough, so we're going to tighten the stop there, and then I immediately tighten the stop on ARM and save 50 cents on it. So sometimes you like the level, but maybe you should be letting it press to this 141. So I'm just going to back off of ARM for a little bit here. Still cannot get this dip buy in Palantir, which is fine because it means the stock is continuing to go higher. It just made another fresh move at that top. But the closer we get to midday, the less time we have to maybe rejoin this trend back in at VWAP. And VWAP, Now down here at 22.85, 22.90. That's still where we're looking for the dip buy on Palantir. If you're quick to it, you could have had it that one last time that I missed. Let's get to the desk. We've got Sector Watch with Brendan.
Market back to the upside here, trying to break through right now anyways for the NASDAQ. The pre-market highs back to positive for tech side of things anyways. That's how the S&P 500 is looking currently. Not a heck of a lot as far as standout positivity. AVGO on that positive note this morning. AMD downside, AVGO to the upside in the semiconductor space. Apple red once again ahead of what's to come this afternoon. Nvidia, as the guys have been mentioning, back to the downside as well. Microsoft and Meta quietly with pretty good days here, 0.6% for each. There was a court ruling that went in Meta's favor. I was reading this morning. Not a huge move or volume to follow behind that, but worth a note. Eli Lilly, they're expecting a private panel to review their Alzheimer's or one of their Alzheimer's treatments coming up this afternoon. So LLY, 0.8% to the upside. Retail, as I said, right out of the gate this morning, all kinds of strength here. Walmart with the JP Morgan positive note this morning. Amazon 1% leading the way here to the upside as well. Energy is positive. Oil's kind of chopping around, but energy stocks notably up. Oil itself back to that Warren Buffett level. So as we said, Oxy being purchased again by Berkshire. Guys.
No.
All right, so right here we go, man. Let's hit the siren alert now because we're now $3 in the money here on, first of all, Apple's starting to rip up right now. There it is right now. There's Nvidia, 118 long. We knew that we didn't know it, but we talked about possible drop post-split. So this is what we've been doing on, now we're $3 in the money and starting to rip up on Nvidia. So there's the drop early that we liked. It did go into 117. I wish we had gotten long down there, but instead we cover our short and then bust it long, and now Nvidia, not one, not two, Neil, but $3, and this is for everybody else out there, as we'll get that cow going right there to the upside, as it's been a money-making opportunity here for us today. That is, of course, the belle of the ball, Nvidia. Like we mentioned there, a big stock for the desk today. GameStop, still trying to get going through 28 would be real nice. We're going to hold on to this pretty much all day. Thank you so much, Rivian Millionaire. Dang, Sean's a gangster. Yeah, you should have seen me in my past life. Right there. Shout out to you, Rivian Millionaire, as where. Yeah, share size. Yeah, that would have been hilarious if we would have. Remember I was saying that I had a problem using too many shares on Nvidia last week? This week we are much more comfortable trading in the $100 level with Nvidia. And like I said, you guys trade it with whatever share size there is, like all of us, Neil, Sharif, myself, Adair, we all trade with significantly different share sizes on different opportunities. So again, that's just something to remember. And again, take your trades and judge us based on what you see and judge those trade ideas based on the end result. So right there, here we go. Apple, nice upside move. Nvidia, nice upside move. And here we go again. Let's see what happens with GameStop. If we can get 29 now, so I am offering 29.25, but now the 200 periods come down a little bit. Maybe this bottom 28.75 in case we get going. We definitely want to make sure that we hold on to something here for GME for that big move. If it does come through, we've already cashed out a little bit here today on GameStop.
It's funny that you just said GameStop because I was about to point out I'm getting on the bit again of AMC because every single time it spikes, it's like, okay, well, look at AMC, just hold 480, 480, 480, 480, and then spike up, we'll get some out. So as long as this is upward trending, I don't want to be reloading the stock. We got that one push up when this got to 28, and we're able to short off of that, but suddenly GameStop looks like it's breaking out this 28 level, so we'll make the adjustment, continue to get out. We'll hold some. If we never break 28, I think we're still looking pretty good. Hover, the stock is Hover. Oh, sorry, HOVR. New Horizon Aircraft. So great name, but the company's name isn't actually Hover. That's my bad. Bounced off $1 one more time here. Was able to get some at 4s. I am on the bid here at 2s and 3s, and now again at 4. Scalp some out in front of 108. So it's holding the $1 line pretty well, but it's lower highs all the way through. 26 million in volume is kind of good. It's not spectacular for a stock this cheap. It'd be a lot better if it was over 100 million. So we're going to be doing some scalp trading in the middle here on HOVR. GameStop is trying to break that $28 level. If it breaks 28, I said I would punch out even if I was in the money on AMC because I think you could be going higher here. So I'm just going to, well, nope, 28 hasn't broken just yet on GameStop. But there's no need to try and reload this. If GameStop curls, I can always punch back into the short on AMC. That's the value of at real trading or just being an active trader. You can get out of the trade knowing full well I want to jump back in this short at some point. I can just time it with weakness in GameStop. So GME is pressing this 28 level without actually, now it's starting to break. I'm just going to get out. So we're able to take profit on AMC with GameStop pressing that 28 level, taking profit on the short trade, that is.
Yeah, man. And there it is again. Let's go. Let's put it up again. It's another. It's the same trade, but it's $1. So we're $1 in the money now on GME. And we've been trying to be very, very responsible with our trading here today. And just to try to make sure that we got the right levels and we're being a little more patient. We were in and out kind of like a maniac on Friday. And of course, and that's how you get better as a trader, right? It's not run away from the stock that you lost on. It's figure out how to get better on it. That's all that I did. We went home and we just said, what the hell were we doing trying to catch all these hero longs? Let's just do what we do best. We've already told you guys we're a support and resistance trader. So it came into support. We bought it. So now let's go. This is where I don't do the best because I'm thinking, hey, how far can we go? But right now, like I said, P&L number 1 on the show will be Nvidia. Hopefully GameStop can get going as well. We traded this one real well. There goes GameStop up into 28.50. I am offering 28.50. If we can get that, great. A little bit of a pullback here as GME starting to get going again. So let's just hit this guy and say to the moon with GameStop, and we'll see if it wants to get higher and higher and higher. Yeah, we'll just check right here. Yeah, GameStop will be, again, who knows where it's going to go. Probably should take some out there, especially if it doesn't want to take that 28.50. But let's give it one more shot. Back up to the upside right now. Hey, we know the story. Let's see if it works. Nvidia, $3. We really, really like this trade again. I mean, it's right back up into the high of the day. If this is going to be the best name to buy in the market, then let's just stick with it and watch it continue to print for us. So there it is, man. It's a beautiful trade. We've only traded 3 names. We'll go 2 for 3, and we're right where we need to be here today. Let's go, Nvidia. Let's get this going through the upside again. We wrote down 118 long. We have that trade. So that's $3. GameStop's $1 right now. Apple's 50 cents. We're 3 for 3 holding on to these, and I don't see any reason to get out. I mean, the market is flat. Right now, we're above 19,000. I like it. I like it a lot. I like these longs heading into the afternoon. So I do agree with you there, Dan Gilman. Nvidia looks to me like it wants to keep going. I mean, there's no reason for this name to stop right now. Unfortunately, our charts won't, again, show you the split adjusted pricing. But for right now, for today, it does. And we are holding now above this 120.50. So, I mean, for me, my net really, I mean, GameStop, just because of how volatile it is, my net would last a little bit. This is the one that probably affects my positions the most right now. We do have the most shares on Apple, but Apple's kind of sleepy, so I'm not so concerned about this position right now for Apple. I'd like to get more if it comes back to 195, but maybe we're getting a little bit exhausted now. Pretty flat day for the market, literally up zeros.
Yeah, 0.02% down the NASDAQ. It's 0.07% on the ES. So not, a heck of a lot of nothing. So I'm going to quickly show you something. I just chased this, which I don't necessarily love. Not a huge fan of chasing that move. I saw GameStop fail the 28 level one more time. I'm like, okay, let me try to get short. And then it was right in front of that 482 level. So I got in at 84, which isn't great, immediately on the bid at 82s to take something out. It's a curl in GME, but it's not a great one, especially with it just underneath that 28 and just at that VWAP. But it was a turn, and I went into the short trade. I'm not even going to give it more than a couple cents there. Intel's a NASDAQ stock that actually did hold this consolidation, and then we failed underneath. I don't want to say failed, but the NASDAQ just did this wick over the highs, pulled right back in. I'm like, okay, well, now things look a little bit better. Let's scalp trade it into VWAP again. So we grabbed the same price, 65s, taking some out this time in front of 60s. Then we'll have bids into the 350 level. So it's down 0.5%. Not terribly weak compared to the market, but it is weak compared to the market, at least a little bit, which I do like over there on INTC. That hovers really... Okay, I'm not even going to... I was about to say hovering off that dollar level, but that's kind of a cheap pun. Just notice they have warrants on this stock, so If you see HOVR go into a halt, there are warrants there that you can look at. Doesn't look like a lot of volume. Coming right back into this dollar level, I'm on the bid here, 3s, 4s, into $1. If it breaks 99, I'm out. That's simple. It's a gimmicky trade off that dollar level. That's all I'm looking for. Volume really starting to taper off. If we're still doing this kind of volume and we haven't made a push at least into like 110, 115 by say 11 o'clock, I think I get away from this trade pretty easily. I'd like to see it actually bounce and go, lower highs being put in. So some scalp trades are available, but at some point it's just going to give up the ghost, I think. Oh, well, before we go back,
go.
I haven't tested Tesla. I haven't traded Tesla once today. And I said, I thought it was going to be an inside day on Tesla. I just figured we'd actually get the bottom or the top of the range. That hasn't happened. But if it's going to stay an inside day, 175.5 would be a fresh low for it. With the market strong, I want to look for a long opportunity in Tesla. So the fact that it hasn't gone just yet, I think I'd like to play it off the low of the day here, especially with the market trending up. So 175.5 is the bottom. We get just down a little bit closer to that low, I think I'd take a shot here on Tesla. Can't seem to break the range at all. Let's go over to the desk. It's 10:50, which means money talks.
Yeah, quiet for most currency so far this morning, guys. If anything, some strength coming out of the Eurozone today with that snap election call possibly over in France, but the euro itself back to the upside to the tune of, this is all versus the Canadian dollar, to the tune of 0.6%. Dollar a little bit, USD a little bit red versus the CAD. Strength coming off of what happened last week for the Canadian dollar, British pound. Dead flat, same story for the Japanese yen at this point, as I was suggesting early on this morning. It was nowhere near this much, but back above 105 and change here now for the US dollar after holding that initial support this morning, 2 days in a row. Dollar strength coming in ahead of what is to come later in the week. Remember, CPI and FOMC coming up on Wednesday, guys.
All right, thanks. Yeah, we sort of forgot to look at some of the dollar movements there. So thanks, Brendan, for all of that. And of course, we'd like to see a little bit of a weaker dollar potentially there for tech names. But for today, it's been okay. Up 0.6 right now and starting to go finally on all of this. I'm still looking at GameStop, but just an FYI on this. Apple's not doing anything, so we got another piece out at 49 there. See all these ones? They're printing again here. So we're getting like a lot of, I don't know, just tomfoolery, I guess, here on Apple. I don't like when this happens. Like, all of these ones just keep on coming through, and I don't know if it's affecting anything, but look at this market as it's starting to go higher. And by the way, it's now a $3 winner, of course, on those posted Nvidia levels. But Apple is having a hard time going, and I just don't know why. So let's get another, there's 49. So if you don't believe me, take it out now. There it goes. Apple through 49. I still, like I said, I like the level, I like the name, but I'm just not certain about these prints and what exactly that means. So we'll wait for that. A stock that we've given a couple times for longs has been Shopify. I like this one. Katina Capital stamped this one at 57.58 for that 60 break. We were lucky enough to get it last week on an upgrade, and there goes Shopify. I mean, look, when we started talking about it was right down here. I mean, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 9 straight updates for Shopify or something like that. So we really, really like this name. We're holding on to it, and it's been a good name for us. Another name that we've recently bought was Alibaba. We actually recently bought Snowflake as well. We'll have to check on that, as that probably is going downside again. Alibaba, we're long at 71.75 or something like that, maybe a little bit better than that price. But at the end of the day, Alibaba trying to hold the 50-period moving average and staying above 77. So I really like that for a potential long as well. So something coming up there for Alibaba back into $77. So if that hits, that's good. GameStop not doing much. Nvidia not doing much right now. I was going to say, so this is setting up to be shorted maybe, the triple Qs, but it means you're going to have to short the NASDAQ. And the reason why I said potentially, here is the 50-period moving average on a 20-minute chart. It's just come all the way back into that level. Normally, those can be played as retracement levels. Like, here's the move down, and there's the spike off of it. Here's hitting it again all the way down. And then again, it's hard to look at it overnight or anything like that, but as you look, there's the push back, the bounce up, there's the break down in. Didn't do much earlier, but right here we're dancing with it again. So If you were long the futures from this bottom, first of all, congratulations. It's been a nice trade off 19,000 all the way to 19,060. But for right now, I would think the risk is more in the long just because of where we've come from and potentially falling back into VWAP at 19,000. But I mean, we're net long everything. We only have 3 names and they're all long, including Apple, which should be a good long for the market, and Nvidia. We're long the 2 biggest names in the world. So yeah, we think the market goes higher from here. But just saying, we are getting to a spot where we're potentially exhausted. We only have 20% left of Nvidia. You know, up $1, take it. Nice upside push to 121. So Nvidia, I still like it.
So I didn't quite hear the exact news on DJT there, but DJT just made a pretty big or hefty move to the downside. We'll get it to you in a second once it hits a wire, or maybe they'll repeat it there in our ear. But $3 to the downside. It was looking pretty strong and heavily green. Now breaking down is DJT through fresh lows and on volume, making more lows and lower. Not a very good look. It does have support at 42 on the daily chart, which it's pretty much at right now. So if you're looking to buy it, good luck. The volume's it's actually pretty good. 1.6 million in volume today. Usually I'll complain about the volume on DJT. The other thing we haven't talked about is FCell and that dollar level. Fuel Cell reported this morning it has wicked $1 multiple times. So it broke 1, got to 101, and is making higher lows. The reason for optimism is the last couple times it broke $1, 102, 102, 102. So this thing gets over 102, 102. It's never getting to that. If it gets over 102, this looks like a good breakout. But there's the other way to play it is simply to look at VWAP as well. So I always talk about buying dips sometimes better than taking a breakout through the high of the day. This feels like that same thing. You buy a dip in here off 97. If it holds 96, great. That way, if it breaks $1 and fails, you're in the money as opposed to getting in at the high on FCell. So up 13%, 34 million in volume. They reported this morning before the bell. So a bit of a runner on FCell. Only 5 minutes to go. Looking for some new names to trade. You know the event's not coming for Apple until 1 o'clock. So you do have some time for the market to kind of potentially go sideways. And 22% short float. I just want to double check here on FCell. I knew it was a decent one. 22%, not bad at all. So looking for a bounce off VWAP here, and I'm going to go long into $1 for a change.
All right, so yeah, same kind of talk here. We're $3 in the money on Nvidia, not getting out of it. We're not getting out of GameStop, and we're not getting out of Apple. So let's talk about trades that could hit in the next little while until we come back. So again, if Apple can hit 195, we'll buy it against its bottom. But the problem with that is, of course, is it probably sits here until 1 o'clock, which is 2 hours from now. We could see what happens, potential leaks and whatnot coming through. AMD getting a downgrade today, but like I said, that doesn't seem to be mattered as right there. Again, if Morgan Stanley downgrades something, that's the trigger to go long. So there it is right there, nice move back up 2 days high for advanced micro devices. So 166 and change right there in target. We had written down 165 short sell there. Obviously being $3 long in the money on Nvidia is letting me sort of relax and not worry about the possible trade here. But I said 165 as a possibility for AMD as being the top. Now, the reason that was, again, we did get that downgrade, so we were watching it. And then 165, we showed it. It was the very much bottom on Friday when we sort of bottomed on that number. And then we had a jump off spot right there through 165 all the way to 169 2 or 3 days ago. And then again, you can look back at an AMD chart and really sort of pick and choose many different levels. We've gotten run over by AMD over the last little while. So just like I'll tell you, the futures has been a top trade for me over the last couple months. AMD really, Nvidia's been a top trade, but AMD, I just keep not believing in some of these moves, and then we get run over. So there's 165. We had called this as a possible top before, but with the market screaming, and now guys, again, the biggest trade of the day here, $1, $2, $3 long on Nvidia, and Sharif, $1, $2, $3 short on Nvidia today. So playing this one like a fiddle, short early 121 down to 118, then long 118 back up to 121, now 350 in the money. So yeah, what's up, Racer? I mean, you and I both, find it hard to trade, but we don't find Nvidia hard to trade. As I said, probably our AMD, probably our number one stock for a while there, Nvidia and the TQs for me. But there goes Nvidia right now, Neil, almost $4 in the money off the bottom, and it's a sticky note posted level. So when those things work out, we're all about it. We were short, then we busted the long into this one back through. So those are the trades that we like.
Absolutely, and we'll see what happens. Tesla just hit the low of the day and bounced.
Boom.
So we said we'd take a shot off of this one, off that low. 175.60 is the bottom. It just came right back in. There was this little wick in here. I'll zoom it in for you. Literally just as Sean was speaking, it bounced off 70, and I got this long 25 cents higher. If it makes a fresh low, I'm jumping out. So we like to go station to station with these things. I'm not, at the end of the day, if I get into a trade, immediately it's like, what's my out? And I'll tell you guys. I'm not giving it to the low of the day, it's the higher low. If I'm trading something which is at the low when the market's at the high, then I'm gonna have a tight stop on it. I'm gonna respect that stop, just try to keep it in the pocket. So if that gets out, it's not about that low, it's about this local bottom. With the market going higher, I mentioned that Intel wasn't very strong, relatively speaking. So we just got some out at 58, playing into VWAP here. So as the market continues to go on the NASDAQ, higher, 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 Nvidia goes higher, 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 AMD goes higher and higher and higher. Well, not so much with Intel, down 0.5%.
Bye-bye.
I think this plays into VWAP as it's clearly weak relative to the other names. So we spot relative weakness versus strength, and we try to take advantage of it. The other thing we take advantage of is the knowledge that you gain in Learn to Trade. So without further ado, it is 11. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, which will be an hour into the Apple event. So you're going to get a little bit of that as well. We've got in for Adara, we've got Obi one more time here as she's getting a much-deserved break with the professor, and Obi, go get him.
Yes, yes, yes. What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known, Obi, as that midday show. That is not Adara. That is your boy, Obi. And I am Sharif, and we already have a couple of OGs there in the chat. Shout out to Darwin, who's always dancing with that little dancing man there. He's got in the chat. Monty G joining us today as well. Brendan Townsend, Alex Enzo, Pitchbull, and Benson joining us as well. Good morning, Benson. Hope you are having a good day. Mikola as well, they're in the chat. She says, Adara, you look strange. Ronaldo, Jason Walcott, Soul Queen. We got Derek B and Saul G. Hamster One, the OG, Mateus Lane, Derek Thompson. We got Margin. We got the Pawns, the Fawns, No Lambo Trade, Michael Lewis, Kristen Noman, Aft, JF Trader. We got Borahout and Blue Arrow. Royal Dixon in the house. So is Taxi Driver. Brendan joining us as well. Steve BB. Almog is in the house. We got Alvin. We got Dan Gilman. I saw you talking to the Katina Man this morning. Hog Rider, Killacam 1020. What's up to you as well? And Susie Anuview and Market Sniper Obe. Good morning. How was your weekend?
Not too bad, not too bad. A little bit of rest, a lot of rest actually. I had like almost 10 hours of sleep last night. That was a little extended, a little overextended sleep.
Why is it everybody that sits in your seat complain about sleeping too much? You and Adara.
I don't know about complaining, but it was definitely good. I'm happy I got a lot of rest. I went to like a buddy's wedding Sunday morning. Got back around like 6, and I was like, I'm gonna take a nap, and then that nap turned into a bit of a slumber. So
Yeah. Ramram says she should probably start sitting in that seat since she doesn't sleep at all.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And you and Adara seem to have excessive amounts of sleep. No. All right, guys, let's get to some trading, baby. Do you want to discuss any trades you have yet, or should I just start?
Yeah, you can go for it.
Okay, all right, guys. I took a quick Tesla trade. There you saw the Neil call it out. This was a low of day. You have to hold this level or I'm gonzino kind of trade. We got long 72s covered at 76s, 175, 72 covered at 76, and then the remaining sharage broke even as this one There it is. Flat bottom broke. Yeah, we're going to hit that animation right at the top of the show because it's true. It kept bouncing at 175.75, Katina man, and then all of a sudden that level wasn't good enough for it anymore. So down and Huadunk goes the dynamite new low of day on TSLA. It goes by the number of 179.29, trying to hold at resistance level, support level 1 on pivots. Today, the pivot and the closing print on the Cybertruck very, very close. Essentially 177.50 on TSLA. But this one seems to, be headed to the downside on a day where the NQ is positive, up marginally 0.15. But you'll see, the likes of Meta, the likes of Softy and the Zon, as well as obviously Nvidia look awfully bullish to kind of counteract that or contradict that. We have Google, Tesla, and Apple looking awfully bearish. Apple obviously went green to red in the pre as a result, I'm assuming, obviously, of some profit taking, some selling off, some, investors maybe unsure of what's going to happen after WWDC. I took an informal, kind of poll this morning with the co-workers and with the traders here on the floor, and everybody seems to believe that this is just the beginning for Apple. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what comes along. But I got to tell you, I'm very interested at these VWAP trades here, dips possibly on META into 496-ish, 495 and 3/4. It had a dalliance today with VWAP. I'm talking about META. Kind of the same look here with the soft one at 426-ish and change. A lot of bounces off the volume weighted average price there. Kind of the opposite look here with goggles. GOOGL, kind of very bear flaggish down into the right, and then the pops into VWAP have all been sold off, save and except for this one candle here at 10:55, and then look what happened subsequent to that. Right down below the VWAP we go again on goggles. So I'm going to keep my eyes on the Mag 7 today, and we'll go over some of these small cap gappers once we hear what the OB, the one, the Knob has to say.
Yeah, I haven't had too many trades so far, but getting a little chopped up on CrowdStrike. Apple still in the works here. Nice little sell-off. We know we're awaiting their event starting at in about like 40 minutes or so, or like in an hour roughly. CrowdStrike. I don't know. I feel like my stop on the initial trade was definitely a little too tight. I saw this pre-market high come in at that 372, got long above 374s. Give it too tight of a stop, and it goes about 10 points in the money. I'm like, all right, well, I gotta maybe play the reversion of that move now, and then when it does kind of come in off of that 384, I get short and then don't really cover it very well there as it slams all the way back down, over 10 points back down to 372s, and then that might have tilted me just slightly, and then I just go on a bit of a chop fest after that, but. The day's still not over. Definitely has a lot more potential now. CrowdStrike is getting added to the S&P 500. Had a little bit of a move after hours on Friday due to that. And of course, Nvidia on watch as well. I didn't really take any shots at Nvidia just yet. But Nvidia pushing that 120, we saw that 1200 was quite a significant, or had some quite significant price action last week, and it's doing some interactions with that 120. It would seem. I was watching it a little earlier today. Nice little dip into 117s, recovers all the way back through the opening price as well, with a high of 122s as of right now. But it's been split 10 to 1. I was expecting a little bit more volume this morning, but it seems like it's eyes may be in other places right now. But yeah, the NQ blasting up back through that 1900. We've been chopping and churning that 1900 over the past couple of weeks. But yeah, other than that, don't really have too much else on watch. We know that GME from last week, I got eyes on that. There's also that new IPO. Today is day 2.
Yep.
Way. I'm going to be watching that. There was a nice defense on 2050.
It's making a move right now.
That's been doing. Oh boy, look at that. 21.45. So yeah, 21.50 was the IPO price. And last week what we saw was that there was some size that was sitting there at that 21.50. Decrements about like 50% of it and then comes right back in. So let's see if we can get past that 21.50 today on a day 2 move. That day 1 definitely defined some decent levels there on Waystar Holding. But yeah, other than that, I don't have too much on watch. I think a couple other names that were being added were GoDaddy and then KKR as well. But yeah.
All right. I
Crazy.
just want to.
Yeah, let us know what you guys are watching as well, because I want to know if I've missed anything, anything interesting. But yeah, eyes on Apple for that event is going to be pretty big today.
All right, yeah, we're going to have Apple, obviously, for you at 1 o'clock in the same way that we had the Catman's video on Friday as well. So we're going to do that, no questions asked. Obviously, we can't show it because of copyright reasons, but we'll be giving you live commentary. Big Kyle Burdett dropping his levels here. I want to read that out. SPY short against Friday's close. 7 of the 11 S&P sectors are flat or red. Financials getting hit. Dixie holding up at 10-year, moving up. He sent me an entire great analysis of the Dixie yesterday. Big Kyle, thank you for that. ES weaker than NQ, he goes on to say. 11:30 auction of some type. Before we get to that, I just want to verify the auctions so we can let you know exactly what's afoot. So it looks like we have the 3-year note coming at 1 o'clock. We do have a 3-month and a 6-month bill auction at 11:30, but those are much less followed by the market, and they're not as market moving as well. So 1 o'clock here. With the Apple WWDC event, we'll be getting that 3-year note, the shorter dated one. I don't keep eyes on the 3-year. Personally, I'd look at the 2-year, but that doesn't really matter at all about that. Ram, if I want to show here, F-Cell. I had an order sitting at 98 for the last little while. It didn't get filled because when we dipped down here on fuel cell, we didn't cross 98, so I didn't get my beak wet. But this looks like a dollar fight here on FCEL. And look, this has got a catalyst. It's moving up on news, 16 1/5, and the dance has been with VWAP. Even though VWAP has been in a kind of a random area, 97 pennies, it hasn't been at the dollar. So there's 2 areas of important levels here. That 97 penny, or not even 97, the VWAP area, because that's what is defending, and that $1 area. We spend a little bit of time above a buck, a little bit below. This is why Neil had me change my settings on my screener to have it at 85 pennies rather than $1 to filter out everything sub 85 pennies. Rather than $1, so I could see moves like this one coming in, so I could have kind of advanced notice of them, because there is a trade to be had at the dollar, whether as a breakout or whether as a resistance trade. F-Cell, definitely one I'm keeping my eye on, and one I know from all the way back during the pandemic, 2020, this thing was running with a lot of these other green names. I'm probably going to have to move up my dip trade from 98 pennies, a little bit above, if I want to get filled here, because it looks like I'm destined to go unfilled. We'll have to see exactly what we get. But we have a lesson, Ob. Yes, we do have a lesson. We are talking about continuation patterns all week long, but we're not going to talk about these run-of-the-mill, you know, your bull flags, your bull pennants, your ascending wedge. No. We've been through that too many times. We're going to talk about the more obscure patterns, Ob, the ones that don't come up that much, the ones that you got to get a special niche book in order to kind of get your not to get your hands on, but to understand. So the one we're going to talk about today is the up or the down thrust, depending on whether you're going long or short. It is a continuation pattern of interest. So let's get right to it. So technical analysis offers a variety of tools to identify potential trading opportunities. Up and down thrusts, though lesser known, are valuable continuation patterns that can signal a trend's resumption after a brief pause. Okay? This lesson explores how to recognize and trade these 2-part patterns for intraday opportunities. Let's not waste any time. Let's get right to it. So understanding these up and down thrusts. Let's start with the up thrust. So what is it exactly? So it occurs within an uptrend. So you have to already be in an uptrend. Okay? It's characterized by a sharp price move upward, followed by a brief pullback that doesn't erase the entire thrust. Perfect example is this. So this is kind of the upside down one here, right? Where this one is showing you this is an up thrust bar, but it ends up being red. So this is a red candle. So it has the effect of changing the trend. Now, there are multiple setups for this one. This could have been a green candle, which would have been more appropriate after a period of consolidation, which shows you that this one can show up in many different contexts. So in this case, it ended up being a bit of a reversal pattern here, but that's not the point. Is to show you just kind of what it looks like. So that's the one there. So the down thrust occurs within a downtrend. It consists of a sharp price move downward followed by a small pullback, again, that doesn't erase the entire thrust. And so this is the kind of thing we're looking at right here. You have a nice long period of consolidation. You have a big red candle and a green candle to make that big move up. So this is kind of the thing we're looking for here. And you'll see that they point out that there is strong volume on this. We'll get to that in a sec as another confirmatory tool. So why are up and down thrusts relevant? So up and down thrusts help identify potential continuations of the prevailing trend after a short period of price consolidation. So what you want to see is an up move, a sideways move, and then a big move up to break out of that consolidation range. And the candle should be quite big. And then that's not where the end of it is. You need to see then a small red day or whatever, red candle if you're charting on the weekly or whatever, following that big green candle up. But it can't erase the entire move. It has to be sort of a bullish engulfing candle where that subsequent candle is entirely engulfed by the preceding green candle. So why are up down thrusts relevant? They also offer entry opportunities for traders looking to capitalize on the trend's resumption. So we knew that there was an uptrend, a long period a period of consolidation, and then we get a break out of that consolidation area, and that is the kind of the indication for you that the trend, the uptrend, is resuming. So that's why it is a good entry area as well. So how do you identify these up and down thrusts? Specifically, what are you doing here? So number one, there has to be an established trend. You have to be able to ID an established trend, whether you're looking on the daily, whether you're looking on the weekly, or whatever it is, okay? The key element is an existing uptrend for up thrust or downtrend for down thrust. Use trend lines, obviously, or moving averages to confirm the trend direction. Kind of simple there. You should be able to do that. And then you need to be looking for a sharp price move. So look for a sudden or significant price move in the direction of the trend. Ideally, what's up, Neil? Everybody's talking about GameStop right now. It's at 26 even. Here we go. You want to cover that up because I don't have. Ram, you want to go to his chart real quick because I don't have eyes on GameStop.
Yeah, sure. I just pulled it up here. So I was not necessarily watching it right now, but yeah, it definitely is selling off quite aggressively, breaking through or attempting to break through Friday's low. Again, we talked about this ticker on Friday. We gave you a lesson on liquidity traps, and we were talking about some of these anchored VWAPs kind of being potentially significant from both the initial run-up and the run-up from last week, and we're trading below that. And I was like, yeah, well, if we're below some of these anchors, then yeah, we might get some selling pressure, as it kind of shows that the average long may be offside if price is below this, and we are getting some sell pressure to the downside here, opening up in and around that 30 mark, just underneath, and now testing that day low at that 26. Earnings day one low as well, right? We know that they announced Friday pre-market that they had a surprise earnings report, and then they also announced they had a 75 million share offering that is also in the works. So now I don't think they really dealt with all of it in day one, and I don't think usually they're just gonna slap the bid with 75 million shares all day. I don't think that's how it works. But yeah, I think they might have an extended sell program, or whatever strategies they may be using. So we could continue to see this potential selling for the next few days, I think. But yeah, what we're seeing on the chart today is that we are making lower lows and lower highs, testing a fresh low on GME there, Sharif.
Okay, appreciate that, Ob. Just want to interrupt to bring that for you guys, obviously, because we know that this is a trading show in addition to a teaching show. So we gotta cover that. All right. So identifying the up and down thrust, Ram. First thing we look for, an established trend. So we're trying to spot the initial move. Second thing we're looking for, identifying up. We're looking for that sharp price move. So we're looking for price action. What is going on here? Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that. So then we're looking for a sharp price move. So you're looking for a sudden and significant price move in the direction of the trend. This initial thrust should be a strong candlestick with a clear direction. It's even better if it comes out of a consolidation range. It's not a requirement. So sometimes you have these up thrusts out of an already trending stock that's making higher highs and higher lows. Sometimes you'll have a stock that was trending and now is moving sideways, and then you get the up thrust from the breakout of the consolidation area. So you have two variants of this one. You can look for either, okay? And then there's a stagnation zone here, right? What is this? Okay. So following the thrust, there's a brief pullback that forms a small bar with minimal price movement. This stagnation zone ideally shouldn't retrace more than 50% of the thrust, okay? So how are you going to trade these? So direction matters in this case. So up thrust suggests a continuation of the uptrend. So you're looking for long entry opportunities after the stagnation zone. The stagnation zone is another word for consolidation area. Conversely, if you're a bear, you could be looking for the down thrust. So you're looking for a signal continuation of a downtrend. That's what a down thrust is. So you're looking for short entry opportunities after the stagnation zone, this longer period of consolidation. And then you should also be looking, so you're looking for a breakout of that stagnation zone or breakdown of that stagnation zone. And then your short will be on a closing basis below the break of that stagnation zone. Your long will be on a print on a closing basis above it. And then you should also be looking for volume confirmation. Kind of preface that a little bit earlier. Higher volume on the thrust bar compared to the volume on in the stagnation zone will actually strengthen the continuation signal. So when you get that big move out of the stagnation zone up or down, it should be on volume that on average is larger than the average volume for the candles in that stagnation zone. That's how you know that there's above average participation. And then for your entry and your stop loss, you enter the trade shortly after the price moves decisively out of that stagnation zone, whether higher or lower, and then you're placing a stop loss order just below the stagnation zone for the longs or just above the stagnation zone for the shorts. Hope that is pretty clear. And then some additional tips. You should be combining this with other indicators. So, you know, while these up-down thrusts are valuable continuation patterns, using them alongside other technical indicators like the RSI or the MACD for a more comprehensive strategy will definitely help you out. And then the issue of false breakouts up and down below that stagnation zone is an ever-present issue. You can try to avoid or try to kind of put the odds back in your favor by using other technical indicators, but yeah, you have to be aware of these breakouts from the stagnation zone that can be false. Manage risk effectively by using appropriate position size in this case, guys. So I hope that helps, and we shall get to that lesson a little bit later on the hour. So quickly here, back to FCell. There's definitely a seller at 102 that's been leading for a while. As you can see here on the book, there's all sorts of size here on that 102 area, and there's not enough volume to support the move. Guys, this is a $1-ish name, and it's already done 40 million shares on the day, which isn't all that much, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know if I'm going to continue to keep eyes on this, but I'd still like the VWAP dip trade if that would be a possibility, but we're going to have to keep eyes on that open.
Yeah, I really like that lesson. We got a question here, Sharif, by Almog, saying that do you wait for the pullbacks on those thrust moves? Because I think what you're suggesting is that it thrusts, it doesn't really pull, it doesn't really kind of fail the bar, and then it's a continuation kind of pattern there. So yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because I think that would be specific to you. Like, for example, I like to pretend I'm a trend trader, right? But when I'm pretending I'm a trend trader, I don't get in at the highs. I actually wait for key area retracements, whether that's a 10-period retracement on the 5 or a 20-period. So personally, I like to take breakouts, but I like to take them on retracements. I'm not going to punch in at highs, but that doesn't mean you can't, right? And that doesn't mean Adair won't. So I think that becomes a personal preference type of thing. But I hear what you're saying, Almog. If you're worried about the false breakout, perhaps include more technicals that help you check more boxes that this is a continuation pattern, rather than maybe trying to adapt a trading style that is not yours. So if Almog, if you don't like retracements to get long on a trend, that isn't your modus operandi. It is mine, though. So maybe you want to incorporate some other technicals. I don't know. I hope that helps, but yeah, let me.
Yeah, no, I like that. I definitely agree with that. I kind of wait for the pullbacks as well. More often than not, I find that if I am chasing, then things don't necessarily go as well as I'm looking for. Again, you guys saw on CrowdStrike a bit of a chase, pretty much on every entry that I chased. Didn't really work too well, but on the ones that I was kind of a little bit more patient for, wait for the trend to kind of change, then those ones definitely worked out a little bit better here. But yeah, NQ and ES both pushing for their highs right here. I am in an Apple long. Nice. I don't think the position board has updated just yet until I take another position. But I am watching CrowdStrike also, right? CrowdStrike still, like I said, still opportunities on the ticker, I think. I was trying to short it back into VWAP, but maybe we'll get that move now. 383, kind of this consolidation high with a day high at just above at 383 halves right now. But yeah, you can see that it's kind of consolidating, holding above VWAP, potentially catching a bid. Again, it's getting added to the S&P 500. I think June 24th is the date. And yeah, we might be seeing a little bit of a bid in and around VWAP over the next few days, leading up into that S&P edition right there. But yeah, as you guys can see, I got my little arrows here on the Apple, and a little long here at what's my price here? 195.61. So just pretty much in and around this area right now where it's trading at. VWAP right here, just in and around 195.80s here I have on this chart, and 195.91 on this trading view chart over here. And yeah, let's see if we can get a retracement towards VWAP. Market is quite strong as of right now. But yeah, let us know what you're trading. People are saying BTC nearing 70K. Huh? Okay, let's take a quick look at Bitcoin real quick. Bitcoin 70. Okay, oh boy, right there. Only about a few points off of that. 150 points off of that 70,000 mark. So let's look at a higher time frame on this one. You know what? We'll just go straight to the 3-hour on this one and see what has been going on with the BTCs. So yeah, as you guys can see, I got an alert here at the all-time highs. It would seem. Right there at that 73,835 mark, and we've been kind of consolidating sideways since the beginning of March when we did hit that price. Yeah, we did pull back all the way down to 56, and then come right back into 70s. But again, being crypto, being the price that it is, this asset definitely has some decent fluctuations. But if you kind of measure it out, it's only about a 20% pullback, and then coming right back into that 70. So it does seem like we may be building up into some of those highs. But yeah, taking a look at the weekly here. Oh boy, yeah, this breakout was quite nice there off of these lows. But yeah, we are pushing and holding some of these prior highs from 21 and 22 as well on the Bitcoin. And let's see if we're kind of poised. We do look a little poised to break some of those highs, as we are holding this trend quite well on the Ponzi itself. So we'll see what happens on this ticker here. But I'm curious to know what some of the some of the tickers that trade around the movement of BTC are doing. So let's take a quick look and a rundown through some of those tickers. So we'll start off with Coinbase first, And coin, very, very strong off of the open, 240, 239.55 is the day low on Coinbase and pushing into 250 right now. So 250 might be interesting as it was that consolidation high going into the close on Friday. Quite a heavy sell-off on Friday as well, but a little bit of a bid. Picked us up right underneath that 250 and then slammed all the way back down into 240. So let's see what we do in and around that 250 as Coinbase has had a strong trend all morning long. Now, shout out to Pat here. We're gonna check out Mara. Mara, what has been up with Mara today? Let's see, 1879 day low with a high just underneath this 20 mark. 1885, 1884 seems like the high on the day. But again, similar kind of pattern here from Friday. Pretty much a strong sell-off into the close, and we are holding above consolidation highs, it would seem, or end-of-day consolidation highs on Mara as of right now. Now, this name has been quite interesting, has been kind of chopping in between this 21 and change and 19 and change over the past week or so, and it seems like we're still holding well within this range here. Now, I'm just going to check out this last one, MSTR. MicroStrategy, we know that they hold the Bitcoins as part of their business model. So yeah, a little bit of a strong trend. Again, we're seeing a similar pattern here. End-of-day consolidation on these names that came off of quite a strong sell-off there, but nice little bid up. Back recovering through some of these levels. That consolidation high from Friday just coming in at 1627, and we are kind of trending above that and holding above that as of right now. Quite a strong trend here on MSTR as well. What do you got? What are you looking at?
Well, Neil's just alerting me to the fact that GameStop is really making a down move here. Here comes 25 bucks. I think we were just talking about 27 or whatever there. I mean, and here we go. This has been one hell of a move down. Nice rounded top, save and except for these two candles over here. These were the bamboozlers. Otherwise, that rounded top, pattern is just, uninterrupted. This candle over here at 1040, this is called a specialist breakout. They force a lot of people who are waiting, with their stops on the other side of VWAP, they force them out, and then it ends up moving right back right back down again, excuse me. Who they are, I don't know, and I don't care. The point is, this is something that we see repeated a lot with heavily traded names, these specialist breakdowns or breakouts. They're quite fleeting, and they have a purpose. Here comes 25.11 new LOD on GME right now. I'm not saying 25 is going to be an area of support or whatever, but this is a bigger move down, 11% in the negative now. Are we? It's not a halt or anything. No, we're good. We're good at this level, 25.11. This thing is headed down. I don't have any shorts for this. I'll look in a second to see how much those bad boys will cost me. But right now, it is at low of day, so keep an eye on that. I was just talking to Adam DeLuce in the chat, and he's like, hey, man, have you had an opportunity to kind of test out your retracement analysis? Because I just finished making the point when Ob was asking me about what Almog was asking, and I told him, I like to take out breakout trades, but I don't like punching in at highs, so I like a retracement. So Adam was like, look, have you tested out your retracement strategy? And I said very specifically, I always look to see what exponential moving average that name is respecting on the day. Is it the 10, the 20, the 50? What is it? If it's not anything that day, I will not use the moving average. It's not like, it's going to start employing itself for my purposes here. So if there's no respect with the moving average and the name on the day, I won't use it. The other thing that I do though, Ram, is when I don't see confluence here or I don't see respect with any of these moving averages on the 5, I'll go to my man's time frame over here, and everybody who watches the show knows that OB likes to look at the 15. So then I'll look to see, is there respect with the 50, for example, on the 15. Here's GameStop's. And this is beautiful. Another rejection, double top rejection of the 50 period on the 15-minute chart. When I look at the 5 on GameStop, what do I see? I see local retracements at the 10. So I would be kind of, more, more inclined to want to use the 10 or on the 5 or the 50 on the 15 because I do see respect for it on the day. So I just want to make that point clear. If you're looking at getting in on retracements, whether on a long or a short, just make sure that the instrument you're trading on the day has respect for the indicator that you want to use. If it doesn't, if it's not jiving with it, well, why are you using it? It's not going to just employ itself for your purposes so that you don't use money, really. Right? 25's gone, guys. 24 and 2/3. This string is really moving here. We're about to hit 24 and a fifth. Thank you, Neil, for that. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate that, Neil. Thank you. So I do have shorts now for GameStop vis-a-vis the real deal, Neil. 24.58 low on GME. I'm going to look, obviously, for a better entry rather than punching in at lows. Some of the other names that I have for you on the day in terms of small cap gapper world, BNAI. This one had a great day Friday. It was a bit of a Christmas tree retracement. We really got going there at the open from the closing print just north of 4. I think it was like 407. Shut it to the highway, and we got all the way up to 518. No one from Toronto is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. Only people from Toronto are going to know what I'm talking about, or the Southern Ontario. 518 high on BNAI on Friday, and lo and behold, we get to south of 5.25, 523, and that becomes another top. But here's the thing. We're not doing that Christmas tree upside down V retracement on BNAI today. No. In fact, it does look like it's making incrementally higher lows, despite the fact that that flat top at $5 is, a key area of local resistance there. I won't be convinced otherwise. $5, there is a seller. However, be aware, higher lows on BNAI. Does this thing have a catalyst? Let me just find out for you guys real quick. Not like it really needs one because it was moving big boy on Friday. It does no catalyst from today. That's fine. So BNAI was going. I've already mentioned FCell. That one is still doing things. MLGO, this one was moving there. You can see at the bell after really dumping on Friday. Now this one looks like a short off VWAP off that 5 2/3. Ever since breaking above it, it has been using the volume weighted average price as that key area of resistance. All the pops into VWAP have sold off on MLGO. So I'll keep eyes on that. We're at 19.1 right now on the future, on the NQ June contract, just touched 19.1. We were above 19.1 on Friday, so this is not all-time highs. We got into that general 19.150 area, but yeah, 19.1. Keep your eye, obviously, no question about it, at the 100-point areas, both as support and resistance on the future, no doubt about that. Closing print on Friday, 19.037 OB.
Yes, sir. So it's about 11:30. So my question is, what else might be moving and what is doing some volume today? So the morning session kind of coming to an end here. So let's see. Let's go through a quick scan here of the volume leaders on the day and see what has been going on across these markets here. So some of these names, of course, we have seen already. We've been watching, but Nvidia, quite a strong trend off of some of these lows. 117 pushing into day highs there. You can see that 4 a.m. candle high, 22.90, 122.90 right there. We're trading only about 30 pennies away from that, and a strong quadunk happening here, pre-split, but a split adjusted price is high, 125.59 there on Nvidia. So yeah, quite a strong trend there. Let's see if this trend kind of holds. Volume might be potentially dropping off here, but 9 minutes and 40 seconds left for this 15-minute candle to finish printing. So we got a good chunk of the 15 still left to print on that one. GME we've been talking about broke below that 25 just as Sharif covered it right there. So 24.50 trading right now, trading below some of these levels from last week as well, where we got that secondary pop into those 40s and then 40s and beyond as well. 67, I think, yeah, 67.50 was the high pre-market or after hours. Pre-market and after hours roughly on Thursday night and Friday morning there on GME. What is DSY? Doing quite a bit of volume here. So I guess this is one of those small cap runners.
Yeah,
it would seem right off the bat. It doesn't even tell me what. Okay, so the market cap right now is at 9.5 million. So definitely a smaller cap for sure on this name here. Are you guys trading DSY today? It looks quite quite interesting here. But again, I don't really dabble as much in the small caps, so I don't really have eyes on this one. But I bet this is definitely doing some RVOL today. The RVOL not really showing up here on DSY, but AMD, another name, again, of interest there. 160-day low with a 165 high as of right now. 165 high? 165 high, trading at, 62.73s right now. So what's going on, Sean? Sean is passing over.
Read what it says about AMD.
AMD, 165.
SS means short sell.
Short sell, downgrade watch. Okay, all right, nice. So yeah, it tops out right there at 165 halves and pulls back over 3 points right there into, well, maybe not 3 points just yet, but 162.70 is trading right now on AMD. So shout out to Sticky Note Nation there. Sean killing it with the sticky note calls there. All right, so the next one, Ford. Ford is up on the day as well, doing some relative volume. Interesting. Did they have news today, Sharif?
I looked, dude. There's nothing.
There's no news, but it's doing some relative volume there. It would seem. I think this anchored might be off of prior earnings there, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we kind of hold that right off the open, break some prior week's highs as well. But that volume coming in right off of the open. So yeah, let us know if you guys know what's going on with Ford. But Ford doing a strong move on some significant RVOL, pushing about 2.8, 2.3, sorry, almost 3x RVOL. Now this RVOL I have on my chart measures off of 5 periods. So just to let you know, 5-period RVOL on Ford is elevated right now. HBAN, interesting. Huntington Bank shares, a bit of a sell-off there. What's going on?
Here it is. Sorry, thanks for that, Neil. Here is the Ford headline, guys. Biden administration set to scale back ambitious electric vehicle targets after concerns raised by the United Auto Workers and automakers, is the report. We know that per one Mach-E that Ford produces, at least as of last year, they were losing about $35,000 per car. Again, a lot of that is government regulation to speed up the adoption of EV sales. Maybe the electric vehicle, or sorry, the car companies didn't really want to be forced into it as quickly as that because it wasn't profitable for them. So we'll have to wait and see. In any case, whatever you want to make of this headline, Ford is up 2 1/3%. 12.5 seems to be a bit of a top right now on the American legacy automaker. So keep your eye on that if you want. It's done about 27 million shares of volume on the day. I'm along the Zon at these levels here, and this was a general consolidation area hold as well as a 20-period hold. I'll be looking to wet my beak soon on some profits. I also still have a dip trade on this so this was a planned DCA. I see Meta, guys. Meta's at 500. I'll get to it in 1 second. But this was a planned DCA, so I'm looking to defend the 20 period in that 186 area. Reason I want that 186 area is because it was a consolidation area before we really broke above it. So if we hold at this level, I do want some smoke. How much smoke? We'll have to wait and see. There we go. We got the print nicely in the money there. But now, time to cover the Zuck train. The Zuckerberg train. Shout out to him. He's been doing real well over the last couple of years after that $80 or $88 low in October 2022. Don't think I forgot about that. Now printing 5 hundos, definitely not at recent highs. We got well higher than that prior to earnings, but right back above 500, I think, since earnings. Let's go and double check that that's accurate. 4-hour chart, there it is. That was the earnings dump, and we have not been above 500 since May 24th, or sorry, April 24th, get it together, Sharif, when Meta reported. So right into that 500 area now, and we're doing the dance with no pants with 500 at this level. So we're going to have to see how this ends up turning out. When it hit 500 initially, I looked right over to Neil. I'm like, topping tail on Meta at 500, and you did get a topping tail. But the market didn't, you know what, about the topping tail. It's all right, I'm going up, baby. 50, 43, and then you make another 5-minute candle, not one, 5-minute candle to make a new high, and here's another 5-minute candle that just made a new high. 502/3 now, excuse me. Meta is going. Meta has strength right now. It is really printing. What a flat top break through that general 498 area. 501.25 now. Meta squeezing 1 2/3 in the clear. Not that much volume, but Meta never really does that much volume. 3 3/4 milli on the day. This is the only headline I see here for Meta and the Zuckerberg trade. Meta platforms to use social media posts from Europe to train AI. We already know that's aggravating the Europeans to no end. We know that because the Europeans are so, privacy sensitive more than we are on this side of the Atlantic. So they're looking at going after Meta, obviously, but this obviously does help train their models, but at what expense? Because it's going to irritate the regulator. So we're going to have to see how this is going to play out. Right now, the market loving everything they have to hear from Meta. 501.25 now, HOD on the Zuck trade. Great move here, up 1 2/3. We'll keep covering the Meta train there. Go Amazon. All right, nicely in the money here, 30 pennies. We're going to cover there on Amazon. We took that bad boy long at 23s and we just covered at 60s. So decent trade here on the Zon. This, again, really the only reason for this trade was this consolidation area low here. I said to myself, Sharif, it's going to be this 186 1/5 or 186 even, because that consolidation zone had about a 20 penny range on a closing basis. Forget about the wicks. And so I did literally get bottom right there, but I bet you this move up on the Zon has more to do with the strength on the market than it really does with Amazon today, but that doesn't really matter. So anyway, Amazon on the way up. Meta on the way up. Even the soft one is on the way up today, not that aggressively, up 0.86, but it's a good looking chart pattern there. All the closing prints really holding at that 10 period on the 5. You are getting wicks south of that, though. You need to account for those wicks in your stop placement. We're awfully close here to HOD on MSFT. 472.84. We were printing 472.50s, about 30 pennies from high a day on a 400 some odd dollar name. Goggles just woke up here. Wake up, Goggles. And the thing about this one, Obe, it's putting in incrementally higher lows, not by much. Yep. But incrementally higher lows all the way, and doing the dance here with that looks like the 50 period on the 5. We'll have to see if Goggles can wake up and start moving towards those highs. 19,102 now, HOD on the NQ June contract.
Yeah, that 19.1 test, I was watching it, that breakthrough, Sharif, definitely brought in some of that strength on the market. And I do like the ample amount of green candles there in this forest called Amazon here. Look at the 5-minute, the 15-minute as well. I was watching this, I was like, damn, like this is holding prior, like your entry right there is right on top of that prior day high. So it's like that's solid right there. We pulled back right into prior day highs, and we're getting that push off of that little dip there. So maybe a little bit of a thrust happening on that right there. So we get a nice little push and pulls back. Doesn't really violate that pullback, and it comes right back in. So let's see if we can break that 187 on the Amazon as the market thrusts to the upside there, breaking past that 19.1. Right, we keep on talking about that 19 level being a little interesting. We've been orbiting in and around that price over the past couple of weeks or so, and I'm looking at the Spider as well. Spider 534.60 is pushing day highs as well. So let's pull that one up right here. So kind of very similar to the ES obviously, but Spider's prior day high is 536.90. So quite a ways to go. Let's see if we can break that 535 as well. A little bit of an interesting level, kind of that. In the middle of the trading range from Friday. You can see that Friday was quite choppy there, and I see that Apple is pushing to its lows right there. So my position might be looking a little bit in trouble there as 19.1 takes a bit of a pullback here. So how much time is left in this 15-minute candle to print, you may ask? It's about 15 minutes because we just started that. So only 30 seconds have passed. But Softy looking quite a little distinctly different from the rest of them as it is pushing highs as well. Nvidia with a 122.90, huh? You know what? Maybe I want to pull up some Nvidia here and take a look at this one. So let me take Amazon off my screen right now and pull up some Nvidia, as I am kind of looking to dabble into this name a little bit here as it pushes towards, again, it pushes quite heavily, quite strongly off of that morning trend, and now we're taking a bit of a pullback here with that 15-minute prior bar kind of breaking as of right now. Something I do want to know here, I'll pull this chart in as I speak about Nvidia. So something I do want to know is that 4 a.m. candle high. Now I know a lot of people don't necessarily look at that 4 a.m. candle, but I do like to look at it sometimes as you know, in a low liquidity environment, some volume might come in and we ping both sides. And I'm like, huh, interesting that it stops where it does on both sides. So 119, we kind of reclaim that, and the high being at 122.90, it would seem. So maybe this is potentially a little bit of the backside of the move there. But you know what? I do kind of want to get involved potentially on this ticker. So I will do that there as well. So what is, okay, cool. Yep. So a little short here, just underneath that 122. Let's see if that comes in. If that 19.1 takes a bit of a pullback here, market has been quite strong from 1900 all the way into 19.1. So can we take a bit of a breather here? Just below that 19.1 is a question I am asking. The trend is your friend until the end where it bends, right, Sharif? So
absolutely.
Yeah, that's I think that's how the saying goes there. Apple stops me out on that flush right there, back through that 195.20. So bye-bye Apple. Didn't really work. Was looking for the reversion, but that reversion doesn't really come in as we've been consolidating for quite a while here on Apple. Now going into the event, potentially can be a sell the news event. So who knows? Maybe the long is not the right way to kind of trade that ticker right now. But I will be watching as we kind of near into that event. You said now it starts 1 p.m. our time. Okay,
yes, sir.
So yeah, it says 10 a.m.
Pacific,
on their website there, as I remember correctly. But yeah, so
Cupertino.
Cupertino,
California. It's
okay,
like
is that where
Silicon Valley?
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So it's Pacific time. I was talking to Joe back there, and apparently you guys were looking at TSM today. The floor was looking at TSM because it's on a rampage right now.
Okay, I haven't really looked at TSM.
3% Ram.
Holy wow! Look at that. That's a trend.
And apparently there is big boy size at 170, and 170 still hasn't touched. HOD on TSM right now 169.58, and apparently there is big boy size at that 170, so we'll have to see if Taiwan Semi can, number one, make it up to 170 so we can see what the dance will be between buyers and sellers at that level. Number two, Taiwan Semi is a second day play. I mean, they reported last week way better than anticipated. I don't know if it was earnings or what they were forecasts or whatever. Anyway, we know that they are making the great majority of NVIDIA's chips and likely will make AMD's as well as the other players as well. Here we go. It's at day's high as we speak, Ram, 169.59. This thing is at HOD, so we're going to have to keep eyes on this one. 6.5 million shares done today. This thing is up 64% year to date. Taiwan Semi, wow, unbelievable, great. Wow. Do you know how much the market cap is on Taiwan Semi? We're inching in on 1 trillion. We are 729 billion. So that's inching in on the trillion.
Yeah, no, this is what Nvidia hit the 3 trillion sometime that last week.
Yeah, it keeps hitting.
I think 1206. Was 12,006 was that price, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, no, it's interesting. It only seems like yesterday when we were like, oh, the first $1 trillion dollar move, and then it was Apple, and then now they're all pushing, like, I think softies over 3 trill, and then Nvidia and Apple as well. So that's interesting that TSM's kind of following along and pushing that mark as well. But yeah, that's quite a strong trend on TSM there. Not really doing too much relative volume either on this move up. Quite a strong trend. So I will definitely be keeping an eye on this one to see if and when that trend kind of breaks, or will it at all on TSM. So I don't know if they have any news, but I guess I'll.
No, it was from last week. Remember I was saying it was like the post earnings or guidance or whatever that they talked about. I'll give the news headline here. So that was from the 5th. Here it is. Give me a sec. There it is. TSM May revenue rose 30% on year two. That's new Taiwanese dollars. Ram. New Taiwanese dollars to 229.62 billion new Taiwanese dollars. That is not actual American dollars, but yeah, you can do the conversion there. In any event, it is up big, and I've already put an alert a little bit ahead of that 170 area. Put it 169 high 80s, so I can be alerted to it if it makes its way up there, so we can definitely have a look and see what is going on between buyers and sellers there. But wow, Meta, there it goes right back in a high day again. 501.58. The Zuck train right back above 500, baby. Hasn't been there since that late April dump on earnings, and people were disappointed with how much Zucksters was spending again on that kind of metaverse whole thing. But now there's a whole AI kind of angle to this, so it's not just about the metaverse. Guys, we did hit 400 on that earnings dump there. We didn't hang out there for that long, and it was more of a quick algo wick than anything else, but we were hanging out in the low 400s there for multiple days. That is essentially from the April 24th dump to May 1st, and then we really started heading up May 1st. So we had a bit of a consolidation phase there on Meta, not for long though. All right, so that's the look there. Now, people yelling about Apple again. Apple rejected off the 20. So there's been a bit of a dalliance with the 10 and the 20 today. These two candles here, 1120, 1125. The deeper ones got into the 20, and lo and behold, we rejected off the 20 again. But I want eyes on 195. Because I think that's an interesting level. There was all sorts of buying there at 195 earlier when we touched it initially from 10, and then you see it got defended all the way to 1025. The buyers were like, no, 195 is good enough for now. But, 195 could give way any day. This name is going to be on a lot of people's watch list today, no doubt about it, because that WWDC starts in exactly 1 hour and 8 minutes. Okay, so that starts at 1 o'clock. It's 11:52 right now. It is 10 a.m. California time. That's when it starts there. All right, so that's the look. Goggles made it back into the 50 here. We were talking about these incrementally higher lows, and now higher highs on goggles. Okay, so Google, definitely very bear flaggish. I'd be looking for a continuation downward on this one. I'd be looking to play it off these areas of support and resistance until Google can show me that it can change out of this trend. But this is what I'd be looking at, Google. It's weak on the day, and I'd continue to play it that way until something really changes. Yeah, not much else for me at these levels. I talked about Softy coming into highs as well. Amazon, we had that trade on. It's continuing to print higher. Tesla, if I can mention this one real quick before we throw it to the OB, the one that can OB. It's been a 10 or a 20. Take your pick on the 5 rejections. Initially, we were kind of making it into VWAP, but that was in the more volatile time of day. Now, really, it's just kind of which the shallow retracements come into the 10 and the deeper retracements come into the 20. I'd be hanging out at the 20 just to get a better entry. But it looks like we're destined maybe touch 175 on the day. The low on the day is 175.29. So we'll see if we can continue to print down here on the Cybertruck.
Yeah, this market super strong there. So we did reclaim that 19.1 there. So I was looking for a little bit of some relief if we did get back below 19.1. But it seems like we are still going there. And I am. Thanks for bringing my attention to that TSM. There is about I see like 1,000 lots, probably just a little bit over as well on that 170. So let me just pull that up here on the tape so you guys can see and throw that filter on as well. So okay, so when that 170 comes in, we'll see it. Yep. There is some size sitting up there. So let's see what we do in and around that size. Nvidia still holding. So I did kind of chase a little bit on the break. But we'll see. I'll give this a little bit more room to see if we kind of pull back in. But that 19.1, oh boy, is it running there. And Goggle, yes, sir, it is pushing for that consolidation high as well on the goggles. So if that kind of starts to break there, Apple also making higher lows there off of some of its prices. So let's go over to Apple. I did get a little long on Way here as Way did break that 2150. It goes up to 2153. So this was the IPO price, right? 2150. It was slightly defended on Friday, and now we are holding and pushing above, or holding in and around or above that 21.5 as of right now. So you can see 2153 victory. So pushing for higher days. They're fresh highs, all-time highs. Again, it's only 2 days old, so we shall see where Waystar Holding Corp kind of gets to there. 170 on TSM, pulling back a little bit off of there. So let's see what we got in store for that one. Goggle, yes sir, it is breaking that. So let me just pull up that chart right here to show you guys what I'm talking about here. Get some of those lines out of the way. So yeah, right there, this consolidation that we've been doing all day, which kind of is holding below last week's closing prices as it came down quite heavily in and around the 74 and change, 174. And there goes Goggle to the upside, blasting off, making some fresh highs. Let's see if we can get to 174 on the Goggle there. Amazon as well there, Sharif. I think you're, are you still in that Amazon?
No, I covered.
Okay.
I took it all out.
All right, yeah, so it's pushing for that 187. Let's see if that 187 comes in on the Amazon. I am watching that one closely as well. I may or may not get involved in the Amazon today, but we shall see. It might be, I do want to take a swing on a vine back down, back down towards VWAP right there. So let me show you guys what I'm talking about here on the Amazon itself. So VWAP is all the way at 185.66. So we've done quite an extensive move there. But again, if the market's going to stay strong and we're going to stay a little bit continuing above this 19.1, and look at this. Prior to our lows on this 15-minute have not been violated since we kind of held this 1900, and we've been pushing up there. So maybe I'll be looking for a change in behavior potentially to see if that can come in there. And 169 halves printing as of right now on TSM. So it seems like we might be a little bit longer before we get into that 170. I'm curious to know whether or not we take off that size there. SPY pulling back off of 535 as well. So 535, we kind of talked about that being a little bit of the middle, in and around the middle of the range from Friday. So maybe we are poised for a bit of a pullback. Again, it's getting to 12 o'clock there, Sharif. So when will this strong trend take a bit of a breather? I have no idea, but I definitely want to react to it for a potential reversion if that will come in. If not, that's perfectly fine as well. Oh boy, is that 120 lots there on
TSM?
No, on the Nvidia. Let me just, is that highlighted? Okay, cool, right there. So 190 lots right there. So maybe not that significant of a size, but definitely want to be watching for that at 122.41 sitting on the NVDA. So we're getting a bit of a pullback here on the NQ again with so about a minute 40 left on the 15-minute chart, and we're starting to wick a little bit here, but we've also wicked from the bottom side, so maybe a little bit of an indecisive candle here happening. Amazon with a bit of a pullback. Hello. All right, so let me take a quick look at that one. I'll pull that one up right here. Maybe it's time for some of that some of that vine swinging, some Freudian slips as well. Might be time for wine. I don't know.
It's a Monday, homie. We just started the week. Yeah, I love it. Shout out to Jay Lee. There he is. I was trying to get GME long at 24.52, but it bounced off 24.60. Now up 25 cents. Oh, well. Yeah, right now. Look, Jay, I got to tell you, I was thinking short here. Katina, man, what's your look on GameStop? Are you looking at it? The Katina man short 25. So I got to agree. I was thinking short, Jay. I got to tell you the truth. I hope you print, obviously. That goes without saying. But I'm seeing weakness here, Jay. I got to tell you, it couldn't even make it up to the 10 period last little pump there. When prior to that, it was touching the 10 period and rejecting off it. These last two candles over here that bounced us off 24 and a third back into 25 and a quarter, they didn't even touch a 10 period. So I'm seeing more weakness come into GameStop over here. Obviously, as the Katina man said, we don't take any specific pleasure in shorting this, knowing that other people are long, but a trade's a trade, and the fact of the matter is it looks weak here. So I'm going to be looking at GameStop. It continues to make lower highs and lower lows, all the while knowing full well the bamboozlement in this name. It is fast, it's furious, it's real, and at any moment in time, the trend can change and push me out. So we'll look for a better entry here on GameStop. But Jay, let me know if you see anything different, distinctly different.
Distinctly different.
Shout out to the one that can open. All right, there was another individual who pointed out KWE to me in the chat, and it looked a lot better when they pointed it out initially. I just wanted to mention it here. This one was a penny stock, started out its life today at 40 pennies. It touched $1.16. It's still up 130 132%. So put some respect on its name, I guess. 7 2/3 million market cap, tiny to say the least. 184 million shares traded on the day on KWE. It is an early commercial stage technology company. I'm not even going to bother reading any more than that. The float, 7.7 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is, if any. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. And if you want what I'm using right here, go into the Trader TV or Trade Ideas and use code TRADERTV20 for 20% off. 2.15% of the float is short, so kind of negligible for KWE. Double top, you could say, basically through that $1 area. I want to see if it holds, number one, VWAP. It can't hold $1. It's already below $1. Let's see if it can hold up at 85 pennies or so. That's where VWAP is. Otherwise, I'd be looking for a break of this middle part over here around 60 pennies, which is the low of day for the completion of the double top. Usually you're looking for the middle V part break there, but it looks a little bit like a U, not a V. So that's the look there. FCell still doing its thing above $1. Nothing really to talk about. But look at GameStop right back down into the low of day, 24.20. Again, it's trading, just a skosh above that low of day. So I've got shorts on this bad boy, thanks to Neil. But I'm not going to be punching in at lows. There goes the lows, 24.14. Yeah, no stopping this one from any lower, guys. It's going to continue to sell off, it looks like here, until somebody steps in. We'll see. Shout out to Katina Man, who's short 25s there. He's printing on that. There we go. We got the dollar. You need some help on Nvidia. Guys, he's long at 118. He's asking for help. I mean, like, he's trying to troll us here. That's what he's doing. I'm just teasing you. I know. Look. He's thinking about 120, 160. I gotta agree with him. I mean, basically, this yellow line over here, that's a 20 period on the 5, Katina, man. That's exactly it. Yeah, shout out to him, baby. There you go. The dude's printing on this one. He's got it all the way from down here, literally at almost the low of day. He's got it $1 higher than the low of day. I mean, yeah, shout out Sticky Note Nation. Shout out to the Katina Man, baby. And if you don't know that you can follow along the Katina Man's trades, and let me disabuse you of that lack of information right now, baby. Ram, can we hit the More Trader TV thing after we're done that? Because the Katina Man, the Neil, all their positions are on More Trader TV Live, another channel that we've got. There you go, Katina Man, long 118.02. On Nvidia on the right, you can see Neil long FCell and Palantir, short Intel and AMC. And there's the Katina Man short on GameStop right there. You'll be able to see everything all day long, including the top headlines. Guys, make sure you're running this stream and that stream to have a fuller picture of the market. And Ram, if I can also tell them about this, thank you. Come on, Ram. We're in tune. We're in tune. I love it. Guys, we now put the voting, or we've now put the afternoon rundown in your hands. You guys can vote every day on the midday show using that exclamation point join space $, and the ticker prompt, and you can vote for your favorite ticker every day. Neil and Sean will cover those tickers for you, tell you how they traded it, what the look is, etc. between 2 and 2:30 every day. So make sure to have your say and go in and vote now. If you want to hear about the Katina Man's Nvidia trade, go and vote for Nvidia. How about that short that he has at $25? Go in and vote for GameStop if you want that. But every day, make sure you're getting your vote. Otherwise, we won't cover the tickers that you like. All right. Let's have a look here at some other names. I was thinking about getting in on Meta at 500. They didn't even come close. It dipped into 575. So Meta looks awfully strong at this level. What I am thinking about now, though, is this double bottom that's being put in on the soft one at the 20 period. It's trying to defend that 427-ish area. I like this 20 period retracement with the market heading higher. I'm going to go look at Microsoft for a long here, Obi.
Yes, sir. A lot of people in the chat talking about LMND, Bob Ross. Let's take a quick look at that one. Lemonade Inc. Let's see what this one is up to today. Is it doing volume here? Yeah, not really. It's not really doing too much volume here, only 300K. So I don't know if I want to really take a look at this one as of right now. But yeah, I was watching LUV as well. It's on the volume gainers list. Apparently, kind of gapping up this morning on news of what is it? Almost $2 billion investment stake in Southwest Airlines from Elliott. So. Investment activist here, so let's take a quick look at that one. Elliott Investment, so confirms nearly a $2 billion stake in Southwest Airlines, and look at that. It's definitely doing significant RVOL in the pre-market here. Look at that, almost 30x, 50 or 38, almost 40x RVOL, and doing about 15 off of the open. They're holding that 29.50, it would seem. So let's take a quick look left on the hourly, see if that 29.50 is of any significance. So maybe a little bit, because that seems like that area is that earnings day one flush there. So a reference price off of earnings report, flushing off of those prices, and now on this news, on a $2 billion stake by Elliott Investments, we are holding that with that area with the day lows as of right now, with LUV pushing towards highs there, Sharif. So I wonder if we can kind of, you can see that it did a quadunk on earnings, and prior to earnings, I think it had another quadunk. I don't know what this one was for, but yeah, that from 34 all the way down to 28. So there's a little bit of air post to that move all the way up into 33. So yeah, I know if we go to a daily chart here, I know people like to look for that gap fill, and that gap fill maybe potentially coming in at that 30.80, and if we can break that, the prior day's close before that is right in and around that 33.70 on Southwest Airlines. Now we know that airlines kind of reported, some of them reported a couple of weeks ago, so let's see what American is doing right here. So still kind of consolidating. It did gap down. I think last couple of weeks ago we had this trade on. I forget what it was specifically, but negative news, obviously kind of flushing down, consolidating sideways as of right now on American Airlines. So let's take a quick look at Delta as well, and then we'll take a look at Boeing. So Delta not as I guess similar looking as those two names, but yeah, let's take a quick look at Boeing here. I've noticed that you want to be careful while talking about Boeing, or talking negatively about Boeing with some of the shady things that have been going on this ticker, or with the people associated with this ticker. But yeah, let's take a quick look here on yeah, it's very true. It's super sketch, man. I don't know. Here's the thing. We learn to read fugazi in the markets, and when it happens in real life, oh boy, does that stand out. But 192.60s highs on the day, and a bit of a V-shaped recovery happening here on Boeing, back down to 190s. But take a look at this. We've been in quite an uptrend after the strong quadunk move on with the end of May here. Look at that strong trend there, Sharif. 170s all the way back up to 192. So going back up to say like an hourly here, let's take a quick look. You can see that we've been kind of chopping sideways. We know that they had some news it's been a couple months now, I think, of fuselages flying out, things like that, and interesting things happening after that as well. But yeah, the ticker, definitely a lot of opportunities to trade in and around some of these ranges happening here on a higher time frame on Boeing there.
All right, guys, you guys know what time it is. Once we get into that noon hour, it becomes that time for Neil's lesson of the day.
Buy the rumor, sell the news. Your lesson of the day today isn't the most obvious thing ever, which is just simply that fact, which I just pointed out. It's more along the lines of what does that look like? I mean, it's easy enough to tell anybody, okay, well, you have something which is highly anticipated. It could be like the Nvidia 10-for-1 split. It could be the Apple event. It could be GameStop and Roaring Kitty having his live stream. So all of these types of things can be catalysts for the market. And then once the thing that you're looking for is announced, or the event starts, or you get the beginning of the day of that event, you can have these sell events where people are taking profit. So it's important to sort of understand what the difference between all of them are and how you can try to take advantage of them. So the first one, we'll talk about GameStop here because it was very, very unique. Now, I would almost liken the Roaring Kitty live stream to something like like WWDC, or when a company is presenting at some kind of an expo or something along those lines, where there is a specific time in a trading session or during a day when the market is open that you are expecting big news or an announcement or something that can move the stock, right? So it's very different from a split date where that happens and then Monday morning you're trading the pre-market, Nvidia is splitting. In this particular case, GameStop, you knew at 12 o'clock on Friday that was going to be the big event. So if you looked at what had happened going into it, sometimes you can use the information going into the event, which I didn't, by the way, this is why it's a lesson of the day, as a bit of a key. So you know at 12 o'clock you want to key in on the price action. And if you're looking for a sell the news type of event, a lot of times it'll show you some signs of weakness early. And this is an extreme example of it. It spiked at 9:30 and went into a couple of up halts, gave up the entire move. And I want to highlight after it down halted the second time. So the opening range got put in at 10 o'clock and it down halted at 38. It opens up and then fails at $39. Now, if you are a mean reversion trader, if you are a buy the rumor, sell the news trader, this is key. Because right at or going into 12 o'clock when the live stream is about to start, it's at that same price level where there were already a bunch of sellers looking to take it out. So in this particular case, if your bias is buy the rumor, sell the news, it was showing you the level. Now in this very unique situation, when it didn't start on time at 12, there was a halt down. So I think, let's throw that out for a split second and then worry about once the stream had started. Because once the stream started, there was a bounce to the upside. And then you look at where this turned. Now, when we talk about the confirmation of the sell the news during the event, you look back at this once at the open, after it halted down, rejection 38.5, 39. Twice, right before the event is about to start, fail at 38 even. On a bounce during the event, it makes a wick high after that 38. We've seen it before with Meta had an event like this. Apple's done it with WWDC. When there is a turn after the event starts, it just continues in that direction. And that's exactly what happened when you got the confirmation for GameStop here. Very, very key. You had the confirmation that not only was it a sell that day, but it was a sell after the event started at that particular price. There weren't buyers enough to take it past those key resistance levels. And as a matter of fact, today it's actually continuing to head to the downside. The other type of sell the news event can just occur. I mean, to a certain extent, it did happen in GameStop today or on Friday right at the open. But the other place that it did happen is Apple. Going into the event, in this particular case, it got sold right away at the open. Rally on Friday, WWDC doesn't start until 1 o'clock, and then right at the open, it completely rejects. Now again, this is a situation where I was looking for the dip buy, so I slapped a fail on myself for that, but we're here to learn and then understand why might this have been a continuation. And the principle was basically the same as that GameStop. It took out immediately a key level right off the bat at the open and then proceeded to trend down. So last week's highs, that's 196.5 to 197. First thing it did, take out that level at the open, consolidate lower and drop, consolidate lower and drop. There was one potential breakout that just happened at VWAP, and even now it's starting to give it up. The difference in this case, however, is that the event hasn't happened yet. So whether or not we get that similar move into GameStop where GME came right back up to that resistance level that it sold at the open and then just dumped again. I don't know if Apple is going to do that, but that is something I will look for. If there is a pump at 1 o'clock that goes right back into the resistance level that dumped in at 197 and it curls at that price and it shows you resistance at that price, well then I would look to sell the news off of that price. Just following the similar architecture of what happened over in GameStop. And we've seen this time and time again. So you have to ask yourself, okay, well, what happens when sell the news doesn't work or it doesn't follow through? And I think the best example of that's going to be Nvidia. You got the split, so our charts aren't split adjusted. Not that it matters. I don't think you need to in this particular case because it's just about the price action. Now, the difference between GameStop and Apple and Nvidia is those were events, 1 o'clock, noon. In this particular case, the second you wake up on Monday morning, it's already trading at the split. So there is, like, the event has happened. If anything, you could argue that the event is essentially over Friday or Friday night, or you can call it Monday morning, the second you show up, or quotes go on, 4 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., whenever you happen to start. So you're already post-event in this case. At the open, there was the sell the news event. But here's where it turns out to be different. We talk about that first price where things get rejected, and if you look here at the open, it was right at that pre-market high. Sometimes it's that clean, $121. The difference here, when it comes back to that 121, and this is key because if you look at it, this is exactly where it broke out the high. So that 121 right at the open, because that's the only line that you have in the sand, it was a pre-market high, it was the opening range top. You had this one test, it breaks it right here, dips, holds a higher low, and then it's off to the races. Now, obviously, I'm not long in this situation, but I think as usual, the learning experience would be once it confirms that sell event is done and it's not curling at that price. Remember, GameStop couldn't get past 38.5 when the event started, 39. It rejected it. So it fell back in. Apple couldn't get past 97. If it's carrying through past 1 o'clock today, then it's not rejecting it. It can be a long. But that's what happened in Nvidia. It broke that top, and there is your hold of that previous level. And now all of a sudden, maybe the sell the news is done. But you didn't have that over-the-top conviction, I don't think, until it holds that high end of the range. So you want to see, once money is able to come into the market after the event, so either after it starts or after the open, key in on those prices. If Nvidia had just broken that pre-market high and held that pre-market high, then you just, it's an easy long off that. But it actually turned from a sell the news at the open to a breakout long later in the day. In the case of GameStop, it simply confirmed multiple times at the open of the event, and then after the event was already in, that the same level of selling was going to be coming into play. And then for 2 days in a row since then, counting then and today, it's still been a sell. A similar thing with Apple, rejecting right off the bat at the open, and we will find out at 1 o'clock today whether or not that 197 level is going to get rejected. So it's trying to rally into the event, but we already got a rejection level. And if it sells up there again, it will not surprise me 1%. So you always look to those key times, those key prices, come back to them when the event starts. Do not ignore important price action at the start of any anticipated event or at the open when an event is the beginning of the day. It's no different from at the open on an earnings day. It matters where the liquidity and the big money want to transact. So lots of different ways that you can play those event, buy the rumor, sell the news. You can do it at the open. You can wait for confirmation at key prices and trade it post. Or you can sit it all out and just simply learn. If you've never traded an event, when you have heightened volume, there's nothing wrong with just observing that first time through. If you've never seen the WWDC event, then just watch. Watch and observe, and then take action. You didn't have to trade GME during Warren Katie's live stream. But certainly if you weren't watching it, you were missing out on a learning opportunity to check that price action. It sold that same price enough times that finding the short was the right call. I'll admit I didn't. That's why it's the lesson of the day. So we're going to play these news events and we're going to learn from them every single day. Key in on key prices at open, event start, and then during event highs and lows. That simple. Observe, 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 and listen to what the market is telling you. Trade the news and trade it correctly.
Very much, Neil Roberts.
Very insightful.
Baby. Thank you very much, Neil Roberts, baby. Dropping hot lines every day. Neil Roberts, in and around lunchtime. Neil's lesson a day. Make sure you're catching it, because, well, then you're going to miss it if you don't. All right, couple of things here before I throw it to Obe. I had a nice trade here on the soft one. I'll explain why I got into this one in a second. This was a 20-period retracement on the 5. There was really nothing more to it than that. Higher highs, higher lows, a period of retracement. On the 5-minute, I'll show you in a sec, it came into the 5-period exponential, and I said, great. The deeper retracements come into the 5, the more shallow to the 10 has been my observation with these trending stocks. So I got long, and we took 50 pennies on it before you could say, how do you do? So we got in at 80s, took everything out at 33. So I'm happy with this trade. What I'm unhappy about and what I'm constantly unhappy about is not having enough size and not getting it out the top. So I'll continue to be unhappy about that for a little while. Anyway, good trade so far right now on the soft one, heading higher. And I know Meta is really the big boy here. It is really doing things to the long side. META, is it at high days? Yeah, it just printed 502.49, coming into resistance level 2 on pivots. It ran through 1 like it didn't even matter, so I'm much more hesitant to want to use anything to do with pivots on the day. There was some respect earlier on here with the 10 period and with VWAP, so I could use those. But this is getting quite extended now. Volume weighted average price sitting at 497 and 2/3. This thing printed 502.50. So really kind of, getting extended away from the volume weighted average price, away from that 500 level. I want a key area of support for this one to come in before I get long. Coming down now into 501 1/3, the biggest red candle I guess we've had in a little while here on META. Pack my patience. Let's see what this one brings. The trade I'm in currently, I guess I'm out of it now. It just stopped me out. Crap. BNAI, before I could even talk about it, it stopped me out. And look at it, it's going right back above VWAP. So if this is a specialist breakdown, I'm getting right back in. Because this thing has really respected VWAP, but you see at times there is that propensity to have that specialist breakdown and then move up again. You can see that over here at 11, at 11.05, and then it reclaims that level at 11.10. So I did get stopped out, but I can absolutely be persuaded to get back in if this one closes above the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about BNAI up about 19%. I'll give you the deets on this one super quick in case I haven't already. $161 million market cap. The volume is absolute trash on the day. It is 1.75 million on a $5 name, but just isn't enough. 7.7 million share float. And here is the short float, Ram. Let's pull up the trade idea software, BNAI. We don't have, sadly, a short float on this one, so we'll have to speculate at the moment. And they look at it. Come on, bro. Right back up above 490s. That's what frustrates the hell out of me. I should have definitely had a tighter stop there. That is on me. That is nobody's fault but mine. There it is. I literally got bottom wick, and then it popped right back up. So we're going to get right back into this one, Ob.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat here. Rivian Millionaire. And was it Simon T? There's quite a few people talking about Shop and saying that can you please take a look at Shop? And I did. Oh boy, look at this trend here. 161s all the way to 163. So this is quite strong on the day here. Held VWAP off of the open there. Quite, I don't know about clean, but definitely held a level here, 6180s, consolidation high in and around that 62s. Breaks that as well. Can't really get back to VWAP on this pullback, but take a look at this, Sharif. Friday's shelf high. Oh. Talk about a flat top break. Sure, it's not that clean, but when you've been consolidating all day Friday, going into the close for over 5 hours on a flat top, and you come in the morning, you make a consolidation there, and then now you're pushing up even higher. Yeah, Shop is definitely doing a move here on the day. Very, very strong, it would seem. Let's take a look at a higher time frame here and see what's going on potentially if we look a little left here. So yeah, prior earnings consolidation highs here, right there at that 64 mark. So we are pushing into that earnings day one prices, day two prices as well, pushing into that 63. So yeah, I'm curious to know, does this look kind of like one of those smiley face patterns here?
Rounded bottom.
Rounded bottom, yeah. That bottom definitely looks rounded here. Nothing too, I guess. Yeah, the backside move is done on that one, on the rounded bottom, as we are pushing right back in and getting a little bit of a lift up into 64s here, that consolidation high from earnings day one. So yes, Shopify very, very strong on the day, it would seem, on Shopify. Yeah, what's going on?
I just want to remind everybody to vote, because we don't have too many people voting. Get into the chat right now. Vote for the ticker of your choice. It's super simple. You go in, you get into the chat, you hit that prompt that you see on your screen right there. Make sure to have a space between the word join and the $sign. And every day from 2 to 2:30, the Big Kahunas will be locked in to take your votes for the top or the top requested names. They'll give you their look at it. If they traded, they'll tell you how they traded it, why they did the way they did, and if they didn't trade it, they'll give you their outlook. Make sure to get into the chat right now, hit that exclamation point, hit that, type in that word join, space, dollar, then the ticker of your choice. If you want to have a look at how the Katina man shorted at 25 on GameStop, get in and vote for GameStop. If you want to see what Neil did on FCell, get in there right now and vote for FCell. How about that Intel trade that Neil had today? Get in there as well. How about that, I don't know, $40 banger pre-split that the Katina man had on Nvidia? It was a $4 banger, but we're just joking. We're talking about pre-split. Get into the chat right now and vote for Nvidia if you want to see how the Katina man traded that. Every day from 2 to 2:30, by the way, we cover that stuff. And I want to also point out that we have one hell of a new podcast. Oh, did you hear about this podcast? It's called the Freedom and Wealth Podcast, Obe. Okay. And essentially what this is basically we're talking about stuff that isn't trade related. We're talking about the everyday hustle and how to have that mentality for that excess income on the side. And I got to tell you, I listened to this week's podcast, and to say I was impressed with the Katina man and Brendan is a gross understatement. They talk about compounding interest. They talk about the mindset that you need. And everybody knows the magic of compounding interest. If you don't, you might have trouble building wealth on this side of the world, okay? So make sure you're listening to this podcast every day. Or every week, excuse me. I cannot say enough good things about it. Shout out to the Katina man and the Brendo doing the absolute most in a good way. Shout out to them. And yeah, that's the look there. So, all right, we're in this BNAI, Ram, and we're in it again, even though we got stopped out. The idea here with this one, should I get out of this one, Ram? She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She just wants to know, is her, anyway. Anyway, I'm not going to say. The whole point, though, of why I got in this was a VWAP hold. I did get stopped out of it. I was of the opinion that this was a specialist breakdown, but I may get stopped out again. We're long 90s. It's printing 91, so we'll keep an eye on that. Chef Joe, that pod was so good. Must listen. I know. Pretty Panda, oh boy, what a podcast. A little Katina man there, a little Obi-Wan Kenobi. It is a hell of a podcast. Trust me, you need to be listening to it. If you want to get that mentality right for that side hustle, for that trading, they go through all that stuff. Shout out to Brendo and the Katina man doing a great job there. All right, what's your look?
Nothing much, man. Yeah, I definitely agree. I got to check that one out there. I was a little busy with a couple of wedding stuff this weekend, but yeah, I definitely will go check out that podcast. But yeah, mental definitely a strong aspect of running any sort of business, right? Oh, yeah. So I think that's definitely worth a watch there. What's the saying? Mental maketh man, or no? I think it's. We can say that. Man? I think from that movie, I think manners maketh man, but actually we can say mental maketh man as well. But Softy coming back here into VWAP there, so a little bit of a pullback here on a few of these names. I am getting a little bit aggressive here with the Nvidia, but with the market kind of pulling back into that 19.1, let's see what we got going on there. Amazon still chopping a little sideways up here, right underneath this 87, so we'll continue to watch that. Apple did have quite a strong move there, yeah, I did get stopped out. I had the idea for the long there in and around here, but I might have been a little too early there for the move. Didn't really risk to low a day where the real risk kind of where it deserved the real risk for the trade, makes a higher low, and then rips up through consolidation highs after stopping me out in and around this, I think it was 195.20s, I think, and then this low right here, oh boy, just above 195, 195.07, so I got to do a little bit better with that stop placement, but we are pulling back a little bit off of this 196. We did kind of wick it there, so looking back at it, a little bit of that strength off of Friday's move there. The end of day consolidation low is what we're pulling back off of right now. So that low just being right there at that 195.64, confluencing with this morning's or this midday's kind of consolidation highs on the Apple itself. Now we are. How far are we from that? So 30 minutes there, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
30 minutes away from Apple's event. And we just heard Neil talk about buy the rumor, sell the news, and definitely some news is going to be coming out on the Apple. And again, we were just talking about this earlier. We got FOMC this week. We got CPI this week. So let's see what the market has in store for us today and in this coming week as of right now. But yeah, Apple kind of consolidating above its kind of midday or morning session high here. This consolidation is the one I'm talking about here. It's a little sideways action on top of the 195, just pushing up to that 195.70s. We rip up, and now, as of right now, we are kind of holding above. Let's see if we kind of reclaim there. That 19.1, I'm going to keep an eye on. And yeah, as we get closer to that event, oh boy, is Amazon going to break this low here, this consolidation low, 186s, 186.16s right here. On the Amazon itself, so maybe we can go for a bit.
Soft one broke aggressively too.
Oh boy, yeah, that one goes right through VWAP right there. 426 is coming in on Softy. So let's pull that one up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Look at that, nice little crush down to the downside there. This low right here, 425.60s incoming. What's the opening price, you may ask? I'm definitely asking that question. Opening is 424.89. Now, Sharif, you want to tell them that joke that you had me a little confuzzled about while Neil was doing his.
It's so bad. It's a dad joke, bro.
What are you saying? I could not understand for a second, but I'm like, because I keep thinking like, oh, well, something's being washed away on the charts. But yeah, you can tell.
No, because Neil said line in the sand. So I look at Obe. I'm like, I hate drawing lines in the sand. The waves always wash them away, and he's just like looking. He's focusing on the trade, right? He's not even listening to me at all. He's like, it's just, and he's like, just laughing. He got it. I love it. I do that to Adair all the time too, and she's like super focused into a trade, and she doesn't get sarcasm all that well either. So it's like it's perfect. But yeah, guys, GameStop just made one hell of a topping tail candle. Wowzers, this is awfully bearish. And look at it, comes into that key area of technical resistance. That was the bottom area low, that 24.50. We put a topping tail. Oh, wow, that is an ugly candle there to make another low. 24.50 top, now 23.50, dropped $1 in a quicker than I can say, how do you do? And this was basically a flipping of support and resistance. Obe was talking about this earlier. I yap about this all the time. Areas of resistance, areas of support on a downtrend end up being resistance once they're broken and they're retraced to. The same thing as areas of support on an uptrend. When you're uptrending and you have a key area of technical resistance, once you clear it, sometimes, most of the time, especially on trending stocks, when you come back in, you test it and you hold up off it. Same thing happened here, 24.50 for GameStonk, and then down it goes again, 23.55 LOD. That is one ugly inverse hammer candle there, topping tail candle through that level, and then down it goes again. I'm not commenting about the stock. I'm talking about the chart pattern. So please don't call me a suit or anything like that. I really am not, right? I really am just your average Joe Schmo. Anyway, Alessandro and I are talking back and forth in the chat. He was telling me, look, dude, BNAI, it looks weak. If it breaks 480, get out of Dodge. Alessandro, couldn't agree more. The only thing that you and I are disagreeing about is where the stop goes. I'll put it through the bottom of the lower area of this bottoming tail candle over here. Knowing that we held up at 76, I put it below that, so come what may. I'm looking for a hold at VWAP here. Whether or not we get it a hold at VWAP on BNAI, completely out of my control. I'm looking at de-risk in front of 5, just in case 5 does act again as an area of technical resistance, and it did all morning. Look at this, reject, 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 topping tail, reject, reject. Finally, we break 5 at 11.50, and when we broke 5, look what happened. We broke right down again. So for a fact, I know that there's resistance at 5, so I'll be looking to de-risk if we make it up into the high 90s. What's going on there? Why are you saying let's go? What? $2 in the money GameStop. Again, GameStop tanking again. The Katina man is $2 in the money on GameStop. So broke now. Again, we were talking about that 23.50 being the low of day. Nuh-uh. It's now 23.33 Katina man, and he's multiple dollars in the money because we know he's short at 25. So great trade there. GameStop, no bottom in sight as of yet on this name. So make sure if you're long, you know exactly what's going on. I don't need to tell you. All right, let's have a look now at some of these large caps. And did you see what happened with Google? We were singing up singles
right
Google's
back.
praise. Look at that. It held the trend line like a dang glove. So we were talking about this upper trend line really, being a bit of a damper on Google's up recovery party here off that 173-ish low. It's coming into 174. The closing print on Friday is 174 and a quarter. So I'll definitely be looking at that for an aggressive short, 174 and a quarter, 174 and a third, in and around that area. We know that it was basically down and to the right all day today. So we'll keep an eye on goggles. We're above 19.1. But as Obi mentioned, so many things coming this week. We've got the WWDC, we have FOMC, we have CPI. I know those are a lot of letters and acronyms, but they all mean something important. And that's why Obi was saying, why would we really reclaim that 19.1 when there is just so many undecided things? We're above it right now, so the market doesn't really care what we talk about. It's doing what it wants to do. Ram 19.110 at the moment. We're trading at there. But okay, before I send it back to Ob, I want to mention that Meta could be on the way back into 500. So we're doing a bit of a rounded top now on the Zuck train. Lower highs and lower lows incrementally on these 5-minute candles ever since printing that high at 12.15. It's been subsequent lows, subsequent lower highs. Let's see what we do at 500. The 20 period on the 5 is also hanging out at that 500. So let's see if we reclaim 500 now, not by that much, $2.50. Do we now use 500 as that level of defense? We'll have to wait and see. This candle has a low of 533 on the dot. So 500 and a third, the low on this candle. Let's see how far we get down, Ob.
Yes, sir. So a little bit of a chop in and around that 19.1, as you're saying. Now Amazon breaking down a little bit further there, so got a little bit more on that consolidation low break. Let's see what we do in and around VWAP here, as the market looks like it's kind of maybe, or some of the constituents might be pulling back. We know that Softy is breaking below that VWAP. You know that Amazon, if you look at this on a 15-minute chart, we kind of consolidated, chop, and now we're breaking the low. So let's see if we can come in and around close to VWAP. What do I have as VWAP right here? 185.80s, it would seem. So 185.80s. So we're just hovering about 10 pennies away from that one there. A little bit of trouble happening here for me on Nvidia, as Nvidia looking distinctly different, kind of pushing towards its highs, but Alphabet kind of pulling back as well. So let's see what we do with that 19.1 there, Sharif. But yeah, no, Softy. It seems like Softy was kind of the leader there in a bit of a pullback as it broke down. It was quite strong on the day, and yeah, it is kind of pulling back as of right now. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. But yeah, this one here is Nvidia. This one here is Nvidia. You can see that it is quite strong on the day. So I don't necessarily want to be fighting the trend on this one for too long. But take a look at Softy here. Softy on the 15-minute. You can see, look at that, breaking below VWAP. But that 15-minute chart was quite nice, as we had a strong push after the open, and then we consolidated for a little bit there, and then continued to try to push towards those highs, but made a lower high, the high a day being 427.84. And look at this, a little bit of a low volume, but an increased volume pop towards high a day. 427.66 is a lower high relative to this wick that we got, and that wick got slammed down. We consolidated. We attempted to push that on some strong bars, and then we slammed right back in, and now we're violating VWAP, and now the price of interest I have right here is this 15-minute candle wick low right at that 25.66, only about 30 pennies away from that on the Softy as of right now, as we push a little bit lower there. But yeah, here comes VWAP on the Amazon as well, so let's see what we got in store for that. But what are you guys watching? Killer Cam saying Apple 200 during event today. Who knows, man? It could very well happen. We were talking about who's going to get to 200 first, Tesla or Apple, but definitely, I'm pretty sure I lost on that one. Not just yet.
You don't know.
Not yet,
yeah.
but we'll see. We shall see what happens after the event today, as Apple is pretty much in and around that price. This morning, I looked at it in the pre-market. 197.97 was the high, and I was like, oh boy, just a point off of a couple points off of that 200. We could very well push that, as I think Apple's ATR is in and around $3.
Okay, that's
3 points. So yeah, I was like 3 points. We can do an ATR during the day, especially with an event going on. But again, kind of to mention what Neil kind of just covered. Maybe it's a buy the rumor, sell the news event as we bid up into the event as of last week. Pretty strong close on Friday on Apple, and it seems like today we did come in and flush about, what is it, 197, so almost 198, all the way down to 195s. 184.83 is the day low on Apple. So we did flush quite extensively off of some of those highs on Apple, and yeah, we are kind of consolidating sideways right now, awaiting this event, which is going to be in 20 minutes, Sharif.
It is. I just took out 15 pennies there on GameStop, got short at 66s, wet my beak at 50s. This is for a bottom area hold over here, so for breaks above my entry, the trade is no longer right, and because I'm at the top area of the consolidation area. So let's see if this one continues to trend up. It's printing 65s. I don't want to see anything above 69s. Down it goes into the 50s. Let's see if we can wet our beak on some more profits. I'm short GameStop on here for a consolidation area top. This is going to be a short-term trade, and it is. So I'm getting out here for the remaining balance, break even on the rest. It looks like it's heading back up. I'll look to get in either at the 20 or the $25 area. I've got shorts thanks to Neil. Shout out to him. We'll see exactly what we can get on that. BNAI, we're break even. It's still holding this VWAP price, so I don't want any smoke from this one. At the moment, I'm not going to be adding here or anything like that, all right? Susu, Killer Cameron Joker, bro. This guy's just trolling me because he knows I don't like that. Shout out to Killer Cam, that's funny. Guys, I also wanted to mention we're doing things here. I know that Obe was mentioning VWAP on the Zon, and I'm very interested in this level, Ram, because it comes right into that 185, let's call it 75 area. We're printing 185, 85s here. Let's see if we can get some sort of proof that VWAP will feature on Amazon. I haven't had any proof today that VWAP has featured on Amazon. We're about to find out. Now, I did get proof that the 20 was an important area because we got a couple of holdups at the 20 here. I got to tell you, my look today on Amazon really is without any significant impact from the moving averages or from any of these line indicators. That's just been my observation. Let's switch to the 15. Is that the case? Well, we're still the case with the 15. We're gonna, if we get a line indicator respect today, the first one will be VWAP, because I got to tell you, everything else is a bit of a reach right now. If you're looking to, you know, well, there's some respect here at the 20, but hard to say. AMZN. I'm going to be all eyes here to see if it holds up at VWAP. No question about that. Now, the other event that's happening here is Meta's retracing off that 502.5 close to $500. Now, these candles have all held up at 500 in the third. The 200 is a smidge above that 500. Obviously, the 20 is a smidge above that 500 area. The 20 period is dynamic, so it's not going to just be hanging out at 5. It's going to change as the candles change. So keep an eye on that. But Obe, we do have a lesson that we have to get to quickly here, and I want to do it a little bit before the event so that we could really focus on the event once it did start. So let's get to that right now. We are talking all week about these lesser known continuation patterns. So we're not going to talk about, you know, the bull flag and the bull pennant, or the bear flag and the bear pennant, or ascending wedges, or anything that, you know, is run of the mill. These are going to be the lesser known kind of continuation patterns, and the one we want to talk about today are these up and down thrusts. So let's get right to it. So technical analysis offers a variety of tools to help identify potential trading opportunities. These up and down thrusts, though lesser known, are valuable continuation patterns that can signal a trend's resumption after a brief pause. This lesson explores how to recognize and trade these two-part patterns for intraday opportunities. So the first one here is the upthrust. Essentially, the upthrust occurs within an uptrend. It's characterized by a sharp price move upward, followed by a brief pullback that doesn't erase the entire thrust. So what you can imagine is a bullish engulfing candle. A really big green candle that the next day there's a red candle, but that red candle that prints the next day is completely ensconced by the price action of the previous day. So that green candle, that thrust candle that we're talking about, has a higher high and a lower low than the red candle that prints the subsequent day. It's completely engulfed by it. That's why they call it a bullish engulfing candle. So that's kind of what I want you to kind of envision there. And there it is. So see how this candle over here completely engulfs this candle, but it's just the wrong color. That's kind of what I wanted to show you there. Now, the down thrust, essentially the same thing, but on the other side, it occurs within a downtrend. It consists of a sharp price move downward, again, followed by a small pullback that doesn't erase the entire thrust. So this will be a bearish engulfing candle. It will be a big red candle that prints, and then the next day you'll have a green candle that's completely encompassed by the price action of that previous red candle. And this is exactly what it would look like here, but again, these are switched. There's your red candle, and there's your green candle that covers it entirely. So, why are up-down thrusts relevant? What about them are we trying to use here? Well, first and foremost, up-down thrusts help identify a potential continuation of the prevailing trend after a short period of price consolidation. We'll get to that price consolidation in a second. We call it the stagnation zone in this case. So it is signaling to you that the previous trend will continue. So that's one reason we use it. The other reason we use it is the entry opportunities. It's telling you that the previous trend is continuing from here on in. So by virtue of that signal that it's telling you I'm continuing, we know that this presents us with an entry opportunity, and that's exactly what it is. They offer entry opportunities for traders looking to capitalize on the trend's resumption. Okay? So two reasons. It signals continuation, and it tells us, because it's continuing from here on in, that this is a good entry point for you. So identifying these up and down thrusts, how do we find them? First and foremost, you need to find an established trend. Whether that's up or whether that's down is immaterial. It works both ways, okay? The key element is an existing uptrend for the up thrust or downtrend for the down thrust. Use trend lines or moving averages, obviously, in order to identify the trend. That should be basic for technical analysis aficionados. You can basically look at a chart right away and know what the trend is. Then, there needs to be a sharp price move. So you're looking for a sudden and significant price move in the direction of the trend, which for the up thrust will be an uptrend. This initial thrust should be a strong candlestick with a clear direction. And then you get this stagnation zone. So following the thrust, there's a brief pullback that forms a small bar with minimal price movement. This stagnation zone ideally shouldn't retrace more than 50% of the thrust. So how do you trade these up and down thrusts? Like, what's the move here? So the first thing is direction matters. Up thrust suggests continuation of an uptrend, so look for entry opportunities that are long after the stagnation zone has been broken out from. Conversely, obviously, down thrusts are signaling continuation of the downtrend, so you're looking for a short entry opportunity after the stagnation zone is broken to the downside. And then you're going to look at price action, obviously goes without saying, but you also have to be looking at volume. The breakout or the breakdown from the stagnation zone, is it accompanied by above average volume? And the simple way to make that comparison is look at the volume bars in the stagnation zone. Is the breakout candle or the breakdown candle printing more volume on average than the volume bars that were in the stagnation zone? If it's yes, then you've got that requirement checked off. And then the third thing is here, your entry and your stop loss placement. So the entry for the trade should enter the trade shortly after the price moves decisively out of the stagnation zone, place a stop loss order just below the stagnation zone for long trades, obviously, and place your stop above the high of the stagnation zone for the shorts, so that if it breaks above it, you know that the trade is no longer relevant at that time. And some additional tips here. You can combine the up thrust and down thrust with other technical indicators to help, gauge it the right way. You can use some momentum indicators like we've talked about in the past, like RSI or MACD, or moving averages to kind of just gauge the trend. But you should be able to gauge the trend by looking at the price action. And false breakouts. You need to be very aware of the possibility of false breakouts on these in these patterns, these up thrusts and down thrusts, because they seem to happen often here, and especially as you go down in the time frame, you come down from that 4 hour, you come down into that 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute. The lower the time frame you go, the higher the failure rate, OB, for these chart patterns, candlestick patterns, and patterns in general, OB.
Yeah, nice look there. Thank you. Thanks for the lesson there. Yeah, no, that kind of reminds me of like almost like exhaustion candles that kind of fail to exhaust, right? So it's like a failure to follow through for like an exhaustion candle. It comes up and shows up kind of like an exhaustion, but then it holds and continues in that direction. What's going on?
All right, BNAI is moving here, guys. So we did get that print at $5 on BNAI. Pleased with this one. We're long 490. It's printing 506. 510 is going to be my out here because the high of day is 523. But anybody who's been looking at this one all morning, guys, we know that $5 is a key area of technical resistance. The fact that we're above it now doesn't mean a whole lot to me because we were above it here and you saw what happened. So I'm looking to de-risk the majority of this position at 509. Here comes 509. We're at 507. Let's see if we can get that print. 523 HOD, but that was a quick wham bam. Thank you, 523. The real print looks to be at 515 on this candle over here. Say that again. The Katina Man is $5 in the money on the Nvidia long. Nvidia is at high of day 123. I love it. $123 exactly, OB. And if I can say so myself here, beautiful, beautiful retracements into the 20 period on the 5 for NVDA. Shout out to the Katina Man. Great trade there on NVIDIA, brother. I hope you print more than you're already printing.
Yeah, so I overheard, I think it was Neil saying that Uber had some news there. So I did pull up Uber while you were doing the lesson there, and 69 halves all the way to 66, 67s there. Nice little strong quadunk off of that news there. Recovers a little bit there. Well, about 50% of the move has been recovered all the way back to 68s. Now, I don't know what the news necessarily is right away, but again, that wick on the 5 minute is quite aggressive. Let me just pull up here to see if there's anything. Neil, do you know what the news on that might be? They lost an appeal over give status? Gig status in California. Okay, so yeah, not really. The market's not really taking that too well right now, as it is flushing off of that news. Broke below day lows right here in and around what 68, 70s it would seem. So yeah, let's see how this move kind of continues with this negative news coming in on the Uber itself. But yeah, kind of jumped on top of that 19.1 as well here on the NQ, wicking back up. So yeah, a little bit of trouble happening here at that 19.1 on the NQ as well. So yeah, let us know what you guys are trading. I'm seeing in the chat Uzi Game saying AMD. So let's go over to AMD, see what's happening with AMD here. I know that this name has been on watch over the past few days. Did gap down. I did have it on radar in the morning there because it did gap down over some of last week's prices. And yeah, again, shout out to Sean saying that 166, 165s kind of being that area to short sell it. And we did have quite an aggressive pullback off of that price there, 165.55 is being the high a day there, and now we're trading below VWAP in quite a strong downtrend. So if you pull up the 15-minute here, you can see it a little cleaner there. Look at that acceleration to the upside, right into that 165 halves, and then drops down quite aggressively back down into 162. So quite a move there on the on the AMD, I keep looking at Uber here. Uber's kind of coming right back into that 168. So definitely interesting stuff. 168 holding as of right now, but taking a look across the board, Amazon's still holding its VWAP. Microsoft is still holding below its VWAP, and Apple is taking quite a little bit of a pullback there. So only about 6 minutes to go for that event coming on there. Now, I'm not too sure about what kind of products they might be presenting, but I'm going to assume that there might be AI might be said a few times, the word AI, and I'm curious to know how some of the reaction we may or may not have to that in the market here. So coming right back into 195.45s here on Apple. So let's take a quick look at that one as I'm speaking. So look at that, comes into VWAP, can't really hold it for too long. 166 does a bit of a wick dance and then pulling right back into this morning range here. So let's see if we can get that 195, 194.83 are day lows here on the Apple. So let's see if we can potentially take a bite out of that one a little bit later after the event or during the event.
Adair Panera puns. Take a bite out of the Apple. All right, KWE, shout out to Scott Edwards. You showed this to me earlier. You're calling it out again, Scott. You know, I couldn't trade this because of, look, it retraced perfectly to the 50, but how would I know that 50 is going to be support there? It didn't feature earlier, but shout out to you. You had eyes on it, and it's continuing to recover. It was just this gnarly double top through 116. And I wanted no smoke after some of these topping tail candles and the subsequent red candles that followed after those topping tail candles. Alas, for whatever reason, 80 pennies seems to definitely have a buyer. You can see that there, held up twice there. So definitely somebody buying this bad boy up at 80 pennies, and we make our way up locally here to 97.5 pennies, the local high. We're still sub $1. Clearly, the Bears have won this battle today with respect to whether we print or we stay above $1 or stay below, but the day isn't over yet, and we still have 3 more hours to trade on the trading day. So $1 could be an elusive target earlier. It could be claimed later. Keep your eye out on that. Currently, though, I got to tell you, Scott, I'm not going to get long at this level. We're kind of in no man's land here. I'd like a clear area of retracement. Let's refresh that, see where the 20 is. Yeah, it hasn't even really been respecting VWAP, Scott. It seems to be price action, resistance, and support. You can see that 80 was resistance there. It was resistance there again. And then funny enough, 80 acts as support. 80 is featuring here, and I don't know why, and I don't really care. But the fact of the matter is 80 pennies is absolutely featuring on KWE. Anything off 80, whether a long or a short, depending on where the price is coming from north or south, I think you should definitely get involved in this one. But that's my read. 80 pennies. I'll have to have something in and around there. Let's go ahead and put an order or an alert at around 82.5 pennies, so I can kind of have forewarning about this name. BNAI is taking forever for me to print at that 510, but we're not below VWAP, so I'm going to pack my patience with this one. I've already de-risked the majority of it. All right, GameStop's at the 20 now, so this is interesting here. Let's see what GameStop is doing. This 24.50, that's where the 20-period exponential is on the 5. Again, this one has really had a dalliance with the 10, not really the 20, so I'm not going to use it at this level. But what I do see that jives with the 20, that's accidentally, I think, jiving with the 20, is this price action support over here at 24.5. On the way down at around 11.30, that's where we based out, retraced all the way back to 25 1/3 before we quadrupled off that 24.5. Katina Man got in at that 25. He got in on these 2 candles over here into the pop. So we'll see exactly whether the 20 features right now. Right now it is. It's dropping from a half dollar into the fifth of a dollar, and it's coming down now into the whole dollar. So it just dropped 25 pennies super quick right there. So there is something here between the 20 period on the 5 and GME. It's going to be a short kind of a day until you really see a decided trend change here. I would submit to you, you don't have a decided trend change. You still have lower highs and lower lows, and perfunctory recoveries here into key areas of technical support or resistance. So GameStop still is short, in my humble estimation. All right, let's see what else is popping off here. Oh, okay. So F-Cell, below $1 again. This thing has been a little bit above, a little bit below. Keep your eye out on F-Cell tomorrow, though. It could be a day 2 play. This name from my very limited memory, seems to be a multi-day player once it gets a headline. So today, it definitely got a headline. Let's see if it runs again tomorrow, and especially if it's able to claim a buck today. If it can close above a buck, we have a different trade tomorrow with this name. VWAP sitting at 98 pennies. Its respected VWAP on the day earlier on anyway at around 10.20 and 10.45. We haven't been at the volume weighted average price since that time. 103 the HOD on FCEL. And here comes KWE into that buck, Scott. So shout out to you, my man. Good call out by you, Scott. But let's see if this one is able to take that buck on a closing basis. And if it does it use it as support? It hasn't. On these two previous occasions, both of these were fake out breakouts through that buck. They both ended up in aggressive retracements after that dollar break. Does that happen on the midday though? When things are a bit more calm, the volume's a little bit less. We'll have to wait and see what we get on KWE. Let's have a look. Sorry, Ob, at this other one. Okay, so everything is clear here. Let's have a look now at these Mag 7 names. Okay, so now we know we're getting a defend of 500 here on Meta. Look at that bottoming tail candle coming into 500, but this is putting in a top though. That 500 is going to break, eh? Okay, so lower highs, lower lows now on Meta into 500, and now we're below 500 on this. Okay, so interesting here, retracement on Meta. VWAP's at 498. I could be definitely persuaded to take 498 long because of this top that we had earlier on at around 497, 498. Okay, this is interesting. If we get a $500 breakdown here, we could easily see a $2 drop into that 498 on META because that's a bit of a gap there, price action wise.
Yeah, a little bit of a slam back into that 19.1 here on the futures. So we are taking a little bit of a pullback, and I'm watching Softy as well. Softy still continuing to push a little bit lower past its VWAP. Now Apple event should have started right
started.
now.
I got the message from
101.
Brenda.
So Apple event has started as of right now. So let's quickly go over to Apple here, pull up the chart, see what's happening here. Is anything showing up on the tape? Is anything happening? I was kind of holding this Nvidia a little bit against me, but it's some interesting action here at that 123, almost looking like an infinite reserve as so much volume just went into that 123. So when we did pull back a little bit off of that, again, going into the Apple event with the slam through 19.1, I did add in a little bit there, but I do have to be a little bit more patient to kind of see and observe that action before sniping that 123 fail. As we attempted to push, we went 123.10s and then a little bit of a pullback here with a confluence with that 19.1 break on the market, but a lot of volume happening there at that 123 on the Nvidia itself. So let's see if we take a little bit of a pullback here, but the trend is strong on the day for sure. So yeah, we'll be awaiting now for this Apple event. I see that Sharif does have it pulled up there. What's going on?
So people were jumping out of airplanes. Now it's Tim Cook standing on the top of the Apple building, ensconced by solar panels everywhere to his left and to his right. He's talking about WWDC. Obviously, I'm not going to, repeat verbatim what he said, but we also have a 3-year note auction, guys, that we just printed. So it looks as if here, day trader cut says 3-year note bid to cover actual 2.430. The forecast was 2.630. So we had the market move down. We know that some of these auctions take a little bit of time to be digested by the market, a little bit higher, a little bit lower. So we'll see exactly what this auction brings. It is a 3-year note auction, so a shorter dated yield. Definitely, definitely not one that I cover, but one obviously that's important for the market. So now he's introducing Apple TV Plus. That's the first order of business that he's talking about here. Not what I'm waiting to hear about personally. I want some AI stuff. This isn't where I expect a lot of AI, but we're going to keep this. We're going to keep this. We're going to keep you updated on this. And they've got closed captions on this one, so it'll be easy to see exactly what he's talking about. So WWDC started. Let's have a look at what Apple is doing here, Ram, as it is off lows. Okay, so back into 196 we go. Let's see now if we can break this consolidation area top. We've been below 196 and a fifth, essentially, since this morning print over here at 935. So it's a consolidation area top through that 196 and a fifth, 196 and a quarter. We'll have to wait and see exactly what we get. He's talking about the different Shows that they're going to launch on Apple TV Plus. All names I haven't heard of, but I don't watch that much TV to begin with anyway.
Fair enough.
Right?
Yeah.
They look amazing, says Ram. In addition to Steve Jobs being in my ear, I've got Ram in my ear as well. So, you know, she'll let me know when anything's good. So Apple already mentioned intelligence. Yeah, I don't think that's what they meant, man. Daniel, Apple already mentioned intelligence. No, we want a little bit more. So Apple, yeah, above 196 again, Hero, but we're gonna have to keep eyes on this market. The market retraced above 19.1 again.
Yeah, a bit of a bid there, right back above 19.1 on that push. So let's see, we gotta stay a little bit nimble here for any changes that might come through. But Apple pushing back towards its highs. Here comes that 123 on Nvidia again. Amazon bouncing off of its VWAP as well. So we were looking for that VWAP to come in. It did come in, held it quite well, and then now we're pushing back up towards those highs there. Highs kind of being right underneath that 187 on Amazon there. So what are you guys watching during the event? Are you guys watching the event itself? Chase Band saying Apple 200. Yeah, that could potentially happen there. I don't know about by the end of the day, but it could very well come in. And again, if anything is said, we will definitely be keeping an ear open for that one there. But the market coming in real strong there. 196.21 is that consolidation high on Apple. So let's see if we come in and break that with any sort of conviction here with the Apple event starting as of right now. So now I know that during the event we could experience some sort of volatility, some sort of things of strong action there as we just showed. We also had a bit of an auction number come out as well. So with Apple being one of the market leaders, of course, we do have to watch its price action to see if it can kind of pull us around a little bit, you know, tug around the tickers. I'm also watching CrowdStrike here. CrowdStrike getting a little bit of a curl as well back down to the downside. So let's pull that one up. WD. So yeah, look at that. Nice little, it kind of wicks that day high there and then comes right back in. So let's see if we can get that VWAP test. 378 happening there on CrowdStrike. What else am I watching? I'm watching some of those other S&P ads as well. KKR was another one of those. And yeah, nice little strong trend all day happening on KKR. Another one was GoDaddy. So let's take a look at that one. I think that's GDDY, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, sir, it is. So a little bit of a, not really a similar kind of action as KKR or CrowdStrike, because it's doing more of a sideways action there. So it was kind of attempting for a push maybe with that first 3-minute candle I have here. Nice little wick off of that 140, bounces up. 143s, can't really get past them right now, but sideways on top of VWAP for GoDaddy. And Waystar, we were talking about that one as well. Waystar Holdings, I did get long initially, comes right back in, stopped out of that one, but it seems like that 2150, that 21.5 there, Sharif, it seems like an interesting level as Waystar continues to hold that piece of price. That was the IPO price, right? So I think, again, we were talking about some of those underwriters. JPM, Barclays, and Goldman Sachs are the underwriters for Waystar, and it seems like some of those levels are being held quite nicely as of right now. Let's see what we do with this 19.1 there, Sharif, because again, we did kind of pick up off of it, but we are pretty much trading right there in and around some of those levels, so haven't really gone too far. Softy coming right back up to test VWAP now from the underside. So let's see if we can make some lower highs here on Softy, and I'm looking for the same on Amazon and Nvidia as well. Alpha as well. The goggle itself, maybe a bit of a turn as we take a look at the goggle. Still within trend, but again, we're looking at some relatively increased volume versus what we've been doing over the past hour or so, and we are headed right back towards VWAP with the NQ chopping in and around that 19.1. So we're right back on top of that 19.1 as of right now, Sharif. So might be poised for some sort of action, but I don't know. Sometimes you got to wait for the event to kind of end to get that selling off.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
But I don't know. I don't want to make any sort of assumptions or speculations.
Well, we can't sell off quite yet because we don't know what they have to say. Once we get all the information, we've digested it, then we can say, okay, this didn't meet our standards. out we go. So we'll see. I'm long. I printed on it already, took 15 pennies on it super quick there. They're talking about the new OS for Vision Pro. They introduced it by saying that there's 1,500 compatible apps so far with Vision Pro, in addition to the plethora of other already compatible apps from the iPhone. So they're talking about Vision Pro so far. I don't think this is why the majority of people are here. This is obviously some sort, the future, but maybe in a different form factor. I'll be all ears. I think that this is a pretty cool device. Not that I can afford it or anything, but the point is, they're incrementally making their way to the announcements, so it seems. So starting with Vision Pro, talking about the new OS. And, we were a little bit surprised this morning at the desk, anyway, at least I was, that a new OS was coming for it, because I think it just got released in February. So usually the turnaround time is a year. Now, with respect to this trade, it's going to have to hold up at these levels, because this was a consolidation area top that we couldn't break through, that 196 and a fifth. So that's why I got long through the break of that top. I wet my beak, as you can see, in the high 30s. The next out for me is going to be in front of that, or below, excuse me, not above that $0.50 area on AAPL. So I'll print, or I'll be looking to print, excuse me, in the high 40s there. They're still talking about Vision Pro, talking about the equivalency of having multiple 4K monitors in your screen and stuff like that. I don't know who this woman is, but she's talking up a storm about it, and good look there. So we'll keep eyes on AAPL, no question about it. Let's see if we get that print move up. BNAI is the other trade we were involved in, and still really waiting for this one to make a move. It did initially, but unsurprised that it had trouble with 5. It's had trouble with 5 all day. So I had a print there to go, or to take out everything at 509. It made its way up into 508. And didn't print any higher. So BNAI making me really wait this one out. Okay. Now they're talking about APIs for the Vision Pro as well. Volumetric APIs, not like I really know what that is. All right.
Yeah, those.
Yeah. Well, yeah, those.
Yeah, those. Yeah, of course. Come on.
No, we got a lot of.
I have no idea what those
some of the traders, they write code. Like I see Joe all the time writing code. I know Wainers does as well. Patty, eh? Okay, Patty writes code. I didn't know that. A shout out to Big Patty Ice.
It's definitely. I think that's definitely an integral part of kind of evolving with the markets, becoming that hybrid trader, kind of being able to use, just Python and other. I think there's PineScript as well, programming languages to kind of assist you with your trading. Now, I know I'm not as well versed in programming, but again, I got my friend ChatGPT to help me out with some of that stuff, as it makes it very, very straightforward to do some basic programming using ChatGPT there as well. But yeah, no, I do like that. I do like that people are adapting to changing markets. Again, we're not only facing other players, but we're facing algos as well, and anything and everything that can kind of increase the edge. And using that technology factor as well, definitely a part of being a good trader, I would definitely say so myself. But Spider pulling back in.
Yep.
Breaking the trend, you could say it's breaking the trend. So let me just show you guys what I'm talking about here. So, oh boy, yeah, it is kind of breaking down.
Oh yeah.
There. So yeah, look at that. So this again, just a line on the chart. But look at that, nice little wash, and we're coming right back in. So a break of trend indeed on the Spider itself. So let's see if it falls down that spout that it has been climbing all day long on the SPY. But yeah, so 19.1 coming right back in. We did kind of break below these prior lows here, just above 1980. But yeah, no, Nvidia quite strong. They're just holding, knocking on the door.
Apple's tanking.
Okay, yeah, there goes Apple. Nice strong wick there. Are you watching that? Are you?
I'm watching. No, I'm not. I got out for the break.
Okay,
Once
good
it
sells,
broke.
Great sells, man.
Yeah. Well,
no reason to sell up there.
it was a technical trade. But this top end had to hold. If it didn't, that was the end of the trade. Big Kyle $5 super chat. Big Kyle Burdett. I know a thing or two about volumetrics and consuming apple pies. I love this guy, bro. Ultimate troll. A great sense of humor. Shout out to Big Kyle Burdett. Look, they haven't said anything. Yeah.
That's a good one. I like that.
Matan Gordzitsky, why Apple go down? Because we have an event called WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference. It's a big event for Apple, widely anticipated by analysts and market participants alike, that there will be big announcements during this. So oftentimes when we have these big announcements, and even during them, before even the announcements have been made, we get a lot of action back and forth, some high, some low. So be ready for a lot of volatility, my man, on Apple. I'm talking to you, Matan, since you asked. AAPL. It's doing the dance right now with 196, a little bit above 196, a little bit below 196. I haven't heard anything novel quite yet. They're talking, yeah. Okay, maybe I'm behind, Katina, man, because I still see them talking about Vision Pro, so it looks like my feed is a little bit behind. Canada is going to get the Vision Pro July 12th. Not like we didn't have those on Facebook Marketplace already, Ob. But yeah, maybe they won't be marked up as aggressively. All right, here we go. Now we're going to go into the OS. I believe, says the Katina man, the news of on OS. Now, this is for Macs, right? We know iOS is for the iPhones and the iPads. So here's another dude, Craig Federighi. I don't know how to say his name. Yeah, I am behind. And I hit live, Katina man, and it's still not. Yeah, I'm on the Apple website.
The website might be a little faster because YouTube sometimes is a little bit.
Oh, okay. You're watching on the website, eh?
No, I'm not watching at all. I'm only watching the tape here.
Please,
yeah, Alphabet kind of curling back in. We are getting a bit of a sell-off. Look at that sell-off here on the NQs and the ES as well. So a nice little strong pullback there. So is it faster on the website?
Ram's gonna send it to me.
Cool. I think you just go apple.com.
Okay.
Apple.com is the website on there, and it should be playing right on there. Nvidia pulling back off of that 123 again, so we did kind of a bit of a hold of the ask. So I don't know who's holding that ask at 123, but that ask is definitely being held, and we are kind of pulling back off of it. Let's see if this market tailwind brings in a bit of selling here on the Nvidia, as the spider's already started. I am short on the Amazon from quite a while back underneath that 187. Let's see, we are making lower highs that we talked about. Let's see if lower highs come to further fruition there as we kind of retrace some of that strong move that we had in the morning session there. So, but yeah, that reversion on Spider looking quite nice. We are trading about a point up below the high a day there, Sharif.
I agree, Ob. So a couple things I want to point out here. 498, that 498, 497-ish area on Meta is going to be very interesting for me, just because we really had that kind of consolidation top in the earlier part of the day. Then we really got that big breakout. Then the roundy top comes in. Shout out to the NOS boss and Big Kyle Burdett, who loves that rounded top and bottom. 498 is where VWAP is hanging out. I'm going to be looking to go long at 498. I'm probably going to have a resting order because Meta doesn't really give you a lot of time at a level, and it's awfully spready. So sometimes you get filled, sometimes you don't. So 498 is interesting for me on Meta. And this is very interesting here on Google. So we drew this channel. The channel has been respected all day by Google. Here's VWAP. 173.50. This is an interesting long for me on Google. I'm going long Google here, and I'm going to have my stop below 40. So it's going to have to hold this trend line. Otherwise, I want no smoke from goggles. So let's go ahead and change Microsoft into Google over here. And let's just have a look quickly at what we're doing. All right, so 173.40 is going to be my line in the sand. Let's go ahead and put that in there. And we're going to put it at 39s. And then we're going to go like that. So we're long goggles at this level. It's at VWAP. It's the bottom end trend line. I like this level, come what may.
Yes, sir. So we are getting a little bit of increased tape speed and aggression here on the Nvidia as it pulls back quite aggressively. Again, I was saying that somebody's definitely holding the ask there at that 123, and with a bit of market tailwind as well. Let's see how far we can get back down. We did retrace about 50 pennies, but 50 pennies on Nvidia, I don't know if that's anything too significant as of right now. But let's see if we can break trend similar to that of the spider there. Spider definitely breaking trend of its morning session, but again, it could just come right back into VWAP and hold above. It could just come back into some of these prior days levels as well, as we did kind of chop and trend around. I did mention that 535 might be an interesting price, and we couldn't really get back above that right there as of right now. But 533.85 is VWAP on the spider, so let's see if it kind of climbs down a little bit further. But yeah, goggle as well. I know that Sharif is long the goggles, but goggles kind of breaking that 15-minute trend as of right now as well. So a little bit of weakness here, a bit of a pullback, but let's see how long that'll last. As at 19.1, still again, yeah, you sure you break down below it, but we are still in this chop zone, in this kind of a consolidation area, roughly after we did break through some of this morning strength there as well. Watching Amazon, still in this Amazon here, holding VWAP as well as of right now. Apple pushing back up. 196 is on Apple right now, so it is kind of consolidating in and around some of those prices. So let's go quickly to see what that 1 minute chart looks like on Apple and see what that reference point is for the event start. So the event started right at 1 o'clock. So let's take a quick look at that 1 o'clock candle here. So a little bit here. So 1 o'clock started, we did bid up all the way up to 196s, and then came back in on a strong quadunk here into 195.60s, and now we're holding that VWAP as of right now. So I don't know what they're really talking about there, Sharif. I'm gonna have to go to you on that one, but it seems like whatever is being said, there's a bit of a bid happening there on Apple.
Oh, sorry, I'm just listening to, I was listening to what he was saying. He's talking essentially about hiding certain apps. You know, you can have like this, if you're embarrassed about using certain apps, you can hide them. This isn't AI news quite yet. Now he's talking about connect your hairdryer. Okay, you're gonna be able to connect your hairdryer to your iPhone, guys. And not something that I really care too much about, but you know, we're gonna have to listen to all these news items as they come. I'm looking at Apple as we speak here. I was looking to see whether I can kind of gauge a trend change. We still haven't broken through those local highs that we put in at the third of a dollar. I think we got into 40s and printed no higher, but we didn't make a newer low either. That dip brought us into 195 and 2/3, and we retraced that move right back up. The trade that I'm currently in, though, Google still holding VWAP, but doesn't have to be like that forever and ever. This could break down. We're already 2 pennies out of the money here as it's printing 57s now. So VWAP's going to have to hold up, or we're going to take no smoke on GOOGL. My stop's already in place, and we're going to let that one do its thing to see whether it trends up or down. But if I had to look right now on these markets, a lot of stuff coming down. What is it, Ram? Text formatting? You can schedule your texts to. You could already do that, but it wasn't a simple way. Forgive us, guys. We do have fire alarm testing today on the floor, so that's what you're hearing right now. The building that we're in, there is some testing, so just bear with us. I do apologize about that. Oh, that's right. It's not about power. We're actually losing, or it's not the fire alarm. We're actually losing power for 5 minutes, 1:55 to 2, and so Brenko's wanted everybody to be flat on the floor.
Okay,
2 p.m. to 3 p.m.
Okay,
let's figure that out.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess that's definitely a key piece of information to know there. So got to be flat before that. Sounds good. Good to know. All right, so Softy, breaking that wick. We were talking about that wick on Softy. That wick is coming in right there. I do want to get a little bit more here on the right side of the V, potentially here on Amazon. So I did do that just now. Let's see if we kind of come in and make some more lower highs. We were talking about potential lower highs happening here. We did make some lower highs. We are trading a little bit lower, and with the market looking slightly a little bit weaker than the morning session. Let's see if that can come into fruition there. Let's see what we do in and around that VWAP. But let me pull up this Softy here to let you guys know what I'm looking at as well. So Softy, this is the 1 minute, don't want to do that. But yeah, look at it on the 15 minute. You can see right here, a little bit of a wick that happened on the 15 minute. That gave us quite a strong green candle here, reclaiming VWAP and then pushing towards that day high, and then a nice little trickle up on lower volume and at an attempt to day high, but now we come right back in. So right here, I guess if you kind of take a bit of a trend here on the Softy, we have broken trend. We have come back right back in to VWAP, and we're trading a little bit lower. So let's see if we can get back through this wick right here, and the opening price we identified earlier as being 242.89. So let's see if we can get all the way back down there. But again, we'll have to see what the futures have in store for us. But yeah, look at that nice little break of that now. Now we have broken below that wick. Let's see what we got going on. With only 5 minutes left for this 15-minute candle to print, let's see if we make some lower highs across the board as well. Oh yeah, something else I do want to mention is the goggle. Look at that, right back into VWAP there, 173.5. So a nice little break of trend coming right back in. So yeah, quite a few things that, again, with the market that have confluence and strong betas with the market have broken trend. We talk about the SPY taking a little bit of a breather as well. You can see it happening here on the ES as well. Bit of a pullback. We had back-to-back greens on the 15s. Sure, we had some reds in between, a little bit of dojis there, but the pattern did continue as we had some strength back to the upside, and now we're pulling right back in to 53.58 here. A bit of a wick happening on the ES as well. So let's see, I'm looking for a pullback here on Nvidia. Will I get it? I have no idea, but I am positioned a little bit for that. And Alphabet taking a little bit of a quadunk as well. Let's see how that goes on.
All right, we have an important announcement for everybody, for all the viewers. We are, our building is going through a bit of a power outage. It's a scheduled power outage from 1:55 to 2. It's going to be between then. The power is going to go out between either 1:55 or 2. It could take up to an hour and a half to return. We're unsure how long the power is going to be out. So at 2 o'clock or around 2 o'clock, you may lose the stream. We will get back as soon as we can. It's not just about a matter of the power being back. We have to restart all the systems that have to come back online. So we're really sorry about this. It's completely out of our hands. Obviously, goes without saying, it's the entire building. So 1:55 to 2, the stream may go out. Bears versus Bulls, if you can kindly remind everybody, I do appreciate your help. Always the world's greatest moderator there. Just let everybody know that, we could be out, sadly, because of the stream. Could be. We're unsure how long we're going to be out for, Katina Man, but I think we will be definitely out because it is scheduled to be a power outage. Kevin Mendoza says, "I blame Randy."
Yeah.
or
Mark is saying
Ram's fault.
Yeah,
Ram, it's your fault.
Yeah.
The chat's blaming you.
Darwin's saying, "I'd like to speak to a manager."
Darwin is an OG.
Okay. But yeah, no, definitely, you definitely got to stick around as the market's going to stay hot. Apple event. What time does the event finish? And what is that?
Who
scheduled
knows?
For? Okay,
Who knows? Yeah.
Apple event may or may not be happening still in and around that time. But look at that, nice little quadunk, nice little fresh lows with respect to the prior candles here on the NQ and the ES as well, as we take a little bit of, again, like I've been saying, bit of a breather back to the downside. And Softy, oh boy, Softy kind of just holding there. There goes Apple, accelerating a little bit there to the lows. So let me pull up this Apple chart here, put it up on the side so we can take a look at this. We know the event is going on, buddy, so let's kind of watch this price action here. I'm not really watching the tape anymore as of right now, but we shall see what it does towards this day low here. Day low being 194.83s, and we are accelerating to the downside. So what is she saying, Sharif, that I have no idea?
She's talking about going back to years and days in your pictures, using AI. You can already do that. This is already a thing. Do you have an iPhone? No, you don't. I remember. Yeah. So I can basically go in right now into my photos and be like, hey, show me pictures of dogs, or I don't know, cars, or even license plates, man. My old
from your history.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. You just type in license plates in the search. It brings you all the pictures with license plates on it. Anyway, 195. hold on one second here. The low on this candle for Apple, 195.11. So it does defend that 195 area. It did come down to 11. This was an area low. You'll see that around from 11:45 to 12. We were at this level. We're bouncing off aggressively. So it looks like a good key area of technical support at this level. So we'll keep eyes on that. Brendo also sent me a message here with respect to PayPal. So let me read that one out. PayPal no longer on Apple Tap to Pay. Okay, so we kind of knew that was coming, dude. We said that Apple wanted to kind of
Boom, there
take
it goes.
PayPal. Yeah, take it, Ob.
Yeah, look at that, PayPal. So as soon as you said that, I know that there's going to be some spicy action happening on PayPal right away, especially if it's being taken off of a service from literally one of the largest market caps in the market.
Dang.
So a little bit of a slap to the bid there. From 67.40s it was trading at, now trading at 66s. So the next question I ask is, what's the ATR on PayPal, and how much? Okay, that's not it right there. So PYPL, slow it down. It's okay. All right, 164. So $1.64 is the ATR on PayPal. And what is the move that we've done? Intraday news, absolutely beautiful opportunities usually happening on intraday news. So we've done almost an ATR there. 164 I have. This has done about a 145 move down, and we're wicking right back up. So yeah, quite an extensive move. Let's see. Definitely algos are going to be all over this stuff. Definitely day traders as well. So let's see. I don't know the significance of the news, but yeah, it definitely sold off quite aggressively on that news there. And again, a little bit of market tailwind as well, as we've been speaking of. Markets taking a bit of a breather. 122s coming in now on the Nvidia. Now I was talking about like how I got to be more patient. I got to adapt that. Do better at adapting that sniper mentality. And the significant price action that happened here on NVDA all day, I think, was at that 123. It attempted to push. It was trying to push, but that ask was held quite aggressively over and over again. Now I have all of this tape here that's filtered for over 5,000. And look at all the volume that went on in the 80s and the 90s that traded right underneath that 123 on Nvidia. So definitely a lot of volume happening there. And then we pull back along with strong market trend. So let's see how far this move kind of goes. But I got to do better at kind of getting in the most after that action, and then maybe looking for a pullback there, as we are only testing the consolidation lows there. So if this is really going to crack all the way down to VWAP there, I'm looking for these lows right here, 127, 121.70s to kind of break there along with this market here. Still short on this Amazon here, just patiently waiting for a track to explode on. I mean, VWAP to come back there. Shout out to Eminem. But yeah, Spider pulling back as well. I'm just waiting for the next trade. What's the next trade? Tobias talking about GME. Let's take a look at GME, and of course our friend AMC as well, to see what those tickers are up to here. So we did break below that 26, which was prior day low. Aggressive selling to the downside. You can see that volume expansion coming in through the break of that prior day low at that 26 right there, and then now we're consolidating 23s to 24. So oh boy, seems like VWAP sellers are definitely there. We know that they have a sell program potentially going on as well, with that 175 million share offering by none other than GameStop itself. So they're definitely, I think they're definitely not going to be done selling in 1 day or 2 days. It seems like some of these sell programs tend to go on for a few days at the very least, as they're not just going to dump 75 million shares all at once. Now, I don't know, but I definitely think that would throw a wrench in the mechanics of the market every now and then.
Man, I'm just watching this 195 on Apple, trying to figure out exactly how that's going to go. But I'm long Meta at these levels. The idea here is to hold VWAP at the level. My out is going to be the break of 498.20. That was a consolidation area low. I put a beak wetter at 499s. It came up into 499 on that wick, but didn't cross. We all know how spready Meta is. So I'm going to pack my patience here to see exactly what happens. Apple doing the dance with 195. I want to see how this resolves. If we get below this level and stay below it, I'm definitely going to be looking short, no question about it. But the market just got a bit of a hammer candle here. Yeah, I'm really unsure how to kind of play this whole thing here with Apple. Looks like that 195. There's a lot of bamboozlement right now. A little bit above 195, a little bit below. Here we are. We're doing the dance. A lot of buy and tug of war between buyers and sellers at this level. So I think it behooves me just to slow down a little bit and to wait for the key technical move. I'm watching the event right now. They're not, they're talking about, what is this? Insight? They're talking about Insight at the moment. So we'll see exactly what that brings. Okay, here we're still holding that 195 on Apple. I mean, what I can do is get long here and then just put the stop a little bit below it. It's just, it's a little bit of a gamble at these levels. So, yeah, I think I'm going to steer clear of trying to go long Apple at 195. In fact, it does look like a bit of a short, but, I'm just really unsure at these levels. So I'm not going to get involved with it. I already got stopped out a couple of times trying to take this bottom end over here. And so we're negative on Apple now after being positive on it. So I don't want to give back any more money. And I'm going to pack my patience to see exactly what we get. Now, the meta trade is the one that's kind of, going against me a little bit here. Here comes 20s. If this breaks 20s and I'm out, it's going to have to hold this level. And yeah, it looks like I will get stopped at a meta despite the fact that we almost got that print at 99. So yeah, it sucks to be me. Here come 20s and it's going to go. 15s are printing now. If it crosses on the ask, then I'll get, there we go. So we got stopped out. Now we're negative on the day because of this, but we're going to have to fight back. And so that's the fact of the matter is we're going to have to look to see what the next trade is. Shout out to the OB, the one, the Canob.
What is the next trade indeed there, Sharif, as Apple breaks through its day low there that we were talking about, 194.75, accelerating to the downside. Oh boy, there it goes on Apple. So let me just pull that back in here, that chart that we were looking at right here. So let me just... That's not it. That is not it either. But yeah, look at that. Wow, look at that. Nice little slam through some of those lows there. Yeah, Friday was quite a strong trend. You can see that I had to have a couple
wow, there it is.
On from Friday's trend, but we are looking at nearing Friday's low or intraday low at that 194 here, and that's where that strong trend happened. That buying came in throughout the day on Apple, but that pre-market low as well, 193.45 is happening. That we did a V-shaped recovery off the open, pulls back, can't really get to those lows, and then the bid catches and we trend all the way up to 196 halves. Pulls back into VWAP, and then more strength up into 197. So look at that, 197, can't really get even a point above that mark in the pre-market today, and then slaps that bid right off of the open there, looking for further prices lower. There it comes in, 194 coming in there, Sharif. Are you trading this name? I see that you are short.
We're about 50 pennies
in the money. Nice.
We're going to cover here,
Sharif. Let's go.
All right, we covered right there, so we get a little bit back on the dead one, but I'm still negative on it. The truth is the truth. So we're going to have to keep watching this. 194 incoming here, The whole dollar levels are going to be key areas of technical support and resistance for me. I know that Apple's has plenty of these levels that we can chart because it's been locked into this area for a hot minute. But there we go. Sell the news event, widely anticipated by a lot of people that would be the case. We're going to have to see how long that lasts for, by the way. I'm still looking at Meta, guys. I still haven't given up hope on Meta. It's still at VWAP. If this starts curling back up and showing me green candles, I'm going to get back long in this name over here. This is the META trade. I don't think it's broken below the technicals yet, so it's going to definitely need something from the future to push it right back up, because right now it is headed right back down. There goes Apple again. This is a short the pops kind of day on the dead one. AAPL, sell the news event, baby. Obe was saying that the high this morning, I believe you were saying, was near 198, 197, high 90s?
Yeah, 197.97.
Yeah, so that's the look there. So 194 incoming here. AI mentions so far, Brendo just messaged me this, zero AI mentions so far. So Apple doing the absolute most, as they always do, so secretive is Apple. So right now we're selling on really nothing to do with the AI or the lack of AI catalyst here, Obi, as Apple at 194.03 now, HOD or LOD right now.
Yeah. Like I'm just watching. I should have the tape up here. Okay, so there's about a bunch of Okay, here we go to the downside, accelerating 193.80s. Oof, I am definitely missing out on that tape there, but I am closely watching both Amazon and Nvidia here, but it seems like the party is at that Apple, at the Apple store right now. 194.80s, look at that crack right through the lows, and the selling can't stop, won't stop, don't stop through, and that's 19.1. We were talking about that 19.1 being a little interesting there, and it kind of comes in. What a beautiful reversion that's happening here on the markets, NQ and the ES alike, and yeah, that Apple definitely pulling in, that softy helping along as well, and yeah, that Nvidia as well. Of course, the Spider and its constituents. We're talking about them as well. Spider breaking some of the trend levels from earlier as well. Let's take a look at our friends. Wow, KKR. Brand new highs. So yeah, definitely
Adding
disconnected.
to the S&P.
Yeah, getting added to the
24th,
S&P,
yep.
pushing fresh highs as the market tanks. So where might be the buying pressure? It seems like it might be on KKR because it's definitely getting bid up. Again, June 24th is the date that is the interesting date there for some of these ads. Again, we're talking about CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike pulling back up into its previous all-time highs there. Previous all-time highs being in and around that 378, and it is pulling right back into that 378 as of right now. But yeah, that Apple, Sharif, oh boy, is it coming in. 2150 still holding on Waystar, so that's definitely an interesting level as well. TSM never got past that 170, and that's pulled back as well. So we're getting a bit of a pullback. Let's see if we can take a bit of a breather on the market. It's only about 15 minutes for us before this power thing happens right here.
Oh my God, it's 140?
Yeah, it's 140.
Dog, I did not feel that time go by. Guys, I just got printed at 510 on BNAI. I'm pleased as dang punch about this trade. We got long over here at 491's first beak wetter 5, second beak wetter 510. I had to pack my patience for this one, no question about it. But that trade is done now. It's back near highs, 24%. 24.5%, nothing to disrespect here on BNAI. But I also have another trade set up on the Zuck train. Oh, come on, bro. Stop distorting me. The Katina Man is short Apple at these levels, 194, 193, high 90s. Yeah, shout out to the Katina Man. The Katina Man is short the dead one here at the top end of 193, 194s, and he's he's already 50 pennies in the money there. Shout out to the Katina Man on that trade. Big Kyle, Apple Watch 190, weekly anchor, and the 20 SMA daily there. Shout out to Big Kyle. I want to read that one out. I'm also looking at going long on Meta through the break of 499. If we get a 499 break and take, then that will be, a kind of getting it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, so to speak. That'll be a new 5-minute candle to make a new high and a holding of the volume weighted average price. I've set a resting order to go long on the Zuck train through the break of 499. I'm sorry about this wick candle over here. I will fix it for you guys in a hot second. What is the low on that candle? So the low is 498.65. What? Oh yeah, 498.65. That's easy to fix there. Ram, look at that. Super quick. All right, so the break of this, and we're going long on META, but it's going to have to break that level for me to get long. Tesla is on the way down. Tesla's at low of day, guys. 174 and a third. Heading down, rejecting off the 10 period multiple times. The trade we definitely didn't have eyes on today. But as Apple goes down, some of these other ones going up. I'm talking about goggles right back in to that 173.75. Meta, I keep talking about 499. We'll see if that comes. But look at this. The Amazonian sitting next to me over here. And Amazon, did you see this top on Amazon?
Yep.
186 and a quarter. He's got it right up there. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to the Amazonian, guys. Right, so he's got eyes on it.
Off those vines at the highs there, yeah.
Do you see the flip area of support and resistance?
Yeah, right.
Don't you just love that kind of stuff?
I took more through that break because I'm like, yeah, definitely some players are going to be offside through that breakdown, and it did work well as it came right back down to VWAP, and I covered nothing at VWAP, but again, I'm looking for lower highs with the market kind of turning as well, and Spider pulling back up a little bit there, so we are getting a tad bit of relief here. Amazon did bounce off of its VWAP there, and a bit of a pickup here with the 193.40s being the low on Apple. So yeah, it did have a strong quadunk there on whatever may or may not have been said, and then nice little pop up right back up through 194s, testing 194.26s right now on Apple. So let's take a quick look at the S and the NQ. Didn't really quite get to that 1900, but again, we pulled back off of that 19.1, and we're giving it a little bit of a push back up as of right now. So let's continue to watch this Apple move there. They're still talking, I see on Sharif's screen there. So yeah, Apple event is not necessarily over as of right now. So things could still stay a little bit spicy. So let me know what you guys are trading in the chat, and we can take a quick look at those as well. I know that we just took a look at Tesla. Rivian Millionaire saying, yeah, long Amazon. Yeah, perhaps if you were off that VWAP there, that was a good trade as of right now, as we are pushing up off of that VWAP. And people talking about GME. So yeah, it's been quite a while since we've looked at GME, and by quite a while I mean about 5 minutes. So let's take a look at GME once again and see what our friend GME is up to right now. So GME still holding this consolidation, just going sideways in and around this 24. It's done quite an extensive move off of the open as well, fading off of VWAP. Again, it's interesting that it just goes right into VWAP and then straight selling back down. That 27 might have been a little interesting as it was this consolidation low here, 27s, and then look at that acceleration back down with expanding volume through that 27. So I definitely missed a trade on that one, and it seems like we are in quite a strong downtrend as well on the GME. So let's take a look at our friend AMC. I know we didn't do that last time. Let's see if that is kind of rhyming with the GME's price action. Yes, indeed it is. Gets above in and around its VWAP and then sells off as well. So prior day low on AMC in and around that 470, 478-ish level on AMC. Yeah, 478 right there. And then we do kind of break below that, holding below that as of right now there on AMC, Sharif. So the event is still on, right? So
yeah,
they're still talking. I was just saying how volatility could still be present here as the event is not yet over. But as we come into the close of the event, might be getting some action there as well. Again, CPI, FOMC this week as well.
So many
things. A lot of things happening. Reversion Man will be coming on Wednesday.
Yeah, speaking of the reversion, man, he's reverting Meta back into this long, and we just got a nice little print there, Mr. Kenobi. 50 pennies in the money now. Let's go more, baby. The Zuck train looks like it's back on possibly into that 500 level. At least that's what I'm hoping. There we go. Go, Zuck. There we go. Nice trade. All right, pumped about that. Hey, but I got a crappy print because I use a flattened key, Obi. That's why you shouldn't be dumb like me and use flattened keys. Have these limit orders over here. And we got a print at 80s. Okay, so that's not a bad look. 492.20, 18 actually, and we took in 80, so that's a 60 penny winner. I'll take that one. Decent on the Zuck train there. META headed right off the volume weighted average price and on its way back into $500 or so, it seems. HOD on this one, 502.49, essentially 502.5, up 1 1/3, looking for more. But the event that everybody, and the name that a lot of people are looking at, and the volume checks out with that as well, is AAPL. It's done 42.1 million shares on the day. It's number 2 only, you guessed it, Nvidia. Nvidia's done 221 million shares on the day.
Boy.
And I'm assuming that's probably because of post-split, right?
Oh, yeah.
And that's the look there. So we'll continue to watch that. Now, Apple. Here's what I'm thinking here on the dead one. I want to use 195 now as a level of resistance. Now, if we get into 195 and we reject, okay, so then that's a clear short setup, this, that, and the other. But if we get into 195 and we break it aggressively, that to me is a sign to go long. So I want to see exactly what happens at this 195. It looks like it wants to retrace it to test 195 again. and we definitely had multiple touches, multiple dalliances with that 195 level this morning. It really all started around 9:50 a.m., continued through the afternoon, 11:45 till around 12. Then we broke it decisively there, although we held up above it initially right there. So this 195, very interesting area. But I want to remind you guys that there is a scheduled power outage for this building. It is scheduled to take place in about 7 minutes. To either from 1:55 to 2. We're unsure how long we're going to be off the air, but the likelihood is we are off the air for a little bit. It could take up to an hour to recover all the systems that we need to load up. We're really unsure at this point. So Bears versus Bulls, again, sorry if you could just remind people, the world's greatest moderator, baby. We may be off the air for a little while. Again, we're going to find out exactly once it happens, but that is the schedule right now. All right, Apple is back into 195, guys. So decisions here, Mr. One Kenob, because this is the level that we kept yapping about, and now I want to see if we get a break or take. Is it going to be a break and take, or is it going to be a rejection? I'm not going to decide quickly. I need to see exactly how this all plays out because I already got caught up on a couple of times.
Blasting off.
The futures are flying here, Ob. Unreal.
Yeah, I got to stop out of some of this stuff. If the futures are going to fly like that, that's absolutely wild there. Futures right back up towards their highs there. And again, with that power outage coming in, I do have to get a little flat here on everything. But yeah, seems as if, look at the ES there. That just slapped up to those highs there. But yeah, Apple 195 trading at right now. It is the NQ is pushing right back above that 19.1. So congratulations to those longs. I think somebody was like, long Google and long Amazon as well. So yeah, markets are pushing towards their highs on the day. Let's see if we kind of break out of some of those levels here. So I'm continuing to watch a little bit of Amazon here. I do have to be flat in about a few minutes, so I might as well just get out of this one and reassess afterwards as you know. Don't want to stick around if we're going to be
that's a good call.
Having a power outage and I can't even see the positions. Not really going to be able to manage them as well as I want to. Can't be managing them from the shadow realm, right? So 19,120 is in and around the highs there on the NQ. Spider kind of bouncing as well. Oh boy, look at that. Yes, kind of bouncing, buddy. We just blasted through the highs there.
Spiders?
535, just coming right back in. So prior day high is at 536.90 as of right now, and we are attempting to push off of that. That was a little bit of some strong action there. It seems like I did get out as we start wicking back down again. Classic, right into the capitulation. Thank you. But let's see if that 123. When we get back, I'm gonna be curious to know whether or not that 123 held over time in the blackout. But yeah, let's see what you guys are doing. The others saying boring WWDC. Yeah, that WWDC kind of sounds like WWE. Definitely came in with a slam down of that Apple through its day lows and then reclaims it. And yeah, it seems like that reclaim is bringing in the bid on the markets here as we are blasting through some of these highs. So that was pretty crazy there. Yeah, the Thrill is saying pretty smart of them to work on the power during work hours. Yeah, right? It's kind of...
well, it's a residential building, guys.
Yeah,
we have the first floor of the building. It's a residential building, though. And let me tell you, I live in a condo as well, and they don't give about your schedule or anything. They're cutting power, they're cutting water at all times of the day. Believe me, been there, done that. All right,
this is business, apparently.
Yeah, I know, really, right? I'm going short the dead one here. Let's see if we can get an entry. All right, we're short at 93s. Let's see if we can cover in the low 80s, and there it goes, Ob. Come on down. You're the next contestant on the, I don't know, I got nothing here. Let's keep going down a little bit. I've been basically scalping this. All right, nice move here. Let's see if we can get 20 pennies in the money or so down into the low 70s. I'm seeing a lot of chatter from you guys about the absence of AI, and I couldn't agree more. I haven't heard all that much specifically about AI. They've shown AI features and stuff like that that, but nothing specific that would really kind of like, you know, get you super excited. If this one breaks 195 again to the high side, we're going to stop out for a 7 penny loser there. It's really going to have to hold below 195. If we keep getting this zigzagging, then that's the end of the trade. I'm not going to trade this one. I need to have a direction. Is it going to be below 195 or above 195? Right now it's showing me below, so I'm trying to pack my patience. I want to wait for that low 70s print. I'm going to wait at 74 because my parents got married in 74. So let's see if that is.
There goes Way.
Eh?
Way is
Cover it.
blasting
Oh,
off. Okay,
nice.
yeah. Damn. All right, so definitely did not give it proper risk. Way is going to 22s right now, so it did break out of that 21.5 mark there, and look, it's accelerating to the upside. So I did not have eyes on this one, but look at that volume that comes in on the 21 break, coming into 22s right now. So let me just pull up the tape on that one. Waypoint. All right, so let's pull it up here as well for you guys to see. So look at that, about 161 lots sitting on the ask at 22s. But yeah, oh boy, did I miss that one? That 21.5. That must have been quite a break. Aggressive volume coming in on that. You can see it here, right there. Look at those towers right there of volume bars that are just blasting up through that break and come in. And now we're testing 22s here. So how far will it go? I have no idea, but it seems like a bit of a successful IPO by JPM, Goldman Sachs, and Barclays as well on this Waystar Holdings. Apparently, they do so. They cater to the health sector, some sort of software. I think I'm not too sure there, but yeah, let's take a quick read right there. Engages in the provision of healthcare organizations with mission-critical cloud software that simplifies payments. Hold on, I want to read more of that. Simplifies payments. Its enterprise-grade platform streamlines the complex and disparate processes healthcare provider clients must manage to be reimbursed correctly. So there's a payment program for healthcare services, it would seem. So I guess a PayPal for hospitals maybe, or healthcare services. Interesting, nonetheless. But Waystar breaking through that 21.5. 21.5 was the IPO price, and we are now trading above it on day 2 there, Sharif. So definitely interesting price action. We only got a couple of minutes before we were going to get a bit of an outage here. Are we on a power surge or something? Are we protected?
I got to tell you, you know, I kind of echoed all the instructions that I got from the big kahunas. I'm talking about Brendo, you know, Mark, all the individuals that we have on the back end here. That's what they told me. So I only know as much as I've been told. All right, guys, I've been looking at Apple here, and you know we have a segment where you vote and stuff like that. We didn't push that too much with you guys today, well, because we weren't sure we were going to be live. But yeah, there is a next segment coming up in about 5 minutes. If we're live, obviously we're going to go live and just continue along with the show. And then we'll basically, we'll have to see about this whole power outage thing. But I'm watching Apple at these levels. I'm still watching the WWDC. They're talking about incorporating iPhone notifications on your Mac. Not exactly groundbreaking. They're talking about the Mac right now. It's all Mac related stuff, so it's all OS stuff. It's really the iOS stuff that I want to hear, because I want to hear about a possible super cycle for the iPhone. I still haven't heard it yet, but again, you know, I'm doing the show, so I haven't heard exactly everything that's being talked about. But I got to tell you, Microsoft has gotten an unusual pump here during the Apple event. And I don't know if this has anything to do with the fact that, you know, perhaps there was concern that there would be anything between these two. But anyway, Microsoft bounced off 425, made its way up into 427. It's still within these areas of possible technical resistance. We had a trough there right at 427 at around noon, and we're holding up right there. Simultaneously, we're having trouble with 195 on Apple. I'm not going to do anything at these levels. I need to see a decided rejection or take of the level. We're also getting a 500 hold up on Meta. So I'm happy I covered my position there. 500 RAM is an important level on META. It's unable to break it, at least currently. What else we got? Tesla still heading down. You know, very sideways the majority of the afternoon, essentially since around 11 o'clock on Nvidia. Sorry, that was hasn't split adjusted yet. There you go. Very sideways. Basically 120, 175 to the low, 123 to the high. So about $1.25 worth of range there on the monster Nvidia. And goggles headed right back up above 174, maybe coming back into that 174.25. We've been talking about this level, 174.25 all day, because that was the closing print on Friday. We haven't gotten there yet. Anyway, on goggles, 3 minutes left here, and I'm unsure exactly how. Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to let you close off the show because I'm gonna make my way up to the green screen to get ready for the next segment.
Yeah, sounds good. Great show there. Yeah, so don't know when this power outage is going to come in, but we'll continue kind of, the show will go on until that does happen. But we're getting a bit of a pullback here. So I guess as of right now, I did stop out on that pop. Might have been a little too aggressive of a stop out, but you can see the market's kind of pulling right back in. NQ wasn't quite able to get to its highs on the day, 19,120s, and some change there is a wick high right there. But then we do get that blast right up and then comes right back in. So it would seem as if, as of right now, we're making lower highs there. Only about 1 minute left to go on this 15-minute candle here as that candle closes, along with the midday show. Again, how to trade, and hopefully you guys got some knowledge today. Sharif talking about the thrust candles, and I definitely got a little thrust out of that one. As again, we talk about capitulation, and then this is kind of like potentially the opposite of it, where it looks like it and then it kind of continues in the same direction it was going in there. But yeah, hopefully you guys had a good session there. Again, market is not closed yet. It's still got 2 hours until the bell rings. So definitely going to be interesting going into the close as well. The Apple event, I don't have eyes on it as of right now. But again, that did bring in, we were talking about bringing in that volatility, and that definitely did bring in some volatility there in the markets, right? And then that 123 holding that ask as well didn't really quite get back right up there. So maybe Nvidia is not done as of right now. I will keep an eye on it as well. Again, Amazon also. So yeah. Thank you for joining us there. Got to pass it over to the big kahunas as of right now. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Without any further ado, I'm going to pass it over. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Welcome to this afternoon rundown, this segment where you decide what we talk about every day. Sean and Neil, they're locked in, they're loaded, they're ready to look at the tickers that you decided. But before we get to that, the future is just coming off highs there. The Q's at 464. We saw the NQ June contract really try to fight with 19.1 on the day, a little bit above, a little bit below, in anticipation of this next name over here. AAPL currently going through the Worldwide Developer Conference, and the price has been all over the map, guys. We're almost at that 198 level in the pre-market, really now breaking down below 195. What's your look on this one?
Apple.
They're selling the news. Oh, yeah, they're selling the news. I just turned the audio off on it now so we could start with you guys here. But look, they're going out of their way not to use the word AI, despite the fact that a bunch of features that they have mentioned are clearly and obviously using artificial intelligence, which they're calling machine learning, as Brendan was just talking about to a lot of people at the desk. But it was a sell the news event this morning. It's continuing to be the same thing. So I wouldn't say disappointing. I know a good friend of mine is listening to it. He says there's not enough nuts and bolts in there, but you'll let that one settle down. Price action has been a sell. There was this fear that we'd get like a power outage. I just got flat because I was short like right here, right now, so I could just punch out flat. But I do feel like you had the move in the morning, which was to the downside right away. You essentially gave up that close. I was looking longs. We lost long there. We took another long in front of 196. That didn't work. We took a long in front of 195 half. Try one off 95, even got out. Then I like to short off these levels. It's a sell the news kind of thing. It sold at 96 once they were done with the iOS event. It then broke down through 95. It's kind of curling off this 95, which was the morning bottom. I think in here, risk to reward, I kind of like that sell the news event. Currently, what are they talking about now? Ubisoft. Oh, watch out for PayPal, because that is holding lower when they announced like the I forget what they called it. It's cash. They had a name for it.
Apple Cash, probably.
Apple Cash. I think they call it like Apple Cash.
There you go.
Along those lines. But either way, if that's not what it's called, it doesn't really matter. PayPal is holding lower after that got dropped. So they're under some pressure. PayPal app no longer going to be that much more important to Apple users. So this is holding a bit of a trend down. Morning lows holding resistance, similar to Apple. PayPal down 1%. I think you want to pay attention to some of these ancillary names. You know, it's at the end of the day, sometimes you get these secondary pushes if Apple's taking aim at some of these other companies and what they offer. Those can end up being the better trade. So if PayPal does not break back through like 66.75 or VWAP, that looks like it can be shorted for the rest of the day. Market's actually pretty strong, despite Apple showing weakness.
So, I mean, we knew Apple would be, I mean, some of these graphics and
It's
everything
so
that
cool.
they're doing with Apple here and Ubisoft is fucking amazing. Okay, I mean, that's just true of a lot of things. So just look, I mean, we went short on this 194 break and we were able to do really well. It broke back up, we were able to get out. So, you know, short on that break, we tried 195 again. 195 was great, up to 196. Like, these are the longs that we had right when we left you guys. It was 10-18, we kept the same ones all the way through. And then eventually we started to break down once the talk happened. It's 2 hours old right now. So I don't know if they're going to announce anything coming up or if they're just going to wind up ending this. I still feel like I haven't seen anything that's overly exciting yet. I mean, the stuff on the iPad was really cool with the equations and all that. And this gaming stuff is pretty cool. But, you know, adding different emojis or tap likes and all this kind of stuff isn't super sexy to me. So I'm not sure exactly what's going to happen with Apple here. I still feel like there's more to come. Let's wait. But if they don't give us anything, then I think we can smack this short pretty soon. So the Apple Pay was pretty cool, as Neil mentioned. Other than that, there hasn't been a whole heck of a lot from what I can see. So yeah, anyways, that's Apple WWDC. We'll just figure it out. I still want to go short. The call was long 195 on the sticky note here today. Unfortunately, we went through and back and forth, and now we're right back to where we were. Like, this is right, so they're ending right now, it seems like, and that's 12 o'clock. It has done nothing. So up and then down, and it's right now where 12 o'clock was. So you're right at the same penny almost as if this didn't happen. So, all right, we'll just see what winds up happening here, and we'll wait to see when this ends. But we might be over now with the Apple conference, it seems like, so we'll probably try to go long off 195, but I'm thinking more short now.
First day post split for Nvidia after that 10-to-1 split effective today. You can see there went red to green, a bit of a sell-off to start the day there. Good recovery throughout, topping at 123. Sean, you're long 118.02. What is your look, sir?
Right now, $5 in the money, but I just punched longer here on Apple. Apple right now is trying to talk something about AI, but I have no idea if they're going to do anything AI based or not. So right now they're talking a little bit about AI. We just punched long on that. We'll see if it does anything. It's not doing anything right now, but they're talking about how AI has to be powerful. It has to be integrated. It has to understand you. This is almost one for one what he's saying right now.
That is
Tim Cook. So, all right, so we'll wait for that. But good luck on Nvidia. I mean, for sure. Let's go, man. This is going to be an absolutely awesome trade for me today. Oh, shoot. That's right. You can't see it off the open. There's the short right here, if you can see it. Maybe get my mug off there, Ramin, for a second, just so I can show. Oh, that's good enough. Right there. So here's the move. Downside. We'll see where it goes now. Back into 118 and change. So, you know, that was $2 to $3. Then we punched long off 118 and we still have it. So we're $4.50 in the money on this trade. Nvidia up 1.3%. Market relatively flat, but I like it. There goes Apple right now. We are cruising. Nice move, A for AAPL. We're in the money just a little bit. Let's start introducing Apple Intelligence. Right now. So they're introducing a brand new Apple Intelligence software. So we'll find out more about this. We're starting to go now. Let's go. This is what we waited for. Here goes Apple back up to the upside. We're back into this one, baby. Your boys got it. Let's see how far we can go. They're talking about Apple Intelligence as we speak. I don't know what we can and can't show on here, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to show you guys the stream, so we'll try to keep you abreast of it. I just took the first break. The second I heard him say that, I just went 96. So the long, if it breaks the high, I think it can be an ad. We're going to listen to it as they're going on, and we'll let you guys know. But yeah, finally they're saying exactly what I think everybody wanted to hear. So that the local high is 196.40. If it can break this, I think it can really start to go. 197, big resistance on Apple. So we'll keep you guys abreast of what's going on. I think clearly we can not worry about this power outage thing by now. I think we're good to go.
AMC next on the list, and no specific headline for this one today, but we saw over the weekend Roaring Kitty coming out again, and he had that video on Friday, had well in excess of 700,000 views, I believe even more. Its sister company, AMC, tried to break through 5 today. You can see they went red to green at the open. Did you guys have a look at AMC today?
Absolutely. You know what? Like AMC was, I want to say, relatively simplistic in terms of trading because you just pop up GameStop. Let me see if I can get GameStop up on one of my black charts so I can show you guys side by side. Like all I was looking for on AMC was these little points of weakness where you could find fade trades on GME. So if you look at right here at about 1080, well, let me zoom that in for you guys. There you go. Right in here at about 1015 to 1018 was the first spike right there on AMC where we got the short. And that was when 28 was holding as a brick wall on Nvidia, or not Nvidia, on GameStop. So you saw this 28 just hold. When that happened, I know my head's in the way. Let me try and do, there you go, that's better. So I shorted here off the high when 28 was holding and then scalped it. And then you had this spike where it failed VWAP. And then when that happened, we shorted it again. And then when we keep on breaking down, we lost 26 and 25, and then you short AMC again. So all we were doing was looking for spots on GameStop with relative weakness to short AMC. Now I did get out of the trade because we thought maybe the power would be going out here, but I think it's absolutely fine. The next move up, if GameStop rejects 25 on a push up, I'd look to short VWAP on AMC. So it was more of a sympathy play than anything else for me on AMC. We paid for the locates here. We did have to pay for locates, but they've been on real trading. We've been paying 1/8 of 1 cent on GameStop, 1/8 of 1 cent on AMC, 1/8 of 1 cent on name stock that you have to pay locates on. And it's been relatively cheap. So you go ahead and do it. Whether or not the setup happens, today it did, shorting pops in AMC based on price action in GME.
All right, we're still messing around with Apple right here, right now. AMC, I don't really have much going on. All right, here, like Apple right now is 195.16. It's just bouncing around, so we're gonna have to wait to see what winds up happening here. Nice move down, 195 and change. We'll see about 194.50 trying to hold up right here. Apple right now trying to hold out and seems like it is at 195. So let's wait to see what happens here. Let's go northbound, Apple. They're still doing AI stuff. It seems underwhelming for sure, but I don't know what to expect. We have some stops down at 194, maybe even the low of the day. Remember, if this is nothing, then you're not going to want to hold this. You know, it's like overpromise, under-deliver. Yeah, like
Under-promise, over-deliver is what you want to do.
That's what you want to do, but I'm saying that appears to be maybe not what they're doing. All right, well, what I'm doing is getting some out right now, so no matter what they're talking about, we'll take a little bit of profit right now on this and see what winds up happening. As we're just long right here, we just got out at 30s. Maybe we get back up into 196, 197. Come on, Apple. We're long this name right here, right now. I have good GameStop stories to tell you. So let's get back and I'll talk about GameStop.
This one got an upgrade today from Wedbush, coming from $7 to $13.50, essentially almost doubling the price target there. You can see that it didn't really use that information to the upside. It's trading at day's lows now, guys. It was volatile, did present you opportunities. What's the look on GameStop?
All right. So look, here on GameStop, we're actually, unfortunately, it was a little bit of a crash coming through there here today. And we were long early. We talked about taking some of that profit, rips all the way to 28.50. We had those diamond hands, which eventually became mud hands and fell right through. And we got out at 26 on that break. So these longs are 26, 26.50. We're able to be down on it, but not that bad. Then when it broke 25, we went short. There's a 23.60. Look, since we've been short, it's never been against us. I still like the trade. I'm still short GameStop. And honestly, I think they may put a run on. Gil there, because if he's long 20s, I mean, is he going to let those expire worthless? Is he going to punch out at a certain point? I mean, I'm just waiting for him to liquidate his own position.
He's rich. He might let them expire.
He might. I have no idea. I
don't
mean, it's
know.
just like, and plus they're expired the 21st, so we still have
time.
11 days, which is I think probably now 7 or 8 trading days left in this. So
it's
yeah,
a holiday. That's right.
I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen with GameStop. All right, so here comes Apple right back into 194 again. So let's wait to see. I don't think they like this AI announcement for sure. We're not loading into this trade, but Apple's coming back down.
Buddy, just before we move on, I have to say this because there's a good friend of mine who's like he's a big Apple junkie and he watches the show and he loves Trader TV, and you can tell because he just messaged me, I'm not sure what VWAP is saying, but it should be a buy. So he likes it, even though I'm saying it seems like it's underwhelming here. But he seems relatively happy with some of the AI stuff. But again, it is what it is. As far as GameStop goes, I think this 25 is going to be a line. Like, I don't know if we get back to 25, but the 25 rejection looks pretty good. I was only long the stock, and thankfully we had gotten out of it early, tried a long in the 26 level, but underneath 25, I think it could see 20 at some point this week. It wouldn't surprise me. Just keep in mind, next week, it's interesting next week, the expiry is on Friday. It's a holiday on Wednesday. So that Thursday trade for GameStop could be super spicy because you'll have a whole day off. And then suddenly Thursday, Friday, you'll condense all that price action in just a couple of days with that. So if we get a spike in GameStop, I'm not shorting GameStop. I'm probably going to end up shorting AMC because it's been a much easier read on that one. And just before we move on, AMD is absolutely tanking down into 160. So that 160 could come into play for them. Really? Despite Nvidia holding 122 up at the top, AMD is having another one of those reversal days. So not looking good for, I just said AMD and I typed Nvidia. See what happens. And Nvidia is so good that even when I say AMD, I pull up the Nvidia chart. That just tells you how great the stock is in my estimation. So right off the lows here on AMD, I'm going to look to short some pops here, maybe back into 161.5.
Now the SPY is trying to hold 535 right now. You can see defended those pre-market lows, kind of a pseudo double bottom, headed up throughout the trading day, kind of ranged a little bit. Off the highs right now, guys, recall that this week we have the FOMC rate decision on Wednesday, largely expected they'll hold. We also have CPI on Wednesday, so futures positions going to be very much in focus this week, guys. What is the look on the SPY or the futures in general?
Completely inside, I think. You haven't even broached Friday's range. Well, obviously, Friday was a really volatile day in the market, but it's been an inside day, and I think that can be expected. And in a day where Nvidia's up strong and Apple's under some pressure, and Tesla's not having a good day, but then Meta's like super strong, that's exactly what you expect out of the SPY. It's completely middling at this point. So I think you want to respect these tops that we had on Friday. It was a triple top of sorts on the SPY, 536.5. And unless we're really, truly breaking that out, I mean, the NASDAQ's exactly the same as the S&P 500. So I think there's almost no difference here. I think you respect that top. And you can look for weak names to short when you get to that high. But I look at this top and say, why not? Like, it's just completely mixed bag when it comes to all of the big cap names right now. And when that is the case, I think you can short highs. I think you can long some of the bottoms, and you're nowhere near any of that support to even think about it. Anytime you're this strong in the overall market, the daily chart hates me, but doesn't really make a difference. You're kind of in a top-end consolidation zone for SPY, for SPY there. Siri update, they just said.
Here we go. Here comes the Siri update. We are long on Apple right now. We just bought 195s, 194.50s again. So this is what everyone's waiting for. They're going to start talking about it. So watch out. This thing is very, very violent. We're getting in and out of this as much as we can. I mean, we've just been buying. It's been great since they've announced AI. We talked about this with GameStop. Wait for certain things to happen and then react to them. So we waited for AI to hit. So there goes AI. It's hitting right now. So we'll see what winds up happening here. I mean, they're talking about Siri, and this is what we wait for. So we're in the trade. SPY, I mean, I didn't really look at it today, to be honest with you. The ES is trying to hold out a little bit here. I prefer the NASDAQ, but the SPY at all-time highs, just pennies, dollars away, I guess, at this point for SPY. And again, the thing is, this is the top 500 companies. And of course, today we're all about talking to Siri right now. But Apple, Microsoft was starting to go. Meta had a big day today. And then here's the SPY on its 52-week high of 536.89. So right now we're at 535 and change. I think we still hold out for highs. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this whole Apple thing. Let's see what happens when they're done. I like the SPY right now, heading higher. VWAP today, and I'm just talking about it just where we are today. I mean, we just bounced off the 200. We hadn't seen VWAP since 10 o'clock this morning. So yeah, well juiced up here. I think back into like 534.50, decent area to start buying. Again, if Apple drops now, then this will drop as well. So here comes Apple dropping right now. So we can watch out for the SPY and the NASDAQ to give back. So here's Apple down at and near day's low. So as I talk, I can't really speak about what they're talking about, but it looks like they don't like it. Apple back in. Day's low for Apple, I can't see it on here, but something. Probably 193 change. So we'll find out, but Apple's coming back in right now. Not bad, but bad enough. We're out 60 cents right now.
And that's the rundown. So just a couple of other things. One, Tesla down 2%, almost at that 173 bottom. We kind of showed you this last couple of days. This is a mouse of mine. I keep saying I'm going to replace my mouse, and I don't do it over lunch. 172 quarter on Tesla is the 50 period on the daily. The 173, it came really, really close on a bounce here. 173.40 on the low. So this could test some of these bottoms where we said we look for a bounce zone. I did make a play off 75.5, but as you can see, under a ton of pressure is Tesla, along with, now the futures are starting to come down because Apple's.
Yep.
Oh no, Nvidia just took 122 and is headed to 121. It's not just Apple right now. Nvidia, apologies on the chart, right into VWAP here for Nvidia. If Nvidia wants to bounce off VWAP, I might take a shot long off 121 here as the market's starting to come back in.
Yeah, if we lose, you see, this is the thing. It's undefined again right there, right? You mentioned that story. Your friend liked it. There it goes right to the downside. So it just goes to show you, man. You know, the minute other people start liking these things, this is when it turns the other way. It's like that whole thing about Bitcoin. When they start talking to you about Bitcoin, you know that might be the top. So right there, I like the stock. Bang, down $3. So let's wait to see what happens here with Apple. I mean, it looks like it's trying to break through 192 right now. Big move down. They don't like whatever that news is there about Siri. So there it is. I think they're going to be wrapping up pretty soon. I was going to use 192 as the out, but I didn't get enough. I didn't get anything at the bottom there. I was just sitting here watching it, wondering how much we're going to lose. But we'll see where it goes from here. Looks like it's trying to take it again to the downside. So watch out for 192 break here on Apple. When that happens, I think it'll be pretty nasty. So just be careful. But Apple right now heading to the downside. And we're long, so hence losing on this Apple position long. So, I mean, we're out $1.30. It does suck. Trade when they're done, maybe not while they're still going on. But here we go. Let's figure this out with Siri.
I'm literally time stamping this for my buddy. The moment he sent me that message about that whole VWAP comment. But it's not like Apple's moving to the downside, but it's not just Apple. Like a lot of things caught, I think, like a sympathy sell. Like right when that happened, I look over at Nvidia. Nvidia tanked. Nvidia moved down $1 into VWAP. I got 121.22s. I just took some out in front of 121.50. But at the same moment, like I looked over, like Softy pulled into VWAP and is now bouncing. It's almost as if like some programs just started selling. Like stocks that were trending up, did a little bit of a dip down in there. I already mentioned Tesla and AMD moving to the downside. In terms of where you might expect there to be a bit of a bid. It just, I have a bad wick on this chart. 192.25 was a very big closing price back on the, right at the end of the month. And then it was support on the 3rd. So that seems like it's a decent spot. And we're already bouncing off 192.25. So I think it can be a long off this level, if anything. Nvidia, if it gets back to 122, I think that one can be all systems go because the NASDAQ and the rest of the market are holding out some pretty good buys. Still nothing over there on GameStop. We'll let you know if that makes a move.
All right, Apple's trying to come back up right now, so here it goes. We didn't buy the very bottom, but we're trying to get something out for flat here. We are long on Apple. Remember, our average price was 60s. So now it's going to show us out. Again, the average price is going to keep on changing. So here we go, right back up to the upside there. Nice job as they continue to talk a little bit more about series. So, all right, we're long now at 76. We just keep getting a little bit out here. We want to be able to hold on in case we do start to go. But again, it's been a little bit of a wild ride here. We take the long there, and getting out in the middle. So, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be about share sizing and where do you want to put the bigger load in and where not to. But there are some examples right now about Siri. So I'm going to put an offer up near 194, see if we can get something out there. Just trying to get out of some 10% spots there. And if we can get out at 194.50 where the 50 period is, that's pretty good. But again, like on news, like this is a news-based event, right? I mean, they're literally broadcasting their new products. So there's no bigger of a news event than this. And if they don't like it, and what I mean by that, analysts don't think that some of these products are going to add to the EPS or add to the services, anything like that, then yeah, I could see this getting tanked up. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening here with Apple. But we're on one anyways, man. Nvidia, we're still in that one. We've got Uber to the short side. We've got GameStop as $1 in the money. Yeah, we've got a lot on board over here. Just hoping that Apple can get going, which here it goes. Come on, Apple. I might take out another piece here, 67s, if we can, but just dancing around some of these levels. Apple, very, very dangerous. Welcome to the danger zone that is trading AAPL right now.
Yeah, during the event, like you got to ear to the ground. Like if you have it in your ear and you can see where they're going step to step, that makes a lot of sense. I just jumped into, I wanted to find things that might be relatively strong or resisted that move down in the futures. One of them, I just went back over to Palantir because, look, this morning, just to give you a rundown, CrowdStrike being added to the S&P 500. It was CrowdStrike, GoDaddy, and KKR being added to the S&P 500. Palantir not, which I think a lot of people were anticipating. So Palantir was gapped down based on that. It was been strong since the open. I felt it was an overreaction and was going to buy dips. There was never a dip in Palantir. We bought VWAP the first time. That was the good trade on Palantir. Then I tried buying it off this 2280, which lost. It's been holding higher lows since, and this time holding VWAP. So we're going long off VWAP here in Palantir. Strong stock. By the trend, I know it's down 1.7%, but that's because it was gapped down. Since the open, this has actually been a decent long. Nvidia might be pulling right back into this 120 level. Oops, there's no S on the end of Nvidia. Nvidia pulling right back into the 120. So if it bounces off VWAP a second time, looking for the reload on NVDA. I'm thinking differently on AMD, however. AMD has not popped. I want to short AMD and be long NVIDIA. I know that sounds weird, but come on. I mean, NVIDIA is clearly strong and it's positive, and AMD down 4%. I don't think you have to worry about these guys moving in the same direction. Obviously, they're going different ways here, AMD and NVIDIA. So still sitting on the offer, trying to short in front of 161.5. He's got to be patient, see if we can pick it up. The other thing I have, the other level 2 I have up is GameStop. Just looking for something, like is it going to pop? Is it going to run into this 25 level? But nothing yet. You want to trade GameStop when it moves, and you want to be patient. If you're holding to the money, that's one thing. Like Sean's in the money on a 25s. You know, it's okay to hold it when you're with trend, but I don't think you want to get into position until something starts to happen on GME here.
We just covered some more Uber right here as Uber pulled back a little bit. This is a crazy one because we had news that they had lost or whatever, some sort of a gig agreement there. Made a move down, we shorted it. We're going to be down on it, but we're still trying to hold out. I was sort of thinking, again, I was wondering if this was going to be one of those plays that maybe Apple doesn't announce something about Uber or something, or I honestly thought that they might announce something about, I don't know, something about robo-taxi or something with Apple. I mean, that was a shot in the dark. As I was holding it, I just said I might as well hold it. I was using this top anyways, breaking through 69. We didn't really break through there, so we give it a little bit of love for Uber. See if this falls back down. If the market falls, great, for sure. But Hey, what's up? You want to talk about Mobileye? We can do that in a minute. I just want to show you something here because, you know, this has become quite a fun trade. Needless to say here for Apple. I mean, this is going up and down. My net is like heart attack, not heart attack, heart attack, not heart attack. And I mean, it's just, you know, in and up and down $1 sometimes here on some of these moves. So just trade it appropriately. Everybody knows what their own risk limits are and stuff like that. I'm still waiting to see if it comes back into 192 where I'll buy a little bit more, but I'm not super impressed with anything. Not that that matters. It's just the price action is what it is here on Apple. We'll wait for it to do something, but for right now, it's kind of just hovering between 192.50 and 193.50. So until they're done this call, which I'm not sure when that's going to be, nothing super exciting for me quite yet. GameStop, same kind of thing, man. A little boring right now. We only have 20% left of this short. So initially, most of the outs were like for 50 cents, something like that, because we were really happy getting it out at that bottom. Then we're lucky enough to get a 24 break. But since then, it's just been hovering around. So new ways to express yourself with AI and Apple now. So I'm just listening to it to see if anything happens here. But for right now, not much going on with Apple Keynote.
So just there's a question from Daniel in the chat. We appreciate you. Any idea why Hood is up? Because Robinhood is dope and they do dope things. As I steal a line from Chappelle Show sketch.
Yeah.
But no, I actually don't. There's not anything specific that I saw on Hood. I'll double check. And I'll let you guys know if I see anything specifically on Hood. It's the same thing as like Mobileye. Like Mobileye is up because there's this event that's supposed to be on Tuesday with Ford, and it's a squeeze name. Robinhood's just been on a tear, so it seems to me that technically, like all that happened is last week Robinhood broke highs, consolidated above said highs. Today it dipped back into the previous top, and which was 22, and it bounced off 22. So went into Friday's low, which was the consolidation area, and then just went back into the trend that it's had. So Robinhood continues to be strong. I said this morning it was a mistake not to at least look at this one. I'll kick myself over it. It's basically the same chart as Palantir, except it has more continuation, oddly enough. So I don't know if we see VWAP again today on Robinhood, but if we see 20 tomorrow, we should be involved in that one off the 20 level. I just got the dip back in Nvidia, so that's back into the 122. Sorry, check that 121. Bid, which is also happening to be VWAP here on NVDA. Yeah, it's starting to get a little heavy in the market and NVIDIA. If NVIDIA loses here, like this support, I don't know, like the market's not going to have much of a chance here, not with the way Apple's trading. Like this is the morning breakout level, morning range top, current bid. If the market gives this up right now, I think we're just looking short into the close. But it's not over. I mean, Nvidia is bouncing. The market is holding 19.05 for the time being. So we'll try to respect it in that range. CFIS, when is the Rivian breakout? Your guess is as good as mine. I thought it would have taken 12 already. Everything has been all systems go since it bounced off 10. It's just very slowly grinding higher and no breakout through 12. There's nothing to complain about with this chart. Actually, this is It was my trade of the week 2 weeks ago, I think, and then it was off to 10, and it's slowly grinding higher. I think you just got to be patient with it. There isn't a specific catalyst right now. There's nothing in the news to take it through this $12 level, so you just got to wait for it. Randy, what's coming up for Rivian that could get it through this 12 level? It's been bouncing nicely, but no follow through.
Couple model refreshes, nothing major. I haven't seen, again, version 2.0 of what's already been out there for a couple years, but software updates, no recalls.
No recalls will obviously be good.
Not following in Ford's footsteps. It's all good.
Ford's up today. Ford's kicked. What?
That's right. That's right, Randy.
What's the?
Ooh.
Ford's having a great day.
Hello, Ford.
Look at Ford today.
Wow. Who knew?
Randy, don't talk about Ford. You know what I'm saying?
Go Ford.
Okay.
Yay Ford.
Yes.
Yes.
I've been messaging you in the chat, man. I was like, what? I didn't know if you're getting a haircut or what.
Oh yeah, like the power outage that everyone scared us was going to happen. Yeah, that was.
I ain't scared. Power sees me trading and is like, no. You like Apple?
Yes.
We'll see what happens here. They're talking about AI as we speak right now. So But it's not really moving much on this AI talk, down 2% today, but a nice move upside for Apple. So we're going to wait to see if it can hold out to something right now. I do want to talk just quickly here about Nvidia, because if Nvidia falls any more, wow, we should have just got long. I thought I was bidding 120.50. I am 120.55. Okay, 120.55. So it's coming in right now. Apple came in a little bit. We got more long down there in front of 192. This breaks 192. See ya, and we will regroup after the call right now, because this has been the low. I mean, this low right there is 192 break. So if we break through that, then forget about it. The last time we were down here, we had a huge sell candle. I believe that's when everyone thought they were done without AI. Then they said, let's go to AI, and then it bumped back up, and that's where we were able to get long. And then now, I'm guessing they're just failing on whatever they are talking about. Nvidia getting close to getting us longer down here.
Yes, sir. And look, VWAP went. Let me just get to Apple for a quick little second. Remember we talked about 192 quarter? So it just made that bounce. I have a line drawn on the chart, but it's adjacent to the level. The actual low actually happens to be 15. So this is the spot that I wanted to wait for. It is already the event bottom on Apple. Image wand, they are talking about right now. As a non-user, I'll let other people comment on whether that's cool or not. But look, it's just off of this low. We said we wait for it, but Nvidia does not hold on to VWAP. So I had it in. I have to zoom in and out because of the split. Sorry, guys. Bounced VWAP the first time. The second time we took the dip, it did not hold on. So I jumped out of it. So now Apple and Palantir, the only things I'm in. AMD,
woohoo, thank
looks
you.
like we've just missed our chance on AMD.
I forgot you're in a power meeting.
If I get 161, it's almost like, do I really even like it? It's consolidated lower. AMD about to run 160 and making fresh lows. So I've canceled my 161.50. The chances of getting that seem unlikely. And if it bounces from here, we'll just have to find a different level. The lower high is 160.77, so that would be a reasonable spot. But there's always a point where you like shorting back into VWAP or shorting back into previous high. But if it gets too far away, like I ask myself, well, if it's that strong going into that level, I got to look for something else. I want lower highs to short. If it gets to VWAP now, it's making higher highs. So not going to be involved in AMD, the price we want. Apple showing some pep in its step. If it gets to 193 before this thing is done, I'm scalping some out. It would be nice if they ended this and then you could maybe calm down a bit. But it's at a key level at this low of the day.
Yeah, I think if they end it, I think it'll tank even harder. So I don't really know what to think right now. We got some more Nvidia down here, but just right here. So it's not really moving off of these bottoms yet. So let's wait to see what happens with Nvidia. I mean, we won't give it back today because we can't. I mean, we have to make a real bad trade to give this back. We were short $3, then we were long all the way up here. We didn't cash anything out. We are trying to now average into this trade. So let's wait to see if we can get a longer bid here on Nvidia and then make our move back up. So here we go. Nvidia right now trying to dance a little bit. We'll make decent on this if it can go back to the upside right now. We just bought some 30s, some 60s. My offer is at 95. I mean, we could put something out right now and get something out at 83. There it is. So again, without being too familiar with how this name really wants to trade moving forward, we're going to get some more out here and just watch to see. So, okay, nice move back up. Let's take something out at 121 now. And yeah, rock this thing back up to the upside. So again, more Nvidia buys right here. We're stacking up on our number one name. So there goes Nvidia, hopefully back up to the upside. And then we'll see. Apple's trying to go as well. We're a little reloaded back on this name. So let's get something out here around one. There we go. We already got a 123 after buying some of those dips. So far, so good here. As we're making a bit of coin here as the market comes back. Good trade there. Just silently putting 50 cents in our pocket there on Nvidia. Let's see if we get lowers here now. Not lower, but if we can get a lower bid, we'll take it. But right now, Nvidia back up to the upside. Your boy is all over this one.
Yeah, we just got about that 50-cent move on Apple as well, but it just turned at 193, so it's not out of the woods just yet on Apple. You're still getting some. I think the compression's good. It's a sign that things are calming down, but it's still got to hold that low. Palantir off VWAP. Again, just finding something relatively strong that was not was not reacting to the big down move that was carrying everything lower. So a strong stock that was not behaving
Let's
like
go.
the others. So we got Palantir in here off VWAP. Going to take some out going into 23. Not a lot of size on the offer there, but it was resistance for most of the afternoon. So high of the day sits at 23.15. We're going to be scalping into that. Love VWAP when it does hold. Apple now absolutely flying. So
Let's
that
go.
bottom,
We killing this.
192.25. That was that bottom on AAPL. Looks like we're going to take 94s in here. They're not done the event, but they're clearly liking it right now. If we lose 193.5, I'm jumping out. Otherwise, we hold till VWAP.
Oh man, this is why we're here, baby. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia up $1. That's a hot dog cannon. We are putting damage right now on this. Look at Apple. Look at these outs. It just all of a sudden, bang goes Apple. Bang goes Nvidia. Everything is going nuts. Oh yeah, Sharif, we're here, baby, all day as the professor checks in on us, see what's up. Look at this buy on Apple, 192.50. Come on, what are we even talking about? And then Nvidia, we put that one in. We are almost out of Nvidia. This move all the way up there, we just made $1 in 2 minutes on NVDA. So again, easily my number one stock here and the number one stock, I believe. Well, I can check back on CrowdStrike on the floor here with Nvidia. All right, GameStop as well. That's $1 in the money. Uber's kind of come back a little bit, but honestly, I could really care less about this. Here we go. Now we are $1.30 in the money for Apple. Let's take some more out. Why not? We've got a decent position on for Apple. We're getting a little bit back into life here. There goes Apple. Nice move. $1 in the money, Apple. $1 in the money, Nvidia. So far, so good. Let's have a sip of our coffee. We just made back. It's a good thing it happened, but we did pretty good right there.
Brendo?
Full integration, guys. That moved back up there. Full integration with ChatGPT 4.0 across the board, with Siri, with all the Apple intelligence features within devices as well. And it looks like iOS 18 on the OS side of things. So full integration across the board with ChatGPT 4.0 there.
So that's good fortune. Thankfully, we waited for one level. That's why we, when in doubt, zoom out. When a stock is going to the downside, if you can find a key level that double bottomed off that key price, 192.25, it's now starting to come back in. So they announced the integration with ChatGPT. There was a move. I said if it lost this local high, I was going to get out. It did very briefly. I had to take profit at VWAP, so that's why I'm not short it. That's why it's coded a purple, because I already had to take profit. But when it came back through, I got out. If I hadn't then, I'd already be out now. So quick little move off that bottom. Again, the event is still happening, and that ChatGPT integration is probably what a lot of people wanted to hear. I think for sure, like that was kind of the spot I think people were looking for. My buddy's all excited. He just messaged me again saying, yay, ChatGPT.
He messaged you? Okay, so. All right, no, just joking.
No,
We've already made the money.
He's been back and forth.
Yeah, of course. That's like what trading's all about, baby. Right there. Here we go, man. You want me to do something with Google? Yeah, what do you guys want? It's probably going the other way, would be my guess, but maybe not. No, there goes Google. So look, high tide lifts all ships, baby. Google is my number one holding in the account. So we'll go hot dog cannon as there goes Google again. More and more news happening. I'm going to, I've unmuted a lot of things because I'm trying to listen to this Apple call. But you know what? I guess it doesn't really matter at this point because we've already got it. So there it goes, Apple right now. We just cleaned up a bunch of this at the 50-period moving average. That's going to be a good one. We'll still hold on now to Nvidia and see where that goes. But oh man, here we go. Google popping. I'll find out why in a minute, and we'll get more on news on that. But right now, Google is popping to the upside. Look, we're long Nvidia. We're long Apple. The two biggest names in the world. Again, we're long on. This is multiple times today. We've hit these names back and forth, but we do not trade Google long. But there goes Google. Nice move back to the upside. So we'll wait.
You said we don't know what it is yet.
Yeah, I could probably find out, but I wasn't listening to it. Yeah, there it goes. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I thought maybe there was a chance they were doing something with Gemini. Maybe they are as well. It would not surprise me if Google outsourced or if Apple outsourced all of this, man. The smart and rich just keep getting richer and richer. And right there, props it up to anybody that held on or was trading Apple with me right here. This is a big one, man. Now $1.20 in the money. Next stop, we just just took another piece out. Let's break through 194 and get going, and then we'll see about holding the rest of them. It's Google. It's moonshot right now to Apple. It's moonshot to Google. Nvidia, we just have $1 in as well. Right now, this has been a great afternoon. Thank you so much for watching.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. I mean, the middle of the day was kind of annoying, and then the event was kind of a pain. But I think now, like, getting back to green is fortunate. Google, as we said, there's nothing really going on. There was a story on Microsoft and Call of Duty, but it's Alphabet trying to break last week's highs. If it gets through 78, that's nasty. I want to be buying dips here on Alphabet the way this is accelerating. I don't want to take a 177 break when this just went $3 and I have no idea why. So we're going to back off that notion, look for a pullback. 75 seems like a pipe dream, 75 or 76. I just want to see a curl, play a curl. But Apple, like I said, we got out. I'm looking for a higher low here. If it bounces off the same level, fine. 192.25, I like that level. If it can bounce a higher low off 93, I think that makes sense as well. I might take another leg at a Palantir. Don't want it losing that $23 level. So they are wrapping up the event. Tim Cook is wrapping up the event here. 240, it's been like an hour, 45 minutes. So I think the usual is like 90 minutes. I guess that's right on par. So they're about to end the event.
I thought we started at 12. Was it 12 or 1? I can't remember.
Oh, wasn't it 1? Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was 1. It was 1, right?
1.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it doesn't really matter. They're wrapping up the event right now. Just be wary of a potential volume spike like the second it's over. So, like, I wouldn't want to be getting the long and then get wicked out at the bottom right as they're wrapping up the event. Maybe just have a wider stop or something like that or wait till they actually finish it here. So Apple moving back into the downside, 192.25 is where I like a reload. And then Alphabet, as we mentioned, maybe making the bigger move, starting to pull back in here, Alphabet. Broke through 176, so 175 even would be the next level to look at. That's the opening range top, possibly turning into a bottom here for Google. So big move upside on Alphabet.
All right, I mean, we're getting a little bit more out here of Apple because it is trying to dance around just a little bit. I guess we'll wait to see if there was any news on pricing of items or hardware. It doesn't seem like there was an announcement of anything to do with anything other than iOS and some of the software stuff. So there it is, now ended. I'm going to try to go long if we get some bumps, but I don't know. Very, very comfortable now holding the rest of this. Let's see if we get 194.50 or so. That'll be my offer. That's the only spot I'm offering right now. I really, really like this Apple trade just to hold it for the rest of the day. Nvidia, again, like what a monster. We'll just continue to, honestly, it's too bad about the chart is like that. But, I mean, short, long again. Like, I mean, that's it for me. We'll wait to see what else happens there. Nvidia still $1. GameStop still $1. Apple now $1. I mean, I think Apple explodes from here. Yeah, Gonzalo says he thinks Apple's going to go higher. I don't know what's going to do, but we're long in position completely fine for this move higher. So let's go, Gonzalo and everybody else out there. I like Apple. I like it a lot.
Yeah, event now officially over, so we can close that. Don't need it. Apple event is officially over, so I think it's going to be a little bit more stable at this particular point. Still holding 193.5. I want 193s if we're going to catch it. Google is starting to pull back in here, so we just might have missed 175 quarters. Yeah, it just bounced off the $0.50 level. Anytime it dips and misses you by 10 cents, I think sitting at the same level is kind of foolish, because if it takes that, it's probably going to go even lower. So the bottom it just put in was 175.30. I think either it holds that or we look for something a little bit deeper on Alphabet. Palantir is still looking okay. GameStop, like I said, if GameStop actually makes a move, let you guys know. Still have AMC in the back of my mind, wanting to short that one on any GameStop moves to the upside.
All right. Yeah, so I mean, Apple's just dancing around here right now. It's 245. You know, we're just in chill mode right now. We will obviously start to get excited once and if something starts to happen here, including pushbacks in for Apple. We'll start to buy some of those dips near 192. But other than that, I think we're pretty fine with all of this. It did end. I still think that it moons from here. So let's wait to see. I mean, I have 194.30 offer. So 37, actually. I don't know why I picked 37, but I'm just going to keep it there. Too much of a random price for me not to. Let's see what winds up happening there. For Apple, Uber, Nvidia, they're all in the pocket, as well as GameStop down $1. We can look at GameStop quickly. So again, we were long, took some profit there, about $1. Tried to hold the long through 26, did not do that. Slap a fail on the 26. Come on, Apple. But right now, we got into this zone, didn't we, on Friday? Yeah, and then we had one bump up where we took the 200 period up to 29 and then kind of faded right off of that. So if we look something similar, we're at the 200 period now. So I would almost treat VWAP as kind of the next line of sand there. So that's 25.50. So maybe a bump back up there into 29.50 or so for GameStop could be something. So that might be the extra level there, but again, not sure where GameStop will stop, if anywhere. Want to still buy some bottoms there. The stop I have is a break. I don't even have a stop, actually. What am I talking about? I have a buy to go longer through 25 right now. So taking out this 25.25, I have a buy to go longer is what I was looking at. So I don't even have a stop down here, but I think 23 makes the most sense. So we'll sit here. Now that we're not as distracted with Apple, we can sit here and watch GameStop. So a bid through 23 out, or a break higher through 25, and we'll be buying some more. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Pretty interesting stuff, but not that interesting, especially with GameStop not moving around. So I'd like to see a little bit more of a dip buy opportunity here.
I mean, yeah, but we have seen this phenomenon where, like, in the last hour of the day, sometimes when GameStop looks the most dead, you just randomly, out of nowhere, catch a bit of a bid and it starts to run. So, I'm looking for, if it happens, it happens. I don't have to, anticipate it. Oh, I just got to dip by an Apple. Bonkzilla just said that, we'll get to Novavax in a second. Novavax getting crushed, apparently, but I'll get there in a quick second. Apple just pulled back into 193, so the higher low, it already put it in once at 85, and now it's trying to bounce off it one more time here. Google is really still dipping. It's basically 7 cents out of the money, so that dipped back into the 135 level as well. So we're playing higher low off of 192.85 on Apple. If it gets back into this 94 level, I think that's a take profit out in front. Look, Novavax, I liked Moderna a little bit this morning, but Novavax is taking it on the chin, SSR. It's not a good look. The good news for them is the $15 level is huge. This looks a lot like GameStop's chart when it went all the way up and then came right back in. Sometimes when you have a breakout like this, it'll sit there off the bottom for a couple of days, lull everybody into a false sense of malaise, like nothing is happening, and then it catches a bid. So it's given everything back that got put in the last couple of sessions. If it holds on to 15, maybe it goes squeezing again for NVAX. My daily chart's not really loading up. It's still holding a good, strong upward trend on NVAX, but my daily's not cooperating this afternoon.
I mean, honestly, guys, I'm just getting some more out here of GameStop at 24. We're short, right? So I was just looking at it like if we break higher, I don't necessarily. So we'll take $1 on that one right there. And then honestly, the stupidest move of the day was not shorting Google when you guys all brought it to the attention. And I'm just like, I don't know why this is going up. Like, again, was listening to the conference, didn't have any of the news in my ear, but again, apparently nothing. So there's the shot up there. I was wondering if maybe someone fat-fingered it, thinking that they were mentioning something about Gemini or whatever on Google. But at the end of the day, huge move up, fade time on that one. Rising tides does not lift all ships. So right now, we'll wait to see what happens here with Apple. So Apple's right back into this area. Not worth anything yet for me. That dipped down there, 192.90. I was bidding 80s, I believe. No, much lower than that. I'm down here near 192 to put on some kind of shares. So we'll see how far it does dip down. But I'm waiting for a 192-ish look here. We're already long 192.50. So let's just hold out on Apple. Uber's doing its thing. We'll have to have a look at that, as our level on this is 69. So if we're going to break through on this one, then we have to be careful. We'll take a little bit more short here at 90s, but we'll have to wait to see Uber breaking a little bit higher. We have that stop just north of 69. Target area, again, right where we bounced from, 68.60. So let's put some bids in there and see if we're lucky enough to get those.
Yeah, just we mentioned the news on Uber, didn't we?
Yeah, they lost that.
Yeah, so they basically just lost an
court
appeal to
decision.
overturn California's gig worker law. They got pumped to the downside. Lyft got pumped. DoorDash took it on the chin. Instacart as well. All four of those names were to the downside on that hint. I actually lost going short the stock, and I should have just been involved in the one level and taken it out. Like I had the short back in. It went right back into a key level of 67.5, and then I decided to reload it. That's a mistake. Like to me, that's a mistake. It's like this either works or it doesn't. Usually that's how I'll play. We didn't, so we ended up reloading it. And then when it wicked out, I even took it a third time. So the reason I'm down on the stock, I think, is it's not impatience, it's breaking a rule. Usually I want to short that one back into a key level on the news. You've seen us do it before. The key level was simply this Friday, like Friday's low, and then short back in when it rejected it there. Obviously, it's a bit off to the races. So a good rebound for Uber. I want to say that DoorDash is doing an even better one. DoorDash is actually at the high of the day and about to break out. So they just took that news and said, who cares? They're already breaking it back into the upside for Dash. But it was a big volume event. So we got the scalp trade off of Apple. Higher low just got put in 193. That's a double bottom off 192.88 was that low. Got it back through 93. Scalps them out 40s. I'm getting out off 94. It's feeling like lower highs, and with the event done, I kind of felt there'd be like a sell the news type of thing. And overall, that's more or less what the story has been. There's been good bounce plays, but I'm not completely convinced it's going to move. So I'm going scalp mode on that. Alphabet on the dip, it held. I thought 175 would happen. It ends up holding 15, so we went long off that bounce. If it gets to 76, this is running out of steam, and I'm still not seeing any news on this. If there was news, I think we'd like it even more, but I'm playing that rubber band back into the 75. For now, consolidation is what you're seeing in Google. Palantir, which is the other name that we're long. Palantir's just been a beast today, and reality being, I said this before, if the thesis, and the thesis for myself at least, was it's an overreaction that it was the only thing that I looked at on my quote board that was down more than 2.5% this morning because they didn't get into the S&P 500 and others did. Like that's it. Like that's the reason it was down despite being in an upward trend. So I was looking for longs. Just for some reason didn't like the long off of like 22.5 or a simple breakout trade. I was looking for a dip buy thinking it might sell going into it, but so far so good for them. And the other side of that, which we haven't mentioned, is the rocket ship that's CrowdStrike. Up almost 10% and close to taking out its highs. They're the ones that did get the addition to the S&P 500. I'll double check when that date is. Actually, I'm not sure the exact date that they'll be added, but you'll know well in advance. It's going to be a massive buy and balance that afternoon, and I'm sure there'll be some kind of a trade for us that day.
Okay. I mean, GameStop just touched. I mean, it went a little low there. It got to 23.70 or so. So there's that possibility. I mean, we just touched 23.60, 23.70 on GameStop. So some kind of a move may be happening right there. But look at this buyer. So there's a nice little buyer of 70,000 shares at 85. So it has to break back down below that before we get going on anything. So that is, of course, GameStop back down in as we continue to watch out for that. All right, my Unity is now back connected, so that's all good. All right, what else is moving around here? I mean, maybe the NASDAQ is starting to break a little bit higher right now, which is great for us as we continue to hold on. We are now still that dollar in the money on Apple. So, that's a good trade. We're still $1 in the money on Nvidia and watching out to see if Uber wants to break lower and then watching out for GameStop. If there's another stock or anything that you want me to cover, of course I will do it. Just slip it there into the chat. Boeing 190. Okay, moving down, but not doing too much right there. Boeing a 189.50 possible bottom there as well. So that could be coming into play. 190.50 on Boeing. As a play, as I just continue to watch GameStop. Oh, iBit.
My goodness.
Yeah, you have to pay for shorts on this one.
I did.
So right there, $40 was a good
on the high of the day.
Yeah.
I went for that. That retracement, we talk about this, like the pullback or the dip off of a massive round dollar number. So I was like, I'm going to play this this push off of 70,000 over under. And then I did it, I was in it, I just didn't take the second shot or the third shot at it. So I had...
Shopify.
Yeah, it is what it is. So I shorted it off that local high when it was kind of testing that 40,000 or 70,000. IBIT was at 40 at the time. It did make a pullback into VWAP, but I like the trade in general. Obviously, at that time of day, I ended up getting out of the trade and then getting up so I could take a bit of a break, but that was the wrong time. It was a good dip off the 70,000 level and the highs on IBIT. It's a good setup on Bitcoin as a day trader. Typically, when it gets to one of those big levels, if it doesn't break through and hold above, the retracement has been pretty solid, at least the times that I've seen it. Since we've had IBIT, I want to say that that's been a solid trade in there. And it was Sebastian just said in the chat that Hood was better than Palantir. I don't disagree. Robinhood performed much better than Palantir today. Palantir was good off the open. Robinhood was better. I didn't have a reason to be looking at Robinhood other than it was good last week. So, sometimes it is what it is. You pick the stock. I thought there was a reason for Palantir today because of CrowdStrike and the whole not getting into the S&P 500. Whereas Robinhood just continued the trend it was on and was spectacular. So, good for them. It bounced right off the bottoms on Friday and right back into Friday's highs. Inside day for Robinhood resulted in 5%. That's just great.
So we upgraded Shopify. Thanks, Fennel, there in the chat. We upgraded Shopify at $57, $58. Now you're at 63. You want to talk about trade of the week? We had talked about this a couple of times when we had our old podcast. Make sure you go join our new podcast, the Freedom and Wealth podcast, which is actually episode 2 just aired, and it was done quite well. So go find it out there. How to Master the Game of Money, episode 2 right now. Almost 1,000 views. Let's see, 998 subscribers. We could get, let me just refresh this to see if we are over that 1,000 subscribers. 999 right now. So everybody run and get to subscriber number 1,000, I'm sure. I'm just going to refresh this right now, and I bet you we are over 1,000. Hopefully someone didn't unsubscribe and subscribe. Still 999, so you can be that 1,000th subscriber. So many different podcasts to follow, but why not follow this one right now as we continue to get more views than subscribers. So that was good. We'll refresh it one more time and see if we can get that 1,000. There it is. Thank you so much. So we'll go Yahoo! It takes 2 weeks. We got it up to 1K subscribers. Again, some little videos will be posted here. Best kept secret, go find out what that is right now, as there's more different things here. Trading hacks, becoming a trader, some fun things there on the Freedom and Wealth podcast as we continue.
The most interesting thing is
put up big things.
No matter when you get into the game and get in the real estate game, which will be fantastic in terms of investment and diversifying, no matter what, apparently you always pay the exact same down payment, regardless of where you buy or what your situation is. You'll end up in exactly the same. I thought that was hilarious. I didn't.
What was that one?
No, it was because, well, not to spoil anything, but when you guys were both talking
spoil
about
it. It's out already. Yeah.
Both Brendan and Sean were talking about their experiences putting down payments on
and we had the similar amounts.
It was basically the same. If it's within a couple of grand for a down payment and the actual price of it was a townhouse for Brendan, for you it was a condo. I remember that condo, great times.
Yep.
I got stories about that condo because Sean was out of town at a concert with, I'm going to tell a story anyways.
Yeah.
Out of town at a concert with his, Mike. Was it Mike?
Probably, yeah.
It might have been your brother Mike. And we had our fantasy football draft. All the guys were in town, like some of the guys from out of town from our high school. And the only person, the only guy that had a place downtown was Sean. So we're like, well, he's not going to be around. He's like, well, you guys can just chill out at my place. And which we did. And I will say that the thing that was broken had nothing to do with me. It was not.
Was it a hole in the wall or something? I can't.
No. It was I think we broke a lamp or something.
Oh, a lamp. Okay.
There might have been some fake wrestling after we came back from the club.
Good.
But it was a good time. But it was Sean was a good sport about it. You didn't mind.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was so long ago. That's no problem.
But the most important thing is that you do get into the market and listen to the pod. You'll get some fantastic ideas. What it takes, not just to succeed in trading, but like the traits for any side gig. Certainly,
Apple's falling down.
Yeah, Apple's starting to come down here. I'm going to get back to Apple. We can get back to the market. Apple's starting to give it back up again. I think there's maybe one more salvo when the stocks are. I was at Robinhood on my mind. One more salvo, and it'll be a triple bottom at 192 quarters this time. We scalped it last time. These wicks are real, And like this is real. Like it was at 94 and pulled back into 92.80 and then right back into 94 and then now back in 92.6 and right back into 93.20. So if you get that buy, it's bouncing 50 cents real quick. Like really, really quick. So if you can get those moves, I think you'll want to here in AAPL. Still under some pressure, but the buyers are starting to respect this 192 half, let's call it, on Apple. There was something else I was going to talk about. It might have been, it was Coinbase. We're talking about 70,000 and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that pullback off 70,000, Coin did not care at all. It's still pressing higher. 250 is come and gone. It's at $253, up 3%. I think this is more just about a Coinbase story. It's like Robinhood's going higher and holding higher. Coinbase is now holding this dip into previous resistance. So the bull case on Coin, right back on play. Bounced off the 50 period, had a huge pullback on Friday, and it's right back on the bid here in Coinbase. I think it's a very, very big sign that despite Bitcoin not holding 70,000, this is making a big bounce.
Yeah, we're getting a nice little bounce there on Apple as well. We didn't get quite down into the levels that I was thinking about, but Apple. All right, we didn't quite go over Shopify. Look, I mean, I really like the stock, up 3%, and I mean, when a stock is like this, you generally want to get pullbacks into the 50-period moving average. So you are into one right now, but 63.50. I mean, we've really, really liked this stock for the last couple of days. I mean, breaking through that 60 was good. We got an upgrade just last week. It took 60. Now you're up to the top level here. This name probably worth buying off that 50 period. We broke it, though, a little bit. And how far did we go down? We went 97 to 87's a dime piece lower. I mean, that's not... So that's 43s. We could probably take something now on Shopify and see if it wants to hold, and then just keep on climbing there, up 3%, really on nothing other than there might be some upgrades. I mean, it's been a pretty active stock on that front, but Shopify right now, nice upside move. I like the stock. I still you stay long on this name, even a 20-minute chart. There's going to be no levels because all that garbage is down here. So there it goes, nice upside move, taking out some levels this morning, and what a great trade that was, breaking through 63. So again, whoever was mentioning that and whoever has it, congratulations on that one, as we'll get those charts back up right there. Shopify. I like the long, and I feel like we could probably buy that. Where's the one I'm looking for? That one? No, that one. No, that one. That one. This one? This one right there. So we could probably get Shopify back into 63.40, maybe 63.20, 63. Good little support levels right there. I still feel like this market wants to follow a little bit of Apple, but I feel like it may be getting tired of it as Apple just kind of hovers around right here. So I say we just continue with the thought that we really like the stock and we really like the company. So Apple upside moves. Let's continue with the long. We're $1 in the money on that one, as Apple's been really good to us since sort of the iOS talk. So good job there. A couple longs. Never really stopped out of any of our longs. So far, so good. Last bid was down here at 192.50. We should have did it again, but still making moves. Nvidia's still there. That's about it for me. And then Uber, I feel like we're going to wind up losing on this, but I'm not going to get out until it breaks 69.
69er. Yeah, I think it's telling at least that DoorDash is taking that news and broken out the top, and Uber can't seem to, so at least it's relatively weak. There is this small cap, well, it's a penny stock right now, but it's been up and down above $1 a few times. It's KWE. So it's halted a couple times today. I see a lot of people talking about this. I want to call it Kanye West, but it's KWE. It's KWESST Microsystems. KWESST Microsystems.
Interesting.
But I'm just going to show you guys.
West?
No, but this is why I almost called the stock Kanye West, because when you pull up my trade ideas, if I just take a very quick glance, can we come to my screen for a second, Ramin? When I take a quick look at it, I just see K West Microsystems. So I'm calling this the Kanye West of stocks. Yeah. It's a very, very small, it's a 7 million float, and it's done 300 million shares in volume. So you let that sink in for a second. We think it's funny when something does 10 times its volume. This one doing 40-something times its float today, up 144%. There's a bit of a battle happening at $1, but much like what I thought about that Hover, HOVR, the play wasn't at $1. The play was playing it off of VWAP, and this is a wider range. And VWAP here is like 85 cents into a dollar. It's moving way more than HOVR was. Like HOVR was like a very tight, like $1 into 108, and then $1, and it couldn't hold on. But this is a much wider range on this KWE. So I think playing it off of VWAP matters more than a round number. It doesn't care about a dollar the way it's trading. It's simply trading higher low in here off of 85 cents, and then this top here, 110, 115 looks more reasonable. So I'd look for a double, little dip here into 85. Still time, it's power hour, there's 50 minutes to go in the day. So this could put in a late run. It's holding above VWAP, it's trending up to the upside here on KWE. I see this other thing KIT people are talking about, but KWE seems to be doing, maybe KIT's got good volume as well. Yeah, KIT's volume is much better than I thought here. Up 170 million, although it's 16 or 26 cents, so relatively speaking, that's not as much volume, but pretty strong on KIT. I don't know what the news is here with KIT.
We went short on Uber more there at 68.90. We actually just punched the short. It went down to 82, which is our price. Like, that's where we're short. Well, it says 83, but whatever. So I'm going to wait to see what it does down here at that level. Cancel my bids. I'm bidding 70s here. Not a great, actually, maybe I should go to 75 a little bit. Okay. We do have a move down in. Let's just see what winds up happening into 76, 77 now for Uber. That's what I'm going to bid, just to see if we do get a little bit of a move down right now. Nvidia still in that dollar club, just there right now. It's been hovering up here this whole time. We definitely were able to buy the dip there. I don't know why we weren't standing there again to buy that dip at 120. 120.50. We'll pay a little more attention. Let's go upside right now with Apple as well. Again, we're also $1 in the money on this one off those dip buys, but a lot of executions today as we go algo-y on that. Other than that, though, like Nvidia is still the dollar. I'm just waiting. My biggest position right now is not GameStop, but look what we have on board right now, actually. It's $1 in the money on Apple. It's exactly $1 in the money on GameStop. It's exactly $1 in the money on Nvidia. And it's exactly flat right now on Uber. So far, so good with all of this. Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll bring on Danielle.
Yeah, just two things before we bring Danielle Shea on. One, Bitcoin just lost VWAP, bit of a move downside. And I wanted to answer this question from Brian Casper. I thought GME was short sell restricted today. Can someone explain how Sean is short? I don't really understand how that works. So it's a good question. Short sell restricted doesn't mean that you cannot short the stock. It just means that if you want to go short or enter a short position by removing liquidity from the bid, which is to hit the bid the people are on the bid for, instead of waiting around on the offer for someone to fill you, if you want to hit the bid to go short, it has to be an uptick, meaning the last print has to be green. So only if the last print is green can you then hit the bid to go short. It's called the uptick rule. So short sell restricted just means they implement the uptick rule for that day and the following day. You can still go short. It's the manner in which you're able to go short and the mechanics of getting short. So sometimes it means we have to sit on the offer, and if you get picked up, you get picked up. Like when I shorted this today, I was on the offer getting picked up. I wasn't hitting the bid on GME. So with that said, hopefully that makes sense to you. If it doesn't, just look up the uptick rule, which is, it's been around for a while now. But we've got Danielle Shea, and post-split Nvidia makes it more fun for options, which is her specialty. Is Danielle? There you are.
Hey, everyone. How's it going?
Well, it's a heck of a lot more fun now that Apple's moving around and Nvidia is a lot cheaper. But first things first, like the split happens, and it's this big, massive event that everyone's looking forward to. Does this change anything for your approach to Nvidia right off the bat? Do you care? Do you not care? Does it make you want to be more or less active? What's your first take on the split?
Well, I think that the split is fantastic news. I mean, it has brought the cost down so much, so it's going to be so much more affordable to many more people, many more traders, and it's also going to make the options significantly more affordable as well. So if you look at the stock price now and look at our new upside targets, and we can also check out the options chain to see how the volume is coming in. But I mean, overall, I think the stock looks great. It just pulled back to the 8 EMA on the daily chart, which is a pretty normal pullback. It is a bit of an aggressive zone, but throwing some targets up here, it looks like the next upside target is going to be right around 130. So I always like those key psychological values, especially in the options market. We can go ahead and look at the options chain and see what kind of pricing we're dealing with and what kind of volume is coming in. But overall, I'm very happy about the split. I think that it's exciting, and I think that, we'll probably see a little bit more movement before we see consolidation after the news wears off. But overall, I mean, look at these prices, guys. These are great.
Up is fantastic. That's what we always want to see. We're excited to see it. The other one I want to quickly ask you about, of course, is going to be Apple. So, the event was today. Clearly, it was a huge volume event, super volatile, moving around all day long as a day trader. I mean, the moves that you saw in Apple are unlike anything outside of an earnings day for them. So my question would be, what's your, now that the event has happened and we sort of got this sell the news, for lack of a better term, we've just rejected a triple top on the daily. I'd like to think that some of what they said was good. My buddy's a fanboy. He thinks it's fantastic. But unlike Nvidia, which pressed through those highs and has been an absolute rocket ship, Apple's been playing catch up just to get to this level. So do you have any concerns that we couldn't break through on this news, and if anything went red?
So when you look at Apple, I mean, I did see a few news flashes, and they all tried to highlight AI, of course, because that's the big news this year and last year, right? That's been the main driver with stocks. Yes, it is normal. Buy the rumor, sell the news. We're seeing Apple down 1.7% right now. It is concerning to me that we haven't been able to get through these previous highs with Apple. $200 has been a key area of resistance for quite some time. You can see that there's been multiple times in spots with this stock where it's been unable to get through it. So, I mean, for me, it's got to get through that $200 price point before I can look for higher price targets, obviously, and before I can get too much more excited about it as well. Because if you look at the rally that it's had, I mean, this is a phenomenal post-earnings rally. So on one hand, it's kind of like, well, it could be a lot worse, right? I mean, it's gapped all the way from 171 up into here, 185, 186, and it's traded all the way up into 196. So I don't know, maybe give it a little bit of a break just because it has already had a big move, but I don't think it's going to break through 200 on this news.
It doesn't. Okay. Well, you want to go to me now or to Neil? What do you want to do here? Let's go back over. Thank you, Danielle. Nice to see you one more time. Thank you for joining here. Normally, we're on the recap show. We'll be joining. Oh, I got your message. Maybe I'll switch with Chris Brecher and see if we can go over Broadcom tomorrow. But again, that was another name that you and I had talked about many times. Broadcom, AVGO. You heard anything about a possible split on this one? I mean, this is also $1,400. You want to talk about a possible catalyst with earnings coming through. Broadcom tomorrow, plus split, plus Nvidia reacting well off this split. You like Broadcom here?
I do like Broadcom here, and I would love to hear some split news from Broadcom. So hopefully they've been paying attention to the way that the splits have impacted a lot of other names this year, because, I mean, why not split it? It's pretty expensive at this point, right? So if you look at Broadcom, it looks like it actually made a new high today, which is fantastic. My next upside targets in this stock are going to be right around 1,500 at that key psychological value, and then 1,500, about 1,586, right around there at the 1618 extension. The earnings report, I mean, I think they're set up and positioned well for it. And they have a pretty large expected move. So 76-point expected move here. It's going to be a big mover.
Danielle, not to interrupt, but we got to, because right now Apple is absolutely mooning. So I know you'll like that one. So hot dog cannon for all the Apple positions right now. There it goes. Nice move to the upside. We are now $1.70 in the money on Apple. Nvidia continues to go to the upside. We're now $1.50 in the money on Nvidia. Danielle, the market is very, very resilient. I mean, I don't know if there's anything other to say other than that. I'm just looking at the chart right here. You can see NASDAQ looks like it wants to take out this high again. We could make a brand new intraday high coming up here of 19,158 on the triple Qs. I mean, I think when we look at the NASDAQ and we look at it on a daily chart, potentially overextended a little bit, but I know you're kind of like me as well. We don't want to stand in front of any trends here. Was there anything on maybe the put-call ratio that might be getting, this is something that you've indicated with me before as well, that sometimes that can get a little bit off putting on that one. Is there something here that you're noticing right now in the options market with specifically the SPY or the Qs?
Sure. So just starting off with the NASDAQ futures, what I love about it is that we have consolidation on a couple of these time frames. And I mean, because we have that consolidation, it can keep going because it can break out, right? So I think that just with the past few days being a little bit sideways, it gave it a little bit of energy. I think that the next upside target here is going to be 19,500. Again, this is the NASDAQ futures. And then after that, 19,700. If you look at the put call ratio, it has been pretty interesting, but it also hasn't been as low as what you would think. So normally, once the put call ratio gets too low, it gets to a spot where the market can't really go higher because everybody's already long and, you have to look for a reversal. In this case, the put call ratio, I mean, it's been around 0.69 up into about 0.9, which is pretty normal. I mean, I would get concerned when it's down and it stays down at the 0.6 level. If it goes below 0.6, that's where it's really too low. But with the way that it's been bouncing higher and then pulling back, bouncing higher and pulling back, that's people getting long and then people getting short. It's not just everyone staying long all the time. Right. And so when you have both sides of the market playing together, that's what allows it to be able to move up and to be able to move down instead of only being able to fall one way. So I would say based on the put call ratio, there's still upside potential here, which I love.
Oh, I love that too. I love that. When you love something, I love something. You know what the market loves these days? Anything to do with Eli Lilly. We just had a little bit of breaking news there. There was 11-1 unanimous vote for their Alzheimer's drug. So, I mean, we talked about Ozempic and the sort of the moves that that's been having with some of these GLP-1. This was one of my trades for earnings. I mean, you've nailed a couple of them as well. We nailed Lilly in front of earnings. We just bought this name at $713 not too long ago. And now you're really breaking out here. It's a very expensive name because of the spread, I feel like, to trade what we're doing. So I'm going to ask you from an option standpoint, is there anything to do here with Eli Lilly other than just let this thing continue to go? Is there maybe a trade where if I'm long shares, which we are, can I maybe collect some premium, try to protect this position? But we're having just a huge extended move on Eli Lilly right now. Looks like we might even be sniffing out that $900 level. Any strategies for maybe covering some of the shares we already have, or is it just on a runway? Maybe we don't do that.
So, you can always sell covered calls against your stock, if you have at least 100 shares. In this kind of situation, I would want to be careful about it just because it is a bit of a runaway name. So you just always have to be aware of the fact when you're selling covered calls, if you don't manage your position properly, and for example, if it goes in the money by too much, you could lose your stock. So that's why you have to be paying attention to it and closing out those calls if you don't actually want to give up your stock, right? So, I mean, for something like this, as long as it doesn't have short interest, I would say it's okay as long as you do it far enough out of the money and it's still worth it for you. I don't have a high short float on the name and it is pretty extended. I agree with you on the $900 price point right here. That definitely looks like it's a bit of a magnet target there. So you just have to think about what is your goal overall with the shares that you own. Like for me personally, I'm definitely building long-term positions in long-term stocks to create a situation in which I'm able to regularly sell covered calls. It's just something that you have to make sure you're, paying attention to so you don't lose your stock if you don't want to.
Right, and that was, I mean, key point there. I don't have 100 shares of Eli Lilly, so that would be another thing that unfortunately I'm not unable to do anything worthwhile for that. So thanks for covering that one. And yeah, I have the short float as well. Absolutely nothing. I mean, 0.63 if you come to the screen here. Ramin, there it is on trade ideas. All right, you've given us a couple ideas. You've nailed Microsoft. That was a big one that you've had on the show before as well. Is there anything potentially, as we watch out to see what Apple's doing, went all the way to 194 right now? We've talked about Broadcom and your sort of thoughts there. Is there potentially anything else that you're looking forward to coming up? Maybe there's a late reporting name at the end of June or something like that. I know you like sort of a 3-week runway for options plays. Anything that's catching your eye before the next time we see you?
Sure. So, I mean, we can look at Microsoft and Tesla. I mean, Microsoft, now that it's up above the 50 simple, looks a lot better. So, Microsoft was kind of stuck underneath this 50 simple. But at this point, it has that consolidation. It's starting to break out. I mean, I think you could trade Microsoft back up to that previous high at least. That would be my first target. And then after that, I'd be targeting 440. I think that one, is pretty decent, strong name. You're seeing some regular buying. And now that you've breached resistance, I think it's a pretty solid ticker to look at to the upside. Now to the downside, I've been eyeing Tesla, and we've been going back and forth on this one in our trading room because we have,
If Tesla
some of the guys that really want to go long this name and they're eyeing it for a breakout, but I'm watching it for a breakdown below that 50 simple. I mean, I just think it's rallied into resistance so many times. And at the end of the day, I don't really care which way it goes. You could trade a breakout to the upside or a breakdown, but I just think this one is suspiciously bearish, and a break below 172, you could get a pretty quick flush to the downside.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I like that Tesla move. Did you have something to say on Tesla? I know you had it up.
Well, I was just gonna say there, Danielle. Like, as a day trader, we're all hoping that 172 doesn't break. I mean, look at this chart. Like, it's insane. This is a 15-minute chart. I mean, if you just waited more or less every single day for a test of 173 or 172 take your shot at the long. I mean, I can't remember the last time. Tesla doesn't do this. It's insane. Like, we don't see Tesla hold a level like that. So I would agree with you. We like flat bottom breaks, but this is one I'm hoping Tesla does not break this flat bottom. I recently bought this at $151, and I feel like it'll be at 151 within 1 week of breaking that level if it does. So once again, I'm kind of hoping that your logic is not as sound as it always is, Danielle.
Like I said, we've been going back and forth on this one in our trading room as well. A couple of the guys are long and they're looking for a breakout up above 185. And I mean, hey, I own the shares. I wouldn't complain if it broke out to the upside. I see that negative momentum, negative volume. It's down again today. I mean, it's stuck underneath that 100 simple. It looks a little bit dicey to me, but I will say that, with the earnings report coming up, because it did have that surprise breakout move last quarter, if it stays in consolidation for another 2 weeks and we don't see a breakdown, that will be the point where I'll say, okay, it's held this entire time. We haven't seen a breakdown. We're getting into that pre-earnings time frame. People are going to be looking at what it did last quarter, and last quarter it had this major gap higher. So that could be the positive catalyst that Tesla needs to eventually break out to the upside if it doesn't end up breaking down.
I'll take that. I'm perfectly happy with that analysis there. Just a month and a week, I think, until earnings for Tesla. See, like, earnings season ends and it just starts right back up again, and that's what's the best thing about these markets. So, look, thank you so much. You've had a lot of great ideas and a lot of good talk in there. You can always find Danielle on the Twitter machine and on our show a couple of times a week. So I know you'll be joining Sean on the aftermarket show as well to drop a little more science for everybody. Just let everyone know where they can find you quickly, and maybe where they can find some of those awesome sweaters.
Yeah, of course. You can find me on YouTube at Trader Danielle. Check it out. You can also find me on X at Trader Danielle.
The colorful one.
And
Yeah.
still working on my merch. Man, it takes so much longer than I ever would have thought, but I swear it's almost ready.
As always, one of our favorite guests and a lot of love in the chat. We get a lot of great questions. Save them because you'll be back on in a couple of days in the aftermarket show with...
Tomorrow, I think.
Was it tomorrow?
Tomorrow or Wednesday? What day? I'm not doing it Wednesday. What day are you scheduled, Danielle?
I'm scheduled on Thursday.
Oh, then it's going to be, it might be with me then. I'm doing Thursday?
Yeah, I mean, you're
I
doing,
think, yes. Well, I think you're going to be on with me on Thursday, so that's fantastic. So we'll get a chance to talk on Thursdays. I'll be stepping in on the aftermarket show. So appreciate it very much. Good luck the rest of the week trading, and thank you again for popping in and dropping some knowledge for us.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Bye, Danielle.
Bye, Danielle. See, there it is. The other, I want to put one last thing out about Tesla on this daily chart. I didn't zoom it all the way out for why Tesla. There's another potential bull case, at least in my estimation. And I like trend lines. If you look at technicals, you like technicals, believe in I'm a trader, so I look at technicals. Since this little top and bottom, you've had 3 highs holding the trend line, and you've had 3 lows holding this trend line. Pretty clean. And each time it's bounced off the bottom, it's gotten all the way to the top of the trend line, bounced off the bottom, get all the way to the top of the trend line. This wick here didn't really test it. That's just a bad wick. So it kind of violated the rule if you think that it bounced off. But this move is now holding a higher low. I still think you have a chance to break this out on earnings and then get into the top of that trend line. It would be perfect if it holds. It's not going to hold this level for a month, but imagine it did. That would just be the ultimate coil up. Tesla, you can go back as long as you want. I don't think I've seen this kind of a tight consolidation on Tesla. I mean, I think ever. I'm pretty sure I've never seen anything like this at this 173 on Tesla. And if I have, then I just don't remember it. It's a little bit wild. I don't think it can last very long. Okay, so Apple's right back into the bottom. So Apple got to that 194. I said I was getting out if it got the same top. And now it's right back at the low. Just dipped off 192.50 or 60. I was sitting underneath 50 there. I'm going to try and grab something back in the 60s if it can. And Palantir, I have a trailing stop for PLTR. That did get to the high of the day, but much like this morning, it's gotten to the high of the day and stopped on a dime. So 23.15 for whatever reason is resistance on Palantir. If it can't hold on to the 10s, I'm jumping out. It's 330. I mean, it's almost 3:30, so we're getting to that last run of the day. So simple VWAP into the high of the day on PLTR. And as I said a couple times before, yes, I will, Robinhood had a good day. Lots of strong stocks, but you've got to have something because of a catalyst. So I'll never be upset because, this stock X did better than stock Y. But if I had no reason to ever be looking at stock X, then I can't regret not making the trade. I had no reason to look at Robinhood today, but ultimately it was a good one. Palantir has worked out, and man, CrowdStrike, I mean, that's just been a huge flyer. Can't seem to get any kind of a pullback on CrowdStrike, and I believe it's next Friday is the addition to the S&P 500. So next Friday, whether or not there's a gigantic imbalance and we can trade off of it, you never really know. It's not some guarantee that we're just going to be punching long at 350 on the stock, but maybe we might. When Uber was there, we had to look at that. I don't think there was much of a trade. You could have scalped it for a little bit on Uber, but CrowdStrike's going to be a big one. We look at those big dollar and massive additions, and CrowdStrike will be one of them.
Yeah, so far so good on all of that. We were waiting at Apple 192.65. It went to 67. So we did not get long, but a nice little move back on Apple, back to the upside there. We're still in the same spot. Like I said, we were bidding 192.65. It went to 66 or 67. Should have just not bid it and then punched in. All right, we're still short Uber. GameStop's making a run, but we've already gotten out there of GameStop. So there's GameStop at the bottom. And you guys, I mean, look, we're trading them all, man. We're trading Apple. We're trading Uber. We're trading GameStop. I mean, Nvidia's in the building as well. And there it was right there, $23.50, the best fill that we have for GameStop. And then there it is again, $24, our last piece. And we just have a small piece, 10% left of GameStop. If it breaks higher on that one. Uber, let's go. See if we can bring this into a little bit of a downside push here for Uber. We did short more of it when it went up to 69. Our stop was going to be 69.06, like a breakthrough. We always give it a little bit more room than maybe we should, but it helped us out this time as it does break above 69, and we got a 03 or 04 as I punched it back down to the downside, but it's not really giving us any juice. We're only in the money 5 cents now on Uber, so that's not really so exciting at all. But hopefully, if we do get a retracement in the market, we can get a downside push. We've been pretty flat here in the afternoon. I mean, we do have a big trade on Nvidia at 120.50 all the way up to 122.50. That was a $2 winner. It's only $1.70 right now. We'll see if we can get going again. I think that GameStop can move in the after hours, so we'll wait to see if that can go. I actually hope the market tanks, to be honest with you, because of what we have for Uber. So we have the biggest position here, notionally wise here, right now is on the Uber short.
I think if the market tanks, it's because Apple loses the bid. Like Apple's trying to bounce off lows again. So I think that's what could take us to the downside. I did mention if GameStop got to 25 that I'd look for a short in AMC. It's getting a little bit late in the day, and I'm just going to quickly note that AMC actually broke VWAP before GME got there. So I don't want to put that trade on. The idea would have been when you get to 25 on GameStop, I'm shorting AMC at VWAP. If it's already at VWAP, that means it's somehow stronger than GameStop. So I'm not shorting the one that's stronger of the two. It doesn't make any sense. So it worked this morning, but it doesn't mean you have to do it in the afternoon. I've trailed out of Palantir. So once again, Palantir proves to be resilient. I think this is a great looking trend on the daily for Palantir. Triple bottom at essentially $20. Hold the 50 period at 22. It pulled back at 24, so every $2, it finds a bit of resistance. Well, dip off that today. So dip off the $22 level, resistance turns into support. I think that's always fantastic. If it can hold 23, a push into 24 makes sense as I get rid of this weird trend line that is there for no reason and then hit save. So Palantir doesn't go green today, so I was a little bit wrong in that prediction. I kind of felt if it trended up that it could trend back to flat on the session, but it just falls about 20 cents shy of that on PLTR. Although the day's not over, it's still got 25 minutes to go 20 cents. Could happen, but it's been resisting these teens the entire day. So I'm now out of Palantir. We'll look for some continuation tomorrow. It's been a good name today.
Yeah, good. We really like that Palantir play. Good play on that one. I mean, we got more Apple down here. I mean, we talked about where we were bidding, so that's what we were bidding. So now we're long right here at 192.60. So we talked about it missing us, and again, you know, no cap. It came right back in and filled us up right there. So that was the position that we're waiting for. So now we have a little bit of a bigger one now coming through on that. We did take a dime on Uber. I don't know. Hopefully it comes back down in a little bit more than that, and we'll be able to capture some profit on that. We'll have Michael Noss again tonight, so we'll talk about some of his plays that he's looking forward to.
Crocs.
As well. We'll talk about Crocs with him. Yeah, that's a good call. We'll do that right now as well. But here comes Apple. Just our stop, I actually don't even have one. So breaking through 192, I think would be it for Apple there tonight. But we are Sam Bankman-Frieding right now on this one. So let's go props up on that because there goes Uber. Nice downside move. Now 20 cents. Let's go and see how low we can get on that one. And we are also trying to figure out what's going on with Apple. We will buy some more down here. I'm bidding 30s. In case we don't get there, let's bid a little bit more right here. Try to get 192.30, then a break lower through 192, and that will be it. We can put in our stop right now, 191.97 right there, live and in full color are out for Apple. So coming back in, here comes Apple into the end of the day. It's 334. So those imbalances will hit and we will figure it all out from then. The one thing I also want to talk to Michael Noss about was he called Bitcoin up at 71,000 the best looking long chart. So I'm going to talk to him if he still likes it down here at 69.7. That's Michael Noss coming through on the Market Recap Show.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's been a couple times Bitcoin has really looked like it was about to break. I think like 71.8 or 72 is that top, and then it just falls shy. And again, we've had another day where it resists. Early look imbalances are out of note, and this is kind of weird. CCL 1.2 million to sell early look, NCLH 1.2 million to buy. For whatever that's worth. It seems a little bit strange. One's one way, one's the other. Pfizer 1.2 to the sell side. You've got CM, SU, no big names. UiPath 900,000 to the sell. These are all early. So at about, in 15 minutes or so at 350, we'll get some real updates and we'll get all the NASDAQ names when they do come out. I am fully expecting Apple to be in imbalance. The last 2 weeks, Apple doesn't always show up as a big imbalance at 350, and then by 351 a number appears. But this 192.25 is where it has to hold. So I got another reload in here. But if we lose that higher low, I'm out. This could be the last dip buy that we have. I'm all out of Palantir. I thought maybe we would get that push. It might be done here on AMD. I thought we'd get a push to be able to short AMD right back into the low of the day. Might have to call it kaputs. If AMD pops this late, again, do you really want to be shorting VWAP into 350? Typically, when it does that move that late, it's about to run you over. So we'll give up on AMD, at least for the rest of this day. And we haven't even talked about Meta's strength today. Meta, bouncing off 500 and right back to the moon. This is, I think it's the strong, today at least, Meta has been the strong one out of these Mag, whatever you want to call them, big cap tech names, Mag 7, goes into Friday's high and then dips right back and bounces off of it nicely, right back into these highs. It's got the 50 period back on a track, and this feels like the one that's probably primed to test. Look, Apple's already tested its high today, so I think it's a bit of a cheat to say it's close enough to test it again, but I would say Meta's the one that seems like it wants to test its 52-week high next out of the big cap tech names. I'd say Meta gets to its high the next.
Oh man, we were bidding a lot of shares down there at Nvidia at 117. We didn't quite get filled, which kind of sucks. I just canceled the order. I was like, wow, I was bidding that many. All right, well, that would have been real fun to have gotten those. But we're just going to start to piece out some Apple now as we come back in. So Apple right there right now. Let's watch out for that one. Here comes Uber right now. So again, we'll put Uber into the gates of hell and see how low we can go on Uber now. Hopefully it falls in. Good little shorting up to the top there. Boom, short, fall in for Uber. Let's see if it can go. I don't know. GameStop with a nice pushback in again for GME. So we'll watch at the 50 period moving average for that name. That is, of course, GameStop, looking to see if that will fade in. Nvidia, I just put a stop on Nvidia. It's going to be right here, 121.80. If we stop through there, 121.70, break, downside out of Nvidia. Yeah, we'll give up like 50 cents from its high, but again, I think it's always worth trying, especially on a stock like Nvidia, to see if we can get like a really, really big move. And we've already gotten it. We already took equivalent of a $40 winner from Friday. Today we take $3 this way, and then we had $3 that way before eventually averaging it in, which turned out to be a great call. So that was a good one there for Nvidia. And then heading into the close, really, it's just, let's go for Uber. I mean, if Uber can fall back in, we talked about how many, it was the biggest position right here, and it is. So we'll wait to see what happens with Uber right now, the biggest position on the floor.
Yeah, I'm going to be out of Apple if it gets to the 193.25. I think you're starting to run out of steam. It bounced off our level. We basically liked one level on Apple this afternoon and was 192.25. So it bounced the first time we let it bounce, put in the higher low. This will be the second time that we grab it, but you're getting more and more shallow moves with not a lot of time left in the day. With only 10 minutes till the imbalances come out. Look, it's down 2%. It was a sell the news event overall, the WWDC, so you have been trend down. And if you're wondering, why the heck do you have a line drawn on 192.25, which happens to be the low? Pull up a 15-minute chart. When in doubt, zoom out. Go right to the end of the month. Last day of the month, this is where it closed. First day of the month, that's where it dipped to. It's not, and again, this is where you find key price levels. I like close prices, and if a close price has significance multiple days after that, then it's going in as a support and resistance level. On news, when it tanks to the downside, that's where it bounces. So you get events like the WWDC or maybe the live stream with Roaring Kitty or just anything big. Earnings is a case for this as well, and that's where those big levels and lines on the chart are ready for you. So when we talk about these big levels, you got to be ready to trade them. And it all starts with zooming out. When in doubt, zoom out. That's why you have different time frames out there. Meta getting ready to moon, apparently. I hope so, man. I hope so. I wanted to get back into that high. I'm not mad over the fact that I missed a dip buy on my personal account. I still own a bunch of shares in it, not as many as like Google or Microsoft or Nvidia, but I'm happy it's going higher. I missed that dip buy, like I said. Some names, where I was looking to stink bid after earnings, it made a push to the downside, and your only chance was to buy it the next day. And I was so anchored to the $400 level where it broke out from that I was like, oh yeah, it's going to give me a fill down there. It's going to trend a couple times down, and then it just proceeded to bounce off 430. So when we talk about, if you like a company and your time horizon is forever, then sometimes you don't want to be too picky about where you dip buy it. Dollar cost averaging is reasonable, or simply buying the dip that the stock gives you. I think that's the one that's going to stick to me, and I've been saying that a lot. And ARM is the best example of that, because just a personal example here, and why I slapped the fail on myself for ARM, and I want to show you guys this chart, is I had sold half my ARM position at 120 or something like that, whatever it was, and was looking to dip buy it back in. And I looked at the $80 level. This is $80, and I'm like, if it breaks 120, it's going to get down to 80. And I remember stink bidding in front of $80 and thinking, I'm about to be the smartest person ever. It bounced off 85, and ask yourself whether I got back in that half of the position. I didn't. So it's completely irrelevant that I sold at 120 because I never bought again. So all I did is now I've just given up that move. I just hold the other shares. The whole thing would be in the money, an extra 10 to 15%. So that was a disappointment for myself, and I learned a lesson there. Because 85 or 87 versus 82 in the long run makes no difference, Neil. And we try to make sure that we learn from our mistakes, and I want you guys to learn from mine.
Ooh-wee.
So Apple, like I said, if it breaks to 193 and a quarter, I'm getting out. We got 7 minutes to the imbalances. I'll be flat at that point and canceling any orders I have on other stocks, which I'm just doing now on AMD and Nvidia.
Oh man, we come back. We were just setting up for the recap show, and it was a good one right there. A little slapper coming in. Nice move down for Uber. We got a good one now for Apple. We just got some more out at 193. I mean, these dip buys were good, and we have them on board. So far, so good with that one on those dip buys there. And yeah, we don't have too many earnings. I was just talking with Ramin about this after hours right now for the recap show, and again, right now we don't have. Today's the 10th, so we're looking for after-market close. Yext?
Huh?
Never heard of that one. We have fuel cell.
I thought you said aftermarket show, and you were saying Yext to like next.
Yeah, I know, yeah, like that's what I mean.
I thought it was like slang or something.
Yeah, I never heard of this company. YEXT, right there, so nothing going on there. Skill, Zedge, I have no idea.
Hey, Urban, you won.
You won. That'll be a Juneteenth. Play.
Straight up. Every
yeah,
Juneteenth, Urban One actually.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. There's Carver. There's a whole bunch of them there. So those will be the next meme ones to move. Mark my words.
Oh, good.
And then here we go. So yeah, not much to go, but join me and Michael Noss. We'll talk about Crocs. As I said, we'll ask him about his Bitcoin call, what he thinks about that. There goes Nvidia. It comes out, but Nvidia is the #1 P&L name today. So we'll spin that as it goes through there. Today, the #1 name here will be Nvidia, easily. And, we really got it good there. We got the short, then we got the long, then we just got the long again. And I hate getting dropped out at the end there because we did have, and again, it was 20%. So we did give some money back for sure by not getting out at the very top. But, if you're going to hold for those and higher, sometimes you do sacrifice getting that fill down there. So it's all good. We'll watch out for that. Uber, of course, is not really moving. GameStop, we'll see if there is a fill here into the close for GME. But for right now, kind of holding out on that. Not much to go. We did have a story about PayPal. I'm still watching Apple. I mean, I still think we can have a chance to go, but those imbalances will be something.
It was more an Apple story, not a PayPal story.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could now, instead of paying, sending somebody, what is it, Cash App or whatever PayPal has, you can just tap your phone. So if we both have Apple Pay, it's bang, and you could transfer funds like that. I think that's huge. So I really like that. I think Apple has basically a huge runway now with services, what iOS is going to do. And they already announced that they're actually going to be offering more and more ideas for AI as we go. So the other thing about...
They just didn't call them AI.
No, I think they did at the end.
Well, at the end
they're
did,
just saying that they're going to be releasing more and more things. And then as they release iPhone 16, you'll find out more and more case uses for it. And then plus the other cool thing about the call was the talk about the Vision Pro. And I mean, now they have so many app developers there building. I think they said over 1,000 apps or something like that. Don't quote me. We can find the details in a minute. But tons of apps being built right now on the platform for Vision Pro as well. So once you get into that environment, just a matter of time. I mean, they showed exactly the stuff that I'm talking about, sitting there watching NBA games, watching Major League Baseball games. Like, you could just go and sit behind home plate of the Yankee game tonight. So, I mean, that's pretty cool. Or the Celtics, whatever, hockey, anything like that, concerts.
Celtics.
It's just so much right there. I know you called Dallas.
What's annoying is, like, I was like all year I was like Boston is the best team in the East, and it's not particularly a big deal. But I'm just ridiculously impressed with how well coached and fundamentally sound, Dallas has been. I'm a sucker for when the game plan is ridiculously good in basketball, and I feel like Dallas had this great game plan, the same one that let them beat LeBron years ago. I feel like they had that same thing going for them, and they could easily, well, not easily, but I thought they would take down Boston. It's not seemingly likely. You got to take one of those first two. So I'll be wrong about that one, but I still say that was a fantastic coaching job, best in the playoffs for them, and Luka doing a great job. Kyrie's not holding up his end of the bargain. We got 3 minutes to go until the imbalances. The market will be 15 minutes to go, or a little bit less than that. I just got out of Apple when it dipped 193. So I'm going to like this level tomorrow as well, 192.25. It was the sell the news event, 194 and a quarter. Like, post-event levels, I think, matter. And every $2, so 196 and a quarter. Remember, I had a 96 breakout thinking that I was adding if it broke out this high. And really close to doing so. If it had been continuation up, I think it was an add through that high. We didn't. We stopped out break even, waited for the bottom. Now it's a double bottom, maybe even a triple bottom on Apple, running into some pressure. Meta is still looking like going into this 350. Yeah, it's about to touch the high of the day here. So Meta, it's kind of the one today. And it's always a sleepy. I find when Meta does this, it's when nobody's looking at it. And because everyone's looking at it, Apple and Nvidia today. GameStop, I don't think this story is over. Like, as you rightfully mentioned, Sean, it would be pretty interesting if by the end of the next week, we're actually within spitting distance, like of that strike at 20 for Roaring Kitty. Bouncing now. Again, I said I'm not shorting it or shorting AMC into this 25, but it looks like it's going to get to 25 here going into the end of the day. The late day rally on GameStop, undefeated. It's not a big one, but at least there's some buyers back in this thing after it dying all day long.
Yeah, I mean, we got out of half of what we had left there at 24. Now you're up to 25. So we'll wait to see if we can hold out hope for that one. And by the way, I mean, there's Uber. You guys want winning trades? I mean, what are we even talking about? Uber short 90s, short 69er, down to 68.60 right now. So yeah, man, we're singing with Uber right now, and we're singing loud because this is a good one. We loaded up the shares. It's a really nice downside move here for Uber. What brought my attention to this name, of course, was the class action lawsuit. Remember, they lost, not class action, sorry, it was for the gig economy there. So now we're going to have to see if Uber has to pay their employees a little more than potentially they thought. So there it is for Uber. It's a nice downside move. Now 1% down, and that's an optionable trade. I mean, going short at 69, playing 0-day options, that's a good move there for Uber. So nice push right now into the close. We'll wait to see what happens here with any possible imbalances. Apple, again, yeah, good outs there at 193 with the imbalances now minutes away. This name probably comes with a sell imbalance, which is completely fine. I'm not doing anything else. We'll take something down near 192, but then get out if we break down underneath 192.50. 192 flat. So here comes Apple right now on that imbalance. Let's see where it goes.
Yeah, so remember, Apple, the last week or two, when the imbalances drop at 350, we don't always see it pop in, even when it's over $1 million. Sometimes that doesn't come till about 351. So I'm going to keep eyes on it. NCLH is still a sell, although I don't see CCL. CCL was a sell, NCLH was a buy. Now I just see the early look buy for NCLH. So we'll let you guys know in about 10 seconds. I have no orders, no positions, so I'll be good to go just to see what happens here, specifically on Apple. That's the stock that I have up because they had the event today.
Right.
We usually see an imbalance. So Intel, who cares? 1.5 million to the sell side. Monster, 1.2 million buy on Monster. Interesting there. NCLH we knew about. Palantir, nothing. Apple, there we go. Apple, 1 million to the sell side, 970,000 to the sell side for Apple. As I said, Palantir, 900,000. That's not that big for Palantir, but it's a decent size. Don't see any other big NASDAQ names. Nvidia, there it is. 500,000 for Nvidia to the buy side. And then Alphabet, 500,000 to the sell side. So that imbalance on Apple of 1 million to the sell didn't really do much. It was already at that low, and it bounced off 192.25 again. So it keeps bouncing off this level. It's 350. I'm not taking that trade another time, but it looks like there's a bit of a bid here on Apple. Just checking out Palantir after it had a sell and bounce, didn't move. So Palantir holds the high despite a 700,000 or 800,000 sell and balance. Palantir is going to hang on to the high there.
Okay, good call right there. All right, GameStop does break. So there goes GameStop up through 25. So hey, all you apes, get ready to go. It's GameStop time again right now. But we actually did really well on that. But yeah, nice to see it starting to break higher, as Neil mentioned, there into the afternoon. I mean, GameStop continues to sort of pay off those of us that wait for afternoon moves on GameStop. So right back to where we got in, and we only are holding 10%. So very profitable move right there, short on GameStop. But it's not like we didn't try, everybody out there. We did try, so shout out to Roaring Kitty Nation, as we did buy 26s, tried to get some out. We got some out there, 27, 27.50. Tried to buy again before eventually losing 26, and then downside for GameStop. So we were long GameStop early, short GameStop late, and overall pretty decently done right there as we go as well. Wow, Uber just, again, in what is going to be my biggest trade of the afternoon, Uber just fell completely in, and there it goes. So nice short there for Uber. We're long whatever the difference of shares is right there. So we'll get out of that one. There's Uber, man. Really good trade to end the day. So I hope you were able to follow a little bit. We had Nvidia on those dip buys there at the end of the day. We can get rid of this. We had Nvidia on the dip buys. We had Uber on the short. We had Apple as well on these dip buys there. Apple's kind of not doing anything here into the close. We'll try to hold out, hope that there will be something that's happening. But for right now, it doesn't look like much on Uber. On Apple into the close. So we'll wait out for that. But right now, kind of muted spot.
Yeah. I want to.
I thought there'd be more at the imbalances.
I want to caution people. So Monster is 1.2 million to buy. I'm just looking up a note we have. It's an expected share decrease, MSCI, North America. So it's expected to be a small decrease. So I just want everyone to know that. So if it pairs off in 2 minutes, which I would expect it does, if you're just thinking big buy imbalance, buy it. Well, there is a note that it's supposed to be a share decrease on the S&P. That level on Apple, it continues to hold. It's a bit late in the day to go scalp trading off of it, but 192.25, it's a big one, and it's going to hold on to it. At least for now, it looks like it's going to hold on to it. All bets are off. In the aftermarket, all bets are off tomorrow morning when we get that post-hype. And the post-hype, ultimately, it's a bearish setup after failing a fresh high on news. That said, it could just provide us with some opportunities to buy. You just have to be patient. Be patient with Apple. I know it's falling back a little bit here, but it's been a strong run, and it rallied to fresh tops. What more can you ask for? On the event, it ran into those highs. We thought it might tag 200. 197 or 198 is about as close as you're going to get, I think. But that's still pretty good.
We're getting some questions on the chat about what is exactly this imbalance locator. Well, yeah, we are trading here with Real Trading. So make sure you go check these guys out. RealTrading.com, Real Trading, Winners Trading, starting all with us. So hit this join today. You'll get lots of questions. I mean, look at these numbers here. 400 million shares traded per day, $3 billion worth of trades, 50 plus markets. And the 50 plus markets thing, don't take that for granted, because we show you all the time different markets with different opportunities. Right now, you could join Neil right here. So you could trade with Neil there if you join up as well. You could trade with some of these guys here as well. Why is Neil always looking so mean? Like, Neil, you all right in this picture or what? Right there.
And the arms folded. Even the guy in the picture has his arms.
And if you haven't heard enough of Brendan's voice, you can go find out more about Real Trading and click on this as well. But hey, it is what we are using. Start your opportunity today, just $500. And it's really, the system, you see us trading live every single day. These are live quotes into the close. Lots of different imbalance opportunities opportunities. Here we go right now with an opportunity again for us right now. Apple's trying to get, so that's what I was saying.
Apple paired off that selling bounce.
Yeah, so we'll take some out now at 65. See if Apple can continue to fly higher right now into the close. Apple taking a little profit off here, but we have to be flat. So that's another thing about bringing on a prop floor. So at 4 p.m., as soon as that little ding, ding, ding happens, and we'll ring that bell today, we have to be flat pending market on close trades.
Exactly.
So if you have a market on close trade, you can get that print. But other than that, you got to be flat. So.
And remember I said MST, the other thing when I was mentioning that we had that note about Monster expecting a sell, well, that was in, we have an information portal that all the traders have access to in the morning where you get reports like that. So the reason I was confident that Monster would pair off that buy was because of that report. Monster flipped to a sell at 355. So you just always have to be careful. This is Monster was moving up on the imbalance. At 355 it flipped, but remember the note that we got, and everyone in real trading has access to these fantastic reports. We knew it would probably flip to a sell. It did. That's why we stayed away from it despite that big imbalance. Love what Apple's doing, but I want to have at the end of the day, I got a morbid curiosity as to what's going to happen with GameStop. There's something about it that is more exciting if Roaring Kitty gets put to the test next week, if it gets to $20. I never cheer for a stock to go down, but I don't think we've ever seen a situation quite like this before. I mean, he's long at that price. He's got shares. He's got another 12 million locked up in options at that strike, and it is trending down into that level. The other thing that's of importance is it'll be short sell restricted tomorrow because it's down another 10% today. So when we talk about SSR and short sell restricted bounces, understand that this is going to be under that condition again tomorrow. That was part of the reason I was looking for longs today on GameStop, because it was SSR. Some of the bounces early were okay. I think late they weren't as good. But it just means it's a little bit more difficult for short sellers to keep hammering the bid as the stock is moving to the downside. So when it catches a bid, there's a little bit less pressure and it's able to go up a little bit faster. It doesn't mean it's going to go up, but when it does catch a bid, when it's SSR, it can be a heck of a lot more fun. What do we got here? Jazzpreet, no, that is not a younger version of me on the website. Whoever they have in that picture is much more handsome than I am. Certainly, and his glasses are cooler. Like my blue light glasses, I got off Amazon for like 20 bucks. Like you could get the Gunners that Sean has. That guy probably has Gunners or something. Me, I'm too practical. As far as I'm concerned, they're exactly the same, and they protect my eyes. I wore them in the midday, but that is not any relative of mine. There wasn't an imbalance on Intel. There was just a question, but it paired off. The Intel imbalance, it was there, but at 355, there's generally a massive pairing event on both the New York and the NASDAQ exchange. So all those imbalances that are over 1 million, you don't really see them anymore because the reason for imbalance is so that they do get paired off. And that's basically what happened. Intel pairs off every single time. I cannot think of a single situation outside of maybe like an index rebalance or something where Intel has managed to hold on to a big imbalance. And look at that level again on Apple. 1, 2, 3, 4 times. 192.25. Even at the end of the day, it bounces off of this level. When you got a good level in a liquidity vacuum, which is exactly what an event is, you're going to go from liquidity level to liquidity level. And I had this support line drawn before the event happened, and you just go out to a 15-minute chart as for why. For anyone tuning in late, it was this close. End of last month, there was resistance. Beginning of this month, there was support. Today, it bounces off at 4 times in the afternoon. I got half of the debacle this morning that Apple was for me. I was able to get half of it back just by trading in the afternoon, and it was all off the long at the bottom. You know, even that long up the top was no good. It was all the long off the bottom for Apple. And your Huckleberry, like I said, GameStop is SSR. It doesn't matter where it closes. For short sell restriction, before we get to the ring and the bell here in about 30 seconds, the short sell restriction's not whether it closes 10% down. It's if it trades 10% down from the previous close at any point during that day. So it doesn't matter where this closes. It's short sell restricted tomorrow because it tags 10%. All it has to do is wick by like even 1 cent, 10% down, and then it's SSR the next day. We got 10 seconds left. We're going to drop the countdown. I see Ramin run. You don't have to run. Don't follow. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ring it. What is it early? I mean, it's all good. She's calling me out because it wasn't exactly at 4 o'clock, but it's 4 o'clock now. The market is closed. GameStop tagging 25 right at the close. The NASDAQ holding green up 0.33%. We got the ES about 0.3%. Odyssey flights, will Apple get to 200 this week? I'm a little skeptical, but it's still holding this 193. So not the best day for Apple on the WWDC event. They announced some pretty cool stuff. I'm going to get the debrief from my buddy who happens to like absolutely everything about it, but then the stock went down anyway. So it is what it is. It's been a fun afternoon. Big shout out to Ramin, who's on the ones and twos. By her lonesome all day. I mean, Fabian wasn't here, so Ramin was handling it all by herself. We had Obi in for Adara on the midday with Sharif, knocking it out of the park, giving you commentary during the WWDC event, and, of course, live trading and doing their lesson of the day. Can't say enough about that. Big thank you to Danielle Shea for popping on through this afternoon and dropping some science. But you know what time it is? It's 4 o'clock. We got the aftermarket show. You got a lot to review. The moves in Nvidia post-split. You've got the Apple move. Don't sleep on the fact that Bitcoin rejected that 70,000 level. Sean will be asking Michael Noss about that. I'm interested in what his take is on that and Crocs. So without further ado, for the entire team, let's get right on to the aftermarket show at the desk with Sean.
Yeah, let's do this. This is your market recap show. Thank you so much, Neil, for throwing it over right now. We do have some earnings coming through for you, and when we get those, we may or may not discuss them because they're not that significant. Something called Yext. I don't know. I say next to that one. You know what? Here we go. What's up, Roaring Kitty? This is what he says. You were a billionaire. Come over here. This is his last tweet that he's had out there. Not anymore. Remember, there was that talk about if the stock got to a certain price, $36 or something like that, based on whatever those calls and the shares that he had right there. So shout out. Let's see if he's tweeted anything since right now. No, you were a billionaire. So this little carrying of the cat mask not helping out again today, as I don't know what to think. Here's GME. I was actually, bless you, as we were waiting to see what GameStop would do today. I mean, it's pretty much a straight downside move there for GME, opening the day in and around $30. Nice move back in. We tried to defend some of these levels of 26, and we did. Nice move back to 28 before eventually giving it up. Downside pressure for GameStop, but look what happens at the end of the day. Oh, Mr. Noss, we have a smiley face here on the 3-minute, and there goes GME. Okay, you were a billionaire. Maybe you will be again one day, the cat man, but nice move, the upside right there. 25 and change. I want to say thank you to absolutely everybody who is joining the market recap show for us today, as we will have Michael Noss, and we'll talk to him about his great call on Crocs that he made earlier today. We'll find out that case one more time if you weren't with us, and we will do roll call near the end of the day. Apple AI event, boom. Good one on that one, Ramin, as Apple came through today with quite a nice little day, but let's just quickly go over some of the markets today. Oil, guess who's back? Back again. Not Eminem, that Houdini song. It's all right, it's not great, but there's USO, nice move up 3 and a bit today. Check out the daily chart on oil. We actually talked about this with Randy. We've been going over some of the different pricing for the summertime mixture for gasoline and oil, starting to get back up to the upside as that came in cheaper than expected. Randy was talking about June 3rd as a date to get stepped in here and buy some oil, and you can see that's been a nice move. Follow that up with XOM hovering near the bottom. Could be an opportunity to pick up some of the majors now. XOM and CVX. Occidental off some. Occidental has been getting kicked actually right now. I would stay away from Oxy and rather get into XOM as we're still above the 200 period. Talked about John Deere with, I should have brought this up with Danielle Shea today at 3 o'clock, but I did not. John Deere, a decent buy there. She's also mentioned Caterpillar, as I'm trying to get into some of these names. XLI on the industrial side of things as well. If you'd rather just say, let's play the ETF rather than individual names. But I think we could timestamp this right now. June 10th, what day is that? What the day is today? June the 10th. hey, look, I think you can go in there and start to buy some of these industrials, maybe a little bit overdone on some worries, especially with Caterpillar on a potential recession or economic downgrades globally hitting some of these names. So Caterpillar, as we potentially get a global shift now in central banks, starting here in Canada, we lowered rates last week by 0.25%. So, okay, you know what's back? Gold. Maybe. I mean, a couple bad candles there. I do want to ask Michael about some of the precious metals. Not sure why I just yelled that, but I think metals downside right now. Let's go see if you like gold. Look at where this looks. GLD trying to hold on at 211 right here. So that's going to be a good little take coming through. Man, Ramin, you've done such a great job over the last couple of days, but you get some relief tomorrow with Fabian coming back, I believe, unless he just says, nah, I'm going to stay on vacay. We'll see if he does that or not. But cheers it up. It's Hydration Nation, everybody that's watching. Let's go. Thank you to everybody for staying late as well with us as we go. So OIH 10, you know what? Someone said, hey, Sean, did you check out Enphase today? My response to you is no, I have not, but let's check it out right now. Enphase up 7%. Was there specific news on Enphase today? Okay. Securities upgrade there by HSBC. Some wealth department company there reduces its holdings, so it's not that. Probably some news in there. And again, increased one way, reduced at another. We'll find out more about this. But as you know, the rate situation maybe seems to be a bit more clear with a rate cut. I would say at least one happening this year. Enphase and TAN, probably nice upside there as well. So we could see some benefits. Look, man, today was a great day. SMH upside. We did get, let me see if trade ideas, yes. So there's trade ideas again, flipped over. So 10-to-1 stock split happens on Nvidia. And what a good day it was for Nvidia. Actually, if you're going to look at this on a 1-minute chart, we start the day pretty red on Nvidia, and we were actually lucky enough. Hey, you know what? You want to talk about some trades? Here's Nvidia right here. This is how I traded Nvidia today. Mug off. Magic, how magic that is. Wouldn't that be nice if that could just happen, just erase my face at all times? Actually can happen. Let's not pretend that it can't. But there's the short. So we shorted it one time at 120 as we thought, hey, maybe 120 was a level that we wanted. In that exact same minute, we also got 121. And then as it came back in, sure, we started to get some out, but then the collapse happened on Nvidia, and there's some outs at 118. Those were good trades. But then, hey, remember that sticky note thing that we talk about every once in a while? We actually didn't mention it that much today. We should have, because we were dead on some of these plays. There's Nvidia right here, 118 long. We talked about trying to buy some dips on Nvidia. We just used 118 because you times that by 10, that's 1180. We had known that 1180 were some key prices for us a couple weeks ago, or I guess just last week, came into play. So in case we drop post-split. So that's exactly what happened. And again, to be able to predict 118 on the nose, hard to do that. We hold the short, punch out of the short, and execute the long all the way to the upside, where we were able to get $5 move back up, but we did not take that. We played the dip back in, bought that dip, and able to take some more on Nvidia. So what was P&L number one today for me and for the floor, or the floor I think was actually CrowdStrike, because we had a big trade early on that. But Nvidia, as far as multiple trades, the number one name there. NASDAQ holds out well. We will get into Apple in 1 second. Before we call on, I see Mr. Michael Noss coming through with a Mr. in front of it. That's right. Put some respect on his name. The Q's there, 0.4 up. And the one name about, I want to talk to Michael about Crocs. He nailed that one today, up 5% right there for Crocs. Again, pre-market earnings release coming July 25th. So well away on Crocs. So what was down today? Okay, let's have a quick look. Burke B was down. Again, probably Occidental. We saw downside. We saw some downside pushes. We didn't even look at banks today at all. Banking names down 0.17. We know Wells Fargo is a name. So there it is, down 0.7. Wells Fargo hitting Burke B. Bank of America hitting Burke B today as well. Downside moves. I mean, those of you that are interested in wheat, let me check what it looks like on the daily. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's up with that? Wheat making a nice move to the downside there. What does wheat look like on the weekly? I actually feel, I have like a strange feeling that we've talked to Michael about the wheat before, as he'll look at anything that's moving. Wheat right now down to $5, possible buying spot there. Again, obviously when you're talking about grains and things like that, weather, big factors, maybe potentially some hurricanes. I don't know anything about this wheat story, but again, down 2% and just not looking good on the daily, continuing its downside move. So sometimes you want to play momentum on that one. Wheat coming to the downside. There's XLF. So again, not much happening in the finance world. I guess in the rate environment, we'd like to see potentially some more stability for the banks, but I'm pretty sure that we are going to get that rate cut coming through. Let's just quickly look again and refresh the CME Fed rate tool and take a drink. All right, let's go have a quick look at this. So if you're going to look at June, right now we are at 5.25, 5.5. So we get a 99.4% move right there. I'll talk to Jerome about what this other 0.6 is about. But again, he doesn't set this, right? This is the CME Fed rate tool on the street. So that's what's happening right there for June. I don't need anything if you're setting something up for me. Oh, the audience needs it, okay. Ramin doing lots of work here. 91% coming in July. So again, it doesn't look like we're getting a rate cut in July. So when does the street think? Guess what? I think it's going to be September. And that's where we get 50-50. So push and pull. We'll see if Michael's heard anything on this one. And I guess it doesn't really matter when the rate cut happens. Doesn't matter if it happens in September or doesn't matter if it happens in November. Now remember, this is November 7th. What day is election day? I could Google it. I could perplex it. Is that what they're saying? Chat GPT it? OpenAI it? What's another one? Gemini it? Because you used to say I could Google something. Now what do you say? I'm just going to AI it? The 5th? Okay, so thanks, Chef Joe. So right there, the 5th. Always can rely on you guys. Thanks, Chef Joe, for that one. Right there. So it would be November 7th. For the Fed. So it's looking like 100. I mean, if you just add it up, it looks like there's going to be a rate cut happening here because there you go, 46% cutting for a quarter point. By the time we get to, it doesn't mean this event, it's just by the time we get here, it looks like 50% of the people think that we're going to get to half a point lower than where we are right now would be right into here. 16%, quarter of a point, 50% chance, quarter of a point lower. And then into the end of the year, looks pretty mixed. Half of the market, roughly 40%, think we only get a quarter into year end. And then 35% of the respondents out there, 35% think we're going to get half a point. So again, that's a long ways away. I mean, if you just take in consideration, let's go over here and use this and go to QQQ and just to see what exactly, thank you, Ramin, what the NASDAQ has been doing here on a daily so far. Changed since January 1st. And again, a big shout out to Trade Ideas because they put it all right here for you. Changed since January 1st, 13% on the NASDAQ. So as we sit here halfway through the year, I mean, a lot can change from now until those rate hikes that rate cuts that we were just talking about happening in September, November, possibly December. So let's wait to see where the market is. And we didn't cover too much about Apple, but let's just have a quick look to see what happened today for Apple. So let's look at the daily just real quick. And again, Michael's come up onto this program before, and he's shown like that Forbes cover or the Wall Street Journal cover. Whenever they're showing someone that's overly bullish or they have like an actual bull on the cover, that may be the end of the run. We've seen Nvidia and Jensen sign something on a chest there. So that could be the end of the AI run. People are thinking, I don't think that's true. But is it maybe strange that today Apple basically, again, Michael, and I'm going to talk to Michael about this immediately. So Michael, get ready for some quick Apple talk off the gate here. Apple today, look at this, one top, 2 tops. Are we getting into a 3rd top here on the daily? Michael's going to say, Sean, maybe let's look at the weekly. So let's do that ahead of Michael. And it looks the same thing to me. Are we getting toppy here that we hit the top again, basically on a major event day? I say. Maybe something about that with Apple. Quickly, though, let's go to a 3-minute chart just to figure out what exactly happened. They sell Apple off. It comes all the way back. Then there's a threat of possibly no AI talk, which is what I was waiting for. Nice move down on Apple on that threat. Then all of a sudden, Tim Cook is just like, well, now let's get to AI. And then it boomed right there in and about 145. Nice move back to the top side. And then which they just talked about, my wife and I, we're talking, I'm somewhere in there, we're talking about this last night when it was leaked, sort of all the stories that would happen from Apple, and all of them came through. So better messaging, a lot of the AI technology going to be on your phone, not back into the cloud, so it can respond quickly to you and personalize your AI experience to yourself, not have to go back and forth with the cloud. So again, if I normally for example, right now at 4:15 on a Monday, talk to Michael, then the thought is that gets extended out, and then Apple will automatically say, hey, time to Zoom call Michael Noss? Why not? It's 4:15 on a Monday. So that kind of stuff, again, pretty impressive. But until we actually see some of this technology in our day-to-day life improve ourselves, then I just wonder what kind of a take AI will have in the market. I know Michael's ready. I'm just going to make sure that Ramin thinks he's ready. And he is ready. So that means it's Trader Talk time. And it's Michael Noss. So let's go. Hi, Michael. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. How about yourself?
I'm doing great, but I feel like I'm not doing as great as you because great call on Crocs this morning. That thing shot off right off the open, so we'll give credit where credit is due. But I said we'd talk about Apple, so we will go over that Crocs play one more time in case we do have some new viewers, but many of them are still with us. Some are saying, I've been here for 9 hours, and they know Michael Noss's call, so we'll talk about that in a minute. But what a strange happening there. Apple goes right back to all-time highs, dollars away from that just before we get their WWDC event. So maybe we are being a little, I don't know, tin hat-ish here, but hey, triple top on the weekly, on the daily. Anything you're seeing about Apple, maybe we've topped out.
It could almost quadruple top, I think you could see here on the daily chart. And these are very, very rare. You know, it's one of those, one of my favorite technical analysis saying is that if you knock on the door enough times, eventually you'll get through. Looks like a little bit of a sell the news event. I watched some of this event because I'm an Apple user, and some of the stuff was pretty cool. But I think people are usually expecting, something that wows them, and this was exactly what everyone thought it would be. So, we're kind of just sitting around this area. I don't know if I would take a short off this zone. If you are, then you have a really, really tight stop. I think the move might be as if we break this and go back through 200. So I don't really see too much here. I just know statistically speaking, triple tops and quadruple tops are really rare. It's like the market doesn't want to make it that easy on us just to sell really, defined areas of support and resistance like this.
Yeah, I mean, it does happen more often than not, like you were mentioning about potentially double tops, triple tops, hard to come across of right there. But again, I just think Apple's just such a huge part of the market. It's almost like we have to treat this as a completely different beast because ETFs, it's in something like 300 ETFs. So every time you or I go ahead and buy XLK or something like that, they got to push a little bit more money into names like Apple. But yeah, I mean, a good look. Maybe we'll let it settle down and go over some more, aggressive names over the next couple of days. I mean, Nvidia had a great day today. Maybe we can look at that. I mean, good split. And again, shout out to Trade Ideas, as we had some people talk about potentially some of the charting programs not reverse splitting, but you guys got it, and you got it really good there. There's the daily chart for Nvidia. Today we did have a little bit of a pullback. This is just a 1 minute chart early before bouncing into 118 and now making that move back up. Michael, again, because we have often tailwinds that are splits. Like, you know, we're going to see that with CRM. I feel like we saw that with Uber. I got a question about Tesla and how much that ran into its split there. So with Nvidia doing this, are we still thinking a little bullish on this? We've seen AMD pull back. Any initial thoughts here post-split day one with Nvidia?
Well, with Nvidia, you just can't count this one out. You know, anyone who's been shorting this for any length of time has had a really bad time. You know, I'm seeing a monthly chart here I have up on my screen showing 2,859% over the last 5 years. So, you know, imagine trying to bet a top on this. Yeah, maybe it's a little overdone and people get worried about buying things when they're hitting new highs, but we just need to know that, you know, there's only a couple things that we know for true in the market, and one is that trends persist. And I wouldn't bet against this trend until you have some sort of sign that it's going to be over. I'm looking at this base here on the 30-minute chart between, you know, say 120, you could call it, 117 to 122. We're over that base, might be time for another leg. For me, if I'm long this thing, I'm really, really tight with my stop at this point because, you know, you have to be up pretty good on it at this point, and you just don't want to let all of that get away just in case something bad happens with AI. But I wouldn't bet that this thing's going to come down to earth anytime soon, personally.
20. You really put it in perspective there, Michael, when you look at that 2,800% in 5 years. Like, what the hell were you and I doing 5 years ago? Why we just didn't load up into this name. All right, come over to my screen quickly. I just want to address something because there is some talk in the chat here. So I want to make it perfectly clear because traders stay late, and I'm going to discuss this right now. People are saying, how come GameStop keeps touching $37 and then back into 25? That's not what's happening. There are dark pool prints that I've sort of filtered those out, and I know your software does too over there at Trade Ideas. They're not happening now, but maybe if I can zoom, there they are. So here's some right here. You see, so the sometimes 36.75, 36.85. They're just late reports or average prices. Dark pools have different reporting structures. I know you know that, Michael, but I just wanted to cover that with some of the people in our chat because, again, GameStop is not moving around $20 or $30 right now. But you and I have a love affair, a love-hate relationship maybe with some of these meme stocks. And I know that you've sort of said they're not all the same, and you've been completely right about that, as AMC seems to only want to move when GameStop has something exciting about it. But when I look at GameStop, I actually, Michael, you know what? I mean, my untrained eye looks at this and says almost like, no, thank you. But I've drawn a couple lines here and thought that maybe this $20 level might hold, and then maybe this $23.50 or so might hold. And then when I look back at what's been happening today, we did get a hold there of $23.50. And I actually drew these lines weeks and weeks ago when we had thought about maybe looking for a long before we did get that break higher. Is this something that maybe we're just gambling, thinking we can hold this? I think the answer is going to be yes to that, as it's clearly not trading on fundamentals. It's trading on somebody posting random things online, then acting like he's dead, and then getting revived. By the way, did you check out that stream? I thought it was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, I did. And, you know, just for all of the debate about whether or not he should be able to do what he's doing, I think if, you know, Muddy Waters and Iceberg and all these guys can put out short reports, Roaring Kitty should be able to put out memes. Now, myself, I'm not going to trade off this. If I did, it looks like the $20 area might be a fair price to take a shot. You know, I just drew out these gaps that you see right here. $20 seems like it might be a good place to nibble some on GameStop. Now, I will say I do agree that we do need to start splitting up the meme stock because as a Canadian, it makes me sad, but BlackBerry's not coming back. AMC has diluted its shares. It's never coming back. But GameStop's now, you know, it's raised that $2 billion or so off the back of retail, which is unfortunate if you were a holder at the time, but that gives them a little bit of runway. So I watched the stream and around all of his, you know, memeing and all of this, he basically just said, hey, I think that the CEO has a chance now with the $2 billion in cash to turn the ship around before they run out of money. And if you believe that too, I think you could take a shot around $20. It's not for me, but you know, if it's for you, go nuts.
I mean, the thing is that why do we have to complicate things? Just like you said, he has $20 calls. He talks about that's his price. So I'm with you. if he wants to come on there and laugh and see it drop from $38 to $30 and threaten, am I out? Am I hitting the ejection seat? I don't know. I mean, I looked down and I saw 30 sheets in that guy's bank account, and I was just like, okay. I mean, this guy already has 30 million just sitting there. I don't know exactly what he's doing, but this was funny here. Michael, you were a billionaire at one point, maybe potentially as well, if you did hold all of those shares. So this is his latest one. The Roaring Kitty coming back there to life once again the last couple weeks. All right, why don't we talk a little bit about Crocs? Because there's been some traders that have said, wow, what a great call this was. I know you've been talking about Crocs for a minute for us, not just today, a decent short float, but for anybody that maybe wasn't joining us earlier this morning when you were on the air at about 8:45. What a great move Crocs had. And it's not like you cherry picked this move. I mean, here's the move on Crocs right here. As you were talking, it was actually going down, Michael. And then all of a sudden the market opened up and boom goes the dynamite. So a lot of traders could have been long, took $8 or $9 right there. Huge move for Crocs. Did you trim anything? Is there any sort of expected move after this? Great call on Crocs. Maybe we could go over it one more time.
Yeah, so I didn't trim anything on Crocs. I'm a swing trader. When I see an engulfing candle like that, I want to try to hold it. My goal was to see if we could get through the highs here, but I'll just summarize quickly what I was talking about. So this scan that you see on the bottom corner here, this is a new scan that we put in, and we built this with the moving average cloud that we built. We got a whole bunch more scans in the pipeline for this moving average cloud. So again, it's nothing crazy. It's the top of this cloud is an 8 EMA, which is a very common moving average. A lot of people use an 8 or a 9 period exponential moving average. And then the bottom here is just a 21. And again, it's just because this is common and this is what a lot of people use. So what it does is it shades this area. If the stock's moving up, then it's shading it green. If it's moving down, it's shading it red. Just a nice way, especially for new traders, to gauge trend. And then also to make sure that they're not buying when they're too extended from these moving averages, which can, hurt people as they're breaking out. So I just saw this one on this particular moving average. The monthly chart, I can go through this quickly, is green. The cloud is, and it looked very good. You go into the weekly chart, and the cloud is again green. It was coming back to touch that. But this scan is basically just looking for these pullbacks into this cloud. So I just like the look of that, not just because of the indicator, because I'm more of a price action guy, but I like the fact that it was holding these two prior highs right here as well. So what I talked about was that if I could get some sort of a move over 150, that's where I was going to get involved, and my stop was going to go under yesterday's low. So funny enough, after I leave the show, I took a few minutes and I put in those orders, and then I walked away. And it was nice to see a push from 150 to 155 right away. So I'm holding this one. My idea was maybe we could touch these highs, which would be a 3-to-1 risk reward. That's what I'm after for at least part of my position, and then we'll see what happens from there.
All right, Michael, good call on that one. And also, you and I talked about this last week again, and you have a partner that agrees with you in Brian Shannon, and talking about crypto and looking to see if crypto was finally about to break out. You really love the chart. So I have a question to ask you. Do you want to talk about BTC, IBIT, MSTR, or what? Because the chart that I have up is Bitcoin. And I mean, and I know you've been looking at MSTR, so maybe we'll do that, and I'll leave that to you. But again, you want to talk about Apple potentially triple topping as well. If I just look here at a daily, this is actually a week chart, my bad, for BTC. Although we're above some of these highs, so it does look different than Apple, that's under its past highs. But you still do have something similar, topped out there, potentially topped out. We do have a topping candle there of around 74,000 before dropping back to 60,000. Those 2 weeks were pretty tumultuous. Is that a valid word? I don't know. But right now, what are you thinking about Bitcoin and MSTR, or anything you want to talk about in this space? I'm not scared about a little bit of a move back. I still think we're intact, holding some of these lows. What does, as we have on our board, Mr. Michael Noss, what does he think about Bitcoin right now?
I still like it. After we spoke, it had that kind of drop down on, I think, Friday. It held some prior support there. I have MSTR up. I still like the look of this chart just for my overall thesis. It's just we've got a kind of cup and handle look, right? We've got this giant cup. We got a little bit of a handle. I need to see on MSTR if we use that 1500 breakdown to invalidate this. Full disclosure, I am in a little bit of Bitcoin. I got out of some of the position just because I didn't like the action that I saw today. But I still like the look of this. So I'm looking for this to potentially move higher so that I can reload and I can get back in. Some of the stocks that I'm playing with, though, have been surprisingly strong. So Coinbase, for example,
Right.
yes, it had that sell-off on Friday, but then it retook that again. And you can see this cloud kind of come into play again. Holding this area right here is what I want to see. And then Hood, I took, and I actually, just like I did with Crocs this morning, I laid out the whole synopsis on
Right.
Hood. But just quickly, A, I thought it's going to move with crypto if I'm right about crypto. And B, with all of this craziness going on with GameStop, the real winners here are Robinhood, where they're making, a couple pennies on every single trade that comes by. So the actual crypto is pulling back. Some of the stocks are holding strong. So that's where I'm keeping my money, because it seems like even if I'm wrong on crypto, these stocks may pay me. But I still like to look at the chart. It's a longer term play. I think if we break out, maybe it takes that shot at 100K that everyone is looking at, if that's maybe a little bit too bold to say.
No, I think that is what everyone's looking at. I mean, I've heard price targets. Chamath has 500,000 or something on it, and probably Kathy Wood, I think, has literally 1 million or something ridiculous. So who knows where it goes? But you know what? The more I think about it, and I know you're just looking at technicals and stuff, it does make perfect sense what you just said. As crypto becomes more popular, let's look at names like Robinhood that people will flood to trade crypto. Coinbase, again, the custodial and a whole bunch of different opportunities like that, not just making money with the price of what Bitcoin does, but also sort of the picks and shovels there. So I do like that. And Mara, I mean, I'm not going to forget that call that you made at $10 as well. One of the classic calls here on the market recap show of all time. So I just want to say one more thing. Obviously, Michael Noss is with Trade Ideas. You can hit Trader TV 20 and grab that discount at any time. And you're getting a lot of love for what you have on those waves there on the chart. That is something that, again, is built into Trade Ideas, and everyone can, once they become a subscriber, can hit you up at Michael Noss CMT over there on X. You do have, again, you just say Google your name and a whole bunch of different options will show up. So,
Yep.
I'll ask you right here live on the show, because I know the answer. You're willing to help out any subscribers or anybody in any sort of a scanner or anything like that for Trade Ideas.
Yeah, just hit me up. And we pride ourselves on our support. So if you go to the Trade Ideas website, there's a little help button there.
Perfect.
The team that we have, I don't know if any of them are watching this, but I'll give them a little props. They're amazing. We understand that trading is hard. We understand that we have built a very robust platform. So that can take some learning as well. And we're here to help you through that.
And in case anybody is watching too, I want to thank everybody from Trade Ideas. And again, thank Michael for coming on weekly, multiple times a week, to demonstrate the software and show everybody the advantages of that. So Michael, once again, we're now over time, and I told poor Ramin that I wouldn't do this, but you and I could probably talk forever and ever. So let's wrap it up right now. Everyone in the chat is really loving when you come on. So from them to you, from me to you, I want to say thank you again, Mr. Michael Noss, and I'll check you out next time.
Talk to you then.
Ciao. That's Trader Talk. Again, just an absolutely great guy. I mean, he just keeps it real, and I think that's the important thing about what we're doing. You can check our Freedom and Wealth podcast as well, where Brendan and I keep it as real as we possibly can. That's going to be a good one. Go follow us on all of our socials. Make sure you grab that QR code. Check out Real Trading and check out us as well on all of them socials. But you know what? We can't do this without you. So right now we do have roll call. I do have some news to talk to you guys about. We'll be splitting this market recap show up as the summer hits. Right now I'm going to have Neil cover probably the last half of the week. I'll do the first half of the week, and then we'll see whoever trades better can do the Wednesday show. We'll split it up on the hump day. Maybe we'll alternate that. But yeah, this week I'm on Monday. Tuesday, Neil will be on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, as I'm not here Friday or Wednesday for baseball. So it just worked out well, but we will be dividing up the market recap show. So hopefully I'll be able to talk to Michael every Monday, followed by whoever comes on Tuesday. Oh yeah, my guy Brian Shannon on tomorrow. tomorrow. But here we go. Let's go over to roll call right now. This is where we say thank you to everybody that stays late with us right now. Late with me now, late with Neil next couple days. Thank you to TH. Thank you to Roman. Thank you to NYC Urbanista. We've seen you there for a while as well. Mike Breeze. Mo Fun coming through. Dan McIsaac. Rivian Millionaire. I don't know if you made money on Rivian or not, or if you are even a millionaire, but I like the name. Shout out to that. Bears vs. Bulls is here as well. Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls. Mr. Westermeyer, can I give your kids, both Walker and Zoe, a shout out who are joining you today? Was that good enough? If not, let's do another one. What's up to Walker and to Zoe? And a shout out to your father, who is absolutely fantastic. Been watching the show lots. Sent us the Magic 8-Ball. You got a good one there. Shout out to both Walker and Zoe. You are now on YouTube. So shout out to that right there. Bears vs. Bulls again. Hope and victory. Douglas Hardy. Hey, he's from Alaska. What's up, Alaska? Coming through as well. As you can hear, I lose my voice way too often doing this, but I only doing it for all of you and for everybody here at Trader TV Live as well, as we just put on programming and programming and programming. Big shout out to Obi today and to Sharif.